bagel sandwiches and whole kinds of trends around bagels have been really emerging and taking the bagel way beyond just New York.
I asked you that before you came on. How do you say, because you're eating all the time, you go to meals like crazy. And I always just gain weight constantly when I'm going for all these business meals. You're like out to restaurants every single night.
I don't think anyone believes you're gaining weight.
No, but what do you do? Because I'm trying to be careful. I'm trying not to eat the whole bagel, which I want to do.
I made fun of Andrew because we had lunch earlier this year and he had 4 egg whites and a side of avocado.
That is true.
I think one thing our team generally feels is you can have a lot of fun, go out to places, get a real sense of the vibe. You don't need to necessarily finish every single part of a dish that you order when you're dining out, again, at the scale that our team is. And we dine anonymously, we pay for our own meals, we don't take PR favors from restaurants.
Yeah, but now people know what you look like.
I'm not running the
He doesn't really look like this. He's totally. I wanted you to bring some of
What do you want?
Holterman's rolls from Staten Island, given all the hoopla.
We'll go. This year we wrote a guide to the best restaurants in Staten Island.
You did?
And I'll send it your way.
You can't get in there now at this point.
What's like the hottest restaurant for like a business lunch or business dinner in New York and LA and San Francisco?
Yeah, so one thing we've seen this year, which is really interesting, is Midtown East in New York was actually our most popular search neighborhood. Open Table put some data out this week. I don't know if you guys saw, calling Wednesday the new Friday. And Danny Meyer's been pretty outspoken that 6 p.m. is now the kind of most sought after time.
6 p.m.
And we see all those trends.
Good for us in the morning TV business.
Yeah, exactly. We see all those trends kind of pointing to folks are back in the office. They're looking to get dinner after. We've obviously seen just last week, La Conda Verde open in Hudson Yards.
What about the whole private club situation?
There's
taking place all over the country.
There's a lot of them, yeah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's
paying to go to a restaurant. I think you got to pay for the meal too, you know.
I think it certainly speaks to people's frustrations with reservation availability, and the idea that there's a club that you belong to where you're always welcome, I think is a really nice feeling for people to have in an environment where
they don't really new.
I was gonna say country club.
Short Hills Club's been around for.
Sure, but it's happening now.
It's in the city.
No, I know. Taylor Swift had a big girls' night out the other night.
She was at Chez Margot this week, which is a big new one that John George is a part of down in the Meatpacking District. And look, we see these trends coming and going. We see, obviously, Los Angeles, you've had like San Vicente Bungalows, which is now going to open in New York pretty soon, and we definitely see that as a trend coming from LA to New York.
Business lunches, I mean, business lunches, they're back in force though?
Yeah, I think, like, the business lunch has changed. I don't think it's as long as it once was.
No martinis.
I don't think the martini's out there in the same way. One of our trends nationwide this year is the mini martini, which I think speaks to shrinkflation in a way, speaks to that kind of
people watching calories.
People are watching their calories, they're watching the alcohol intake, they also want to take a picture of something kind of cute and interesting. But no question, you look at the restaurants opening in business sectors like Rockefeller Center, Hudson Yards, etc. There's a really strong business to
power breakfast. I mean, most people need to stay home to watch us in the morning, so it's a late breakfast that they're having.
Yeah, I think, look, Jean George has 425 Park open this year, and he's doing a really good breakfast business there. I think there's definitely shifts in the way people are using their day. But
what do you think people are spending?
I think dining out has definitely gotten really expensive. And one thing we're really excited to be making available this month and next for Chase card members is a $25 statement credit off purchases of $100 or more at 60 infatuation-approved restaurants around the country for eligible card members. So
I'm a cheapskate, so I'm going to go do that.
I'll send you the list.
Thank you. Paul, thank you for coming in this morning.
Great to have you. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Check it out, everybody. Infatuation.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk interest rates in the market, plus a look at commercial real estate under the incoming Trump administration. Real estate investment manager Scott Reckler is going to join us to discuss. We'll be right back.
Thank you, sir.
Our next guest says he wouldn't be surprised if the Fed leaves rates unchanged at its policy meeting next month. Kumal Shri Kumar is president of Shri Kumar Global Strategies, and it's almost as if, good to see you.
Good to see you, Joe.
Almost as if Chairman Powell may have been watching or listening, because you were wondering what happened in the first place, and he got, I think, less dovish recently. Why?
For me, there is no surprise in the activities. The one surprise was the 50 basis point cut that took place in September 18th.
You haven't figured that out yet, have you?
Oh, I haven't figured.
Why did you do it?
I have figured it out. Keep in mind, it was before the elections. It was supposed to be 50-50 as to which way the election would go. And we know about the past relationship between Powell on the one hand and Trump on the other, and if anything, he is going to do anything to help the Democratic side on that.
You really believe that?
I believe that, I've been saying this on your program, the Fed is very much a political entity. The reason why they keep repeating that they are independent is because they are not independent.
So now he doesn't want to cut because
No, he
Trump's
doesn't
in?
want to cut.
Because Trump's in?
That's right.
But Sri,
Things are over.
Don't you think he thinks about his own legacy too? And that's going to be much broader than being tied to a party. I think he truly cares about the economy.
Well, you think about your own legacy, but you also have a few more years to live, and you're going to see what you're going to do once you're no longer Fed chairman. He came from the private equity side. At every meeting after the FOMC meeting, he talks about how much he cares for the poor and the fight against inflation. But in reality, the support is coming from the higher income groups, from big business, and he's not going to end up afterwards joining the people who are fighting inflation. He's going to be on the other side. So legacy is one.
That's two opposite things. One would be that he would be keeping rates higher to hurt Donald Trump. The other is that he'd be keeping rates lower to make wealthy people happy and people who are involved in that. I don't understand how you put those two together.
At the moment, until now, the domination was the election side, Becky. But now that the elections are over, I think the opposition to Trump is coming forward. And that is not going to deny him a position in the business later on once his term ends. So I think it is a matter of what you play, how you play the game at every point in time. I don't see a contradiction. Because I tell you what, even if he cuts in December and we go into 2025, and my expectation is inflation is going to perk up, especially if you have tariffs imposed. And there is again, big scale repatriation of undocumented workers. That's going to cause inflation to rise.
But if he follows what you've been saying all along, which is keep rates higher, I mean, how do you think that that's a political statement? We've had people who have come on and argued and by the way, I agree with a lot of what you've said along the way before we start talking the politics of Jay Powell. I understand there were many of us who questioned why they cut 50 basis points.
Right.
But if he just comes around to listening to that, and if we haven't seen the economic weakness, which we haven't since then, maybe the Fed panicked. We had a guest on yesterday who said that he thought the Fed panicked, cut those 50 basis rates, and now we haven't seen any economic data to back that up, so they're not going to.
The Fed did not panic for the first time on September 18th. It has been saying that for a while. Remember, going back to last December, he already indicated rates were going to come down and come down sharply. Nothing happened because inflation picked up again. So he goes through this phase, I call it the Powell pivot. It goes to go at one point, be dovish, and then you find that once you go dovish, you put more cash in the pockets of consumers, retail sales remain very strong. Initial jobless claims are now at a several-month low. Yeah. He says he needs to help employment. But initial jobless claims are low, and at the same time, retail sales are strong. So there is a big divergence between your statement and reality. And so I'm not here to justify the inconsistencies of the Powell policy. I'm only trying to say which way the market will go. 2025 is going to be an interesting year. You're going to see tariffs. You're going to see the inflation rising. And I'm looking for the 10-year yield to go to 5% or higher unless you have a new Treasury Secretary pick who's able to threaten foreign powers but not actually impose many of the tariffs that are threatened.
In 2025, what do you think? Will we get the 100, or what are we looking for? Another 50 basis points? What is the market indicating now? How much more in cuts do you those are off the table now that Trump's won?
No, I think again, Becky talked about appealing to the post-Fed chairman situation.
So you think then rates will come down?
Will come down. So you have gone, you've seen the swing from one policy to the other. So I can see the interest rates coming down 50 basis points. Inflation then picks up even more. Retail sales remain very strong. And then he says, hereafter, I'm not going to cut after the 50 basis points. And that is not going to please the president-elect, by that time President Trump, and that is going to cause again a problem with the two relationship, just as we saw in the past.
All right, Sri, controversial comments, but always interesting. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good to be with you all.
Thanks, Rick.
Still to come, the push to get people back to the office and what it could mean for commercial real estate. We were just talking about expensing lunches in that whole game. We're going to talk about that after the break.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. Banker and investor George Draper Dayton incorporated what retail store as Goodfellow Dry Goods in 1902? The answer when Squawk Box returns. Now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Banker and investor George Draper Dayton incorporated what retail store as Goodfellow Dry Goods in 1902? The answer? Target.
Welcome back to Squawk. The push to get workers back to the office could soon be a commercial, or a big commercial, a boon really, to not just commercial, but commercial real estate is where I should be going with this. The sector hit hardest by the post-pandemic remote working trend. Joining us right now with more on that in the real estate market after President-elect Trump's victory. Scott Ressler is here. He's the chairman and CEO of RXR. And we were just talking about food and lunches. I don't know if you were watching that, but it does seem like people are now having business lunches again, which means I think that they're back at the office.
Yeah, I mean, in New York, everyone's back at the office, and we're now even back to 5 days a week. I mean, I think after Labor Day, there was just an acceleration when the Amazon announcement came out and said they're bringing people back 5 days a week. And what's interesting with that is, when Amazon announces that, they don't even have the space, right? Because they hadn't planned for it. So now, we've had a year, this year, where we'll be back to leasing levels that we haven't seen since 2016, over 35 million square feet of leasing. And that was really almost no technology tenants driving that. And usually tech is the big users in the marketplace.
You can see people badging in and badging out. Do you have that data?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what are you seeing on Mondays and Fridays?
Mondays we're back. Fridays, I would say we're probably like at 70% in most of our buildings.
Okay.
And the ones that are more media, tech, creative is a little less than that. But in New York, again, because of the investment banks here, a lot of regulatory reasons they got to be here. Hopefully, now with the Trump administration, they'll mandate people back in Washington to come back
for
to
government
the
work.
office. Yeah, because that's been ridiculous that people have not been back in the office there.
And so you're seeing, are you getting lots of calls to say we need more space?
We'll do 2.5 million square feet of leasing this year. We did 2 million last year in our portfolio. That's, again, pre-pandemic levels.
Right.
And again, there's just thing to be clear is that certain buildings are more competitive than others.
Well, so that's where I was going to go with this. It used to be, during the pandemic, after the pandemic, everyone said the A buildings are worth everything. Anything else is worth nothing because nobody's going back to those offices. Right. Is that not the case anymore?
It is still the case. 70% of the vacancy is in 30% of the buildings, right? So you have the new buildings are doing great. I don't know if you saw yesterday, SL Green announced the sale of a piece of One Vanderbilt for $4.7 billion, $2,800 a foot, a 4% cap rate. And so there's demand for high quality buildings, and the next level of Class A buildings, demand for those. And there's a shortage of high quality blocks of space in those buildings. In addition, you're having about 10 million square feet of conversions happening right now from office to residential in Manhattan. And that's going to suck up parts of that 50 million square feet of the more obsolete, non-competitive
So, but
space. What
about the rest of them that can't really be converted? There was actually a fascinating piece you probably remember 2 years ago, I think, on 60 Minutes, where they were talking about these conversions. I think you were in it.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah.
Right. And there were these buildings that are sort of unconvertible.
Right.
They're both unconvertible and unattractive. Do they become, what happens to them?
Eventually they'll be torn down, right? They'll be torn down and then you'll be repurposed for new buildings. And we're looking to build a 2.8 million square foot building right across from One Vanderbilt next to Grand Central. We've already had 18 million square feet of tenants that are looking at that. Because if you think about building a new building in Manhattan, you're not gonna have that till 2032, 2033. There's all these big companies that want to have buildings like JP Morgan's building for themselves that need to find a home, but there's no new supply.
What do you think of, so there was a whole sort of view of the world that New York City was moving west, right? It was all going to go towards Hudson Yards and just that whole sort of corridor. And yet, it seems like with the new JP Morgan building and some of the other things around Vanderbilt and whatnot, that maybe ultimately Park Avenue and East and everything else becomes hot again?
And again,
where are we?
This shows you, by the way, and as we're talking about efficiency in government and good policy, this was good policies put forward, right? They had this thing called East Midtown zoning, where you can actually, the whole point was to tear down old buildings, incentivize people, the private sector to build new buildings. They give you more land, more development rights along the way, and tax incentives, and you put transit improvements in. So that sparked that. That's what JP Morgan started. That's why we're building our building. That's why SL Green is. So it is going to reinvigorate, has reinvigorated the whole Grand Central, Park Avenue, Rock Center, 6th Avenue period of Midtown. And tenants are there because also it's access to transportation, right? The Grand Central is an incredible transportation hub.
Dare I ask what you think of the mayor's current standing in the city and how that relates to safety and security and all those other issues that people had been very, very concerned about?
Listen, anyone who cares about New York City wants to have leadership that doesn't have issues around it right now. So, we want this resolved. This is obviously critical to your point. People come to New York for quality of life, for public safety, and if we have distractions like taking place right now, that's obviously not healthy.
You want him in or out? I think that Trump is gonna figure out a way to get him off.
I'm not going to opine whether I want him there. If he's, first of all, he's innocent until he's proven guilty, right? So I have no reason to believe that he's done anything. I don't know the answer, but if he's innocent, and he should then be able to run for mayor, and we'll have an election. We'll see who else puts their hat in the ring.
Okay, Scott, it's great to see you this morning.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thanks. When we come back, OpenAI is considering jumping into the search market. We have the details on that right after the break. And then Senator Mike Rounds will be our guest. Right now, though, as we head to a break, here's a look at the pre-market winners and losers in the S&P 500. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
OpenAI has considered developing a web browser that would be combined with ChatGPT. The information reports that the move could pit OpenAI directly against Google, which has, of course, the lion's share of the browser and search market. Google launched an answer to ChatGPT last year with its Gemini AI chatbot, and OpenAI already has a partnership with Apple to power the iPhone maker's new Apple Intelligence features.
Meantime, new this hour, the UK's Competition and Markets Authority now recommending an investigation into Apple and Google's duopoly in mobile ecosystems. It said that Apple could be holding back innovation in smartphone browsers and is now calling for a probe using the Digital Markets Act. It provisionally found the mobile browser markets were not working well for UK businesses and millions of phone users. Apple says potential interventions would hinder its ability to make the kind of technology that sets it apart. And we will see what the U.S. does under President-elect Trump, and now you may see a real divide between Europe in the U.S. as it relates to antitrust. You had seen over the last 4 years,
Been
really
working
actually
hand
them
in
coming
hand,
together. Some arguing that they were working too much together.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, Senator Mike Rounds on President-elect Trump's cabinet picks and his legislation to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. And later, the CFPB expanding oversight of digital payment services, including Apple Pay, Venmo, and PayPal. We will speak to Rohit Chopra about what it means for consumers. Squawk Box will be right back. That's better. All right, welcome back, everybody. A tweet from South Dakota Senator Mike Rounds drew some attention this week. That tweet saying, "Congratulations to Linda McMahon on being tapped as President Trump's Secretary of Education. I look forward to working with her to end the Department of Education. Stay tuned." Senator Rounds has now introduced a bill calling for an end to the Education Department. He joins us this morning to discuss. Senator Rounds, explain why you think this is a good idea.
Well, good morning, and thanks for the opportunity. What we want to do is to take the programs, a number of which were there in 1979 when the department was formed, put them back into the original departments where they were at to begin with, eliminate a lot of the regulatory nesting that has occurred within the particular Department of Education. We think we can save administrative dollars, but at the same time get rid of a lot of the overreach which has occurred within education in the United States. States, for the most part, prefer to make their decisions on how they educate the children on their own. They really don't need a bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. sending out a one-size-fits-all policy in order to receive federal funding in a particular program. Our goal is to take those critical ones, special ed, so forth, Native American education funds, put those back where they were in the first place, and eliminate the rest of the department. In doing so, we will save administrative dollars, but we will also, and most importantly, we'll get rid of a lot of the regulatory overreach that so many people in the United States have just been fed up with when it comes to the Department of Education. So, not taking away the good programs, the direct funding, the opportunity to do block grants back to the states, that's our goal. But to eliminate a lot of the one-size-fits-all, which right now a lot of people are very frustrated with.
Senator Rounds, I hear you when it comes to bureaucracy and ineffectiveness through bureaucracy. However, as the mother of a special needs child, I have serious concerns about what that will mean. If you are giving special needs education money back to the states to decide what to do with that. I mean, the Department of Education has been responsible for making sure that there is a free and appropriate public education to all eligible individuals with special needs for years and years. Will that still go on the same way? Will there still be ties to federal funding for that, or will the states get to decide we'll go along with this or we won't?
The funding will be there, and the direction by Congress is still there. And I really appreciate your insight, because that's exactly what we're trying to make sure stays in place, which is those areas where we've directed how the funding should be done will still go back to the states, and with the same directions and still the same direction from Congress. Those programs we have transferred entirely out of the Department of Education and put back where they would have been originally. Some will go to Interior, some will go to Health and Human Services, some will go to Treasury with regard to student loans. So our goal is not to take the funding away in any way, shape, or form, but rather to direct it back and take a lot of the regulatory oversight and one-size-fits-all that so many people have been frustrated with. Excuse me. Special ed is probably the best example of the reason why we want to make sure that we don't lose those particular types of programming that a lot of people rely on today.
I mean, I guess my question is, Department of Education was responsible for oversight, making sure that the states actually were continuing to use that money to provide the education to a free and appropriate public education. Will there be oversight for that, or is this going to be, you get the federal funding no matter what?
No, in some cases, it will go back without strings, so you would have block granting and allow the states that responsibility and the authority for how they think is best for the kids within their state. Look, just because you're a bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. doesn't mean that you know better than having somebody at the local or at the state level. But there are some in which Congress has decided that they want specific programs in place. Special ed is a very good example. Another example would be with Native American education funding, which has been put under the Department of Education as well, and yet we find them to be inadequately taken care of. And the tribes really do struggle with the Department of Education in that particular regard. We think it's closer if we can get it back to the tribes, allow the tribes to actually have say in how they are training or providing an education for their kids, allow them to make more of those decisions at the local level and have consultation with the tribes. At the present time, there is a real frustration with the way the Department of Education tries to do their job by doing more or less a one-size-fits-all across all states, whether they're and in areas whether they're urban or rural. We think by taking the Department of Education out of it, we've got a better chance of actually delivering more dollars effectively at the state and local level.
The idea of more dollars being effective is great, but is there a way to guarantee that you don't get railroaded by a local or state planning process? I mean, I hear you and I want to believe it. I want to think it's great news, but I will tell you there are parents in this community who are freaked out at this point, who are very worried that their kids are no longer going to be able to get the services that they are getting at this point. They'll be lumped back in areas where there's shortages. Is there a way to make sure that there are protections, or do you think that'll be up to the courts to then decide?
I think, excuse me, with special ed as the example, nobody wants to take away funding for special ed. But what you do find is that the federal government has always underfunded special education. And so the folks at the local level end up picking up a significant amount of the costs involved right now. And yet, rather than becoming more efficient or direct with their funding and taking care of it, we suddenly think that somebody at the federal level is going to make a better decision about how to help that young person than somebody at the local or state level. I think we've got to go back to allowing the state and local entities a little bit more authority and recognize that they want the best for these kids as well. And a one size does not fit all for all kids. And yet the bureaucracy is still here, and they seem to think that they can make a better choice moms and dads, principals, teachers, and so forth, who really do want the best for their kids. You've still got the basic guidelines as Congress has laid out in place. They still have to be effective. They still have to, everybody will still have to comply with what Congress has said. But I think we can bring it a little bit closer to home to where those decisions are made.
Under your plan, how long would it take to wind down the education department?
Yeah, look, this has not been done in a thing of a get rid of the department and be done with it. What we have said is within this program is let's take these and let's transition these out back to where they had been before. Get rid of the regulatory oversight which has nested itself within the department, but we have not said that it has to be done by a particular date. I think that's something that has to be done in consultation with an administration. So this is not a case of trying to simply say, let's just dump it. What we are saying is let's transition this thing away from a Department of Education. We don't like what's happened with the decisions being made by bureaucracies in Washington, D.C., but we're not trying to do this overnight with just a knee-jerk reaction.
What do you think of Congressman Gates stepping down and the Trump administration, incoming administration, looking for new placements? Where do things stand right now with the appointees and the treatment you think they'll get in the Senate?
Yeah, look, I think the right decision was made with his withdrawal. I think there are perhaps things that have come out since the president had made his nomination in the first place, and I think the president probably had a lot to do with deciding that there were better alternatives out there. So I think that decision was the right decision. I think Pam Bondi is moving in the right direction. I've heard really good things about her capabilities. I don't know her personally, but the individual attorneys, the attorney generals that I've spoken to have told me that they have worked well with her. She's got experience being the foreign Florida Attorney General. So that works in the right direction. She is a prosecutor. I like that idea. But once again, she'll have to be vetted like everybody else. We start out with the president receiving the benefit of the doubt on all of his nominees. But each individual has got to be vetted themselves. That's the way that the founding fathers wanted it, and that's the way the vast majority of us in the Senate, we don't take any of them for granted and we don't assume it. We simply say, look, we're going to allow the president the benefit of the doubt, but we're still going to do our due diligence on a case-by-case basis.
You don't foresee any, and this South Dakota, so Senator and Senator Thune hasn't really said exactly what he thought of recess appointments. You think there'll be any this time around? Will it be necessary?
Look, it is always a negotiating item with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I think if there was a slowdown to the vast majority of the noms, and we've got to go through hundreds of recommendations in order to fill those spots across all of the bureaucracy, the top bureaucracy in government. If there is an intentional slowdown just to stop them or to make life miserable in terms of forming a government, then that comes to the table. Then that's an item that might very well be considered, but that would be a last resort. I think the goal here is to work with our colleagues to get through as many of these as possible, do our due diligence, but we've got a ton of nominees that we've got to get through in a very short period of time. The cabinet nominees and so forth, I don't see any cabinet nominees being put in that particular position. I think everybody wants to go through and to give each one of them an opportunity to be voted on separately, give them their time in front of the spotlight, and move forward as quickly as possible. The president deserves an opportunity to form a government, and the president deserves an opportunity to choose his cabinet, but we still have a responsibility for advice and consent, and in my opinion, that means advice or consent.
South Dakota, quite a pool of talent out there. Was Daschle from there too, Senator?
Tom is from South Dakota as well, yeah. And once again, we've got another leader here in the Senate. We're very excited about having John Thune as our leader in the Senate.
I saw your chest
I think he's going to put together a great team.
I saw how proud you were of your colleague. Senator, thanks.
Very proud, and very optimistic.
Excellent. I think we are too. I think some people are. We are. Thank you. Let's check on Bitcoin bulls. Coming up later, you can see it's 98.6 now. Coming up later in the show, MicroStrategy co-founder Michael Saylor is going to join us to talk about the recent move. Futures are up right now in the stock market. You can see the Dow is not as bad as it was. It's single digits. Could turn positive. NASDAQ off a little.
Warranty.
Coming up, the CFPB expanding oversight of digital payment services, including Apple Pay, Venmo, and PayPal. We're to speak to Rohit Chopra about what it means for consumers. Squawk Box coming right back.
Welcome back to Squawk. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau will soon have oversight of digital payment services, including Apple, PayPal, Venmo, and others. The new rule will impact payment services that handle at least $50 million in transactions annually. For the latest, I want to bring in CFPB Director Rohit Chopra. Thank you for joining us. Before we get into any of this, actually, here we are saying that you're going to have oversight of all of these things. But the question is, under a new Trump administration, what kind of oversight do you think that this unit is going to have over anything?
Well, big tech companies have been lurching more and more into financial services, offering really products and services to more and more of the country. And there's pretty strong consensus from across the board that those companies also need to hold up their end of the bargain, making sure that they're following privacy laws and anti-fraud laws and so much more. So we're seeing a lot happening both at the state and federal level on this. And I think this is something that is totally common sense given the realities of the market today.
No, I understand that. I'm just curious, as we talk about DOGE and efforts to undo all sorts of divisions and units inside the government, what do you think happens to yours?
Well, I highly doubt that the CFPB is going to somehow fade away. I think everyone is seeing how much the issues that the CFPB is tackling are ones that directly relate to the costs that people face every day. We are looking hard at all sorts of proposals, including the president-elect's, to cap credit card interest rates. There's lots of people looking to reduce their costs on their monthly mortgage. So I don't know, Andrew. I think it feels like bread and butter of what any responsible
So you think actually the
government
division gets
should be
even more
doing.
aggressive? So how do you feel about capping credit cards, since you brought it up?
Well, we have actually put into place some stronger safeguards to end a lot of the credit card companies' abuses, including addressing late fee churning and so much more. I do think that we have seen credit card interest rates go up so high, much higher than we saw the Fed raising rates over the past few years. And people are now paying, I think, $120 billion in interest and fees. We have state level caps on so many types of loans. It still allows credit to flow. And I think that's going to be a place where you're going to see a lot more discussion about how both sides can really fix some of these credit card issues that people are struggling with.
When you think about regulating the tech companies, how is this going to change for them? So PayPal, Apple, what does it actually mean on a day-to-day basis in terms of what that regulation looks like?
Well, right now they're already subject to law enforcement actions, but what we want to do is make sure that people actually are going to have access to their funds. When someone's account is frozen or suddenly closed or they're debanked, it's really harmful to them. We want to make sure that we can see how they are following the law so those problems don't occur. And look, right now, we are also seeing those tech companies ingest huge amounts of data about all of our transactions, but they got to follow our privacy laws. We also see huge amounts of fraud being trafficked through some of these payment apps. We want to take important steps to cut down on it. I don't think if they're following the law, they should be afraid at all.
How do you think about crypto in the context of all of this, as we've been watching Bitcoin hover near $100,000 now, and some of the issues that you're just describing?
Yeah, so it wasn't that long ago, it was I think 5 years ago, that Facebook announced that it wanted to create its own currency. You know, when I think about consumer payments, right now we don't really see crypto being used for consumer payments, but a lot of us have our eyes on the future of stable coins. Stable coins could, if they take off, be part of big tech payment apps. And that's something we want to make sure that people actually are, able to have their money safely, and that it doesn't turn into something that fraud or hack makes them lose all their money. So we're not seeing that yet in the market. We see some of these firms looking at it, but I think that's where you're most likely to see it come into consumer use.
Final question for you, and it really has to do with security. And what I mean by that is digital security. When you look at the digital security programs, not just of the banks, obviously, but now of these type of institutions, whether it's an Apple or a PayPal or some of the other fintech companies, how do you rank them or in terms of thinking about the risk that something demonstrably problematic happens?
Yeah, so I do think it's fair to say that bigger companies have more resources to invest in security. The challenge is often resilience. I think I was on with you a few months ago when CrowdStrike, that debacle happened. We've got lots of issues in terms of how the economy is so dependent on a couple of these big tech companies when it comes to the cloud, and increasingly even in financial services, and one outage can create a real catastrophe. We really dodged a bullet with CrowdStrike, but I think we've got to be on the lookout when it comes to so much concentration, and one glitch can take the economy down sometimes.
Rohit, appreciate you joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
Good to see you.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among our top stories this morning, Bitcoin's hovering close to $100,000. Right now, it's at $98,722. It got within about $500 of that mark yesterday, and it's been at above $99,000 earlier this morning as well. President-elect Trump's embrace of the crypto industry, pushing prices up over the last 2 weeks. We're going to talk with Bitcoin bull Michael Saylor. That's coming up in just a few minutes. He's the executive chairman of MicroStrategy. Speaking of President-elect Trump and crypto, Trump's social media company appears to be considering branching into digital payments. Trump Media and Technology Group filing a trademark application earlier this week for what it's calling TruthFi, which it describes as being involved in crypto payment processing, credit card processing, and other activities. And one stock mover to finish things off. Let's check out shares of Gap this morning. That stock skyrocketing, up 15% after beating third quarter earnings and revenue estimates. It also raised its annual guidance for the third time this year.
All right, take a look at the futures, which had been down triple digits. Now the Dow's actually turned around, is up 31 points. NASDAQ continues trade a little bit lower, down 25 points. Big session yesterday for the Dow. S&P you can see down a little. Treasuries this morning 439 on the 10-year. Let's get to Mike Santoli at the New York Stock Exchange. It's Friday, Mike.
Yeah. It is, and you know, this week, Joe, has been a positive one, certainly for the average stock, but we've been in this somewhat prolonged stutter step. If you look at the S&P 500, the broad large cap indexes obviously made that high right around 6,000 in this few days after the election. Didn't really have much of a pullback, but definitely have kind of reset and cooled off a little bit. And you see right here, kind of on the verge again. Yesterday was a stronger day than was reflected in the S&P 500. It was like 3-to-1 up versus down, small caps leading, banks very strong. So value over growth and some of the mega cap tech stocks kind of restrained the S&P. Now you're just talking about Bitcoin, crypto. This is a relationship I've tracked for a while, NVIDIA relative to Bitcoin, and they were really in lockstep for a while. From the middle of last year through about the spring of this year, you can see how they were moving. Lift off from NVIDIA. Obviously, the sales and earnings estimates were just taking flight for NVIDIA and this AI build-out. And then you see what, at least by these, by this framing, looks like a bit of a catch-up move for Bitcoin. You can't necessarily draw a specific rationale, but they draw from a similar pool of capital that's looking for who is building the future, and they seem to have some kind of rhythms that match up. Now, also, away from the main indexes, we've seen this real comeback in some of the more aggressive speculative parts of the market, some of the unprofitable tech, some of the younger companies. So this is a 4-year chart of fintech, the IPO ETF, those are old IPOs at this point, and then cloud software, a lot of that is kind of younger and emerging. And long base after that huge crash following the early 2021 boom. And now they're trying to maybe get back on the upside here. So you see this very similar pattern of this corner of the market, heavily shorted stocks, less profitable ones. And so that's where you're seeing a lot of the risk appetite flow, guys.
All right, Mike. Very good. Thank you. For more on the markets, let's bring in Marta Norton, Chief Investment Strategist at Empower Investments. Good morning. And Just to lead into this, Mark, you make some interesting points that the Trump trade and the soft landing trade, there was a great deal of overlap. So it's not surprising that post-election we've seen a continuation of what the market was doing prior to the election.
That's right, Joe. I mean, I think you can think of it as a little bit of gasoline on a burning fire. What we saw really starting in, I guess I'd call it mid-September, that's when we really started to see the 10-year yield start to move higher. And I think that relates to the stronger economic growth that we saw pull in at around that time, really giving folks this sense of confidence in the soft landing. And of course, then we add the Trump trades into the mix. And of course, those encourage the 10-year yield as well, and also encourage the idea of stronger earnings growth through tax policy and the like. And so we just have a lot of forces pushing the market higher. And I think as we look forward, the question, of course, comes down to valuation.
That's what we have talked about quite a bit. What do you call it, 22? Some people, I guess maybe current year 23, but whatever it is, it's at the high end of historical ranges. You talk about the most recent earnings season that we went through. It was good, but not a blowout. So if there's no real multiple expansion possibilities, you don't want to use it to time your trades valuation. That never works, but it certainly should at least have you at least raising an eyebrow that we might be expensive.
Yeah, exactly right. I think there's kind of a push-pull here because there's less of a possibility, I would imagine, for multiple expansion, just given to your point where things stand today. And yet, as we look at the economy, there's a lot of reasons to think the economy is in decent shape. There's reasons to think that there could be some earnings momentum when we look at potential tax policies, especially those that favor domestic producers. And so that includes some of the small caps and helps explain some of the rally there. It also includes some of consumer-oriented stocks. So it really supports this kind of broadening out narrative from an earnings growth perspective. And that's what you see actually in analyst earnings expectations for Q4 and into 2025. So there's going to be this push-pull, I guess, between what we can expect from an earnings growth perspective and what we can expect from valuations. And with that push-pull, I would argue that it's important for investors to moderate expectations, given that we've had 20% plus years in the past 2 years of returns.
So next year sounds like one of those 7 to 8% years, including dividends?
I think there's an argument for that. I mean, it's certainly hard to imagine a third year of the returns that we've seen. It's within the range of possibilities, but maybe not the most probable outcome. And I guess another point that I would make is it feels like 2025 is really a year for balance over conviction, because when you look across sectors, not only is the broad market expensive, and there are areas that are especially expensive, technology and financials, but it's hard to find screaming opportunities anywhere. You can make a relative valuation argument for small caps in other areas, but it's not as though there are these fat pitches that are coming out that people can take swings at. So I would caution for balance from here.
I don't know what you do to balance it then. Does that mean increasing the fixed income? I mean, would you increase duration? I don't want to go there either. So what do you do if you're not totally in love with the stock market?
Right. So, well, first, within the stock market, I think there's a little nuance that you can introduce just when you think about a market cap weighted index and 30 cents of every dollar in the S&P 500 going to the Mag 7, thinking about introducing potentially a little bit more small cap exposure, not a major, allocation, but balance that out a bit. And then when you think cross asset and you're looking at fixed income, we're calling this a year for coupon clipping. So not necessarily seeing a lot of appreciation from maybe falling yields, but there are attractive yields within fixed income. So it's not necessarily moving out the curve, but having some exposure there.
Like triple B or something, like corporates or something? Or if the economy stays strong, maybe the credit quality stays okay, so you can maybe go into the high yield area?
That's right. I mean, spreads are tight, so there's not a ton of extra compensation for taking on credit risk. But I do think that you can pick your spots, because while spreads are tight, fundamentals are quite strong. So there's room to kind of navigate toward areas of the bond market that are potentially a little bit more attractive.
And then the other 50% of your portfolio right into Bitcoin. Maybe we got Michael Saylor coming up. That was for him. That was not for you, Mark. I won't ask you that. Thank you. All right, Squawk Box, we'll be right. He's coming up. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk. We're watching Bitcoin near $100,000. It hit a high of about $99,500 yesterday, but MicroStrategy, the largest corporate holder of Bitcoin, was down 16%. That fall coming after Citron Research disclosed a short position in MicroStrategy. Citron said that it's still bullish on Bitcoin and praised MicroStrategy's executive chairman, Michael Saylor, but it said the company's volume has completely detached from Bitcoin's fundamentals. Michael Saylor is here with us this morning. And I'd love for you, if you could, it's great to see you. Bitcoin's been a wild run, and boy, have you been right. But I'd love for you to respond to this report.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people don't understand our core business. We're a Bitcoin treasury company. We're powered by a Bitcoin reactor. We've got $35 billion of Bitcoin, and it's spinning at 100 vol. So the way we make money is we're selling the volatility and recycling it back into Bitcoin. And we're also stripping the volatility and the risk and the performance off of fixed income securities. And we're transferring that to the common stock. So our common stock is delivering 2x Bitcoin, 2x vol. So Andrew, if you want to understand the economics of this, we generate a spread. The BTC spread we generate, it's a function of the equity premium, the convert premium, and the Bitcoin premium. The Bitcoin premium is the ARR Bitcoin versus the US dollar. 2 weeks ago, we did 4.6 billion of an ATM. We ran it at a 70% spread. That means we made about a $3 billion BTC gain in 5 days. That would be about $12.50 a share. But over 10 years, that's $36 billion, or about $150 a share, just on that 1 week. This week we did a convertible bond, $3 billion at an 80% BTC spread. That's a $2.4 billion gain. That's about $10 a share, but over 10 years, that's $125 a share to the shareholders. I think that the thesis of the shorts is if the premium in the equity disappears, we can't make money. What they miss is that when we actually borrow money at 6% and we invest it in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin goes up 30%, and by the way, Bitcoin's going up 60%, we're getting a 90% BTC spread, but it would be 80% BTC spread, which means the $3 billion fixed income raise in preferreds or bonds generates the same $125 a share and $30 billion over 10 years. So once you understand that, you have a different view of the company.
So what do you say though to those who say there's a risk here, because this is effectively a levered Bitcoin position, and if in fact Bitcoin goes down, this becomes a much more complicated situation?
Yeah, well, the number one risk you take is the existential risk that Bitcoin has an extinction level event and goes to zero immediately tomorrow. But every long investor in MicroStrategy is a Bitcoin maximalist or Bitcoin believer. They've accepted that risk. Once you accept that risk, what do we expect? We expect it's going to go up 29% a year for the next 21 years. It's been going up 60% a year. So the people that are buying the equity are buying the equity because they want 2x Bitcoin, they want 2x vol. And once you accept that idea, you can see, over the last 2 weeks, Andrew, we generated $5.4 billion in BTC gains. We're making $500 million a day. I'm staring at my screen and we're selling dollar bills for $3, sometimes a million times a minute. And so it's not impossible. I mean, we may very well be the most profitable company in the United States, growing the fastest right now, because there's not many companies that are making $500 million a day doing what they're doing. If you don't like Bitcoin, you don't want any piece of it. But if you like Bitcoin, then this is a monster for you.
Look, I don't think anyone is debating the success that you're having, no question. I think the question, and we had Michael Novogratz on the broadcast yesterday, is just the question of leverage. And when people talk about leverage, and all sorts of bells go off in people's minds about what can happen if there is a downturn or there is a retreat, not necessarily to zero, but we've seen this be a very volatile asset. And while it's 100% gone up over the long term, and I'm not questioning that, I'm questioning whether you think if in fact there was a retracement from 98,000 to, I don't know, 70,000, what happens?
I'll make 2 points. 1 point, participants in the market are buying Bitcoin 20x faster than the supply is coming from the miners. There's a major demand supply imbalance, and that's going to continue for the foreseeable future. So I don't really expect that, but let's say it did happen. MicroStrategy's business is so good, we're generating 1 times the capital we raised. When we raised $10 billion in capital, if Bitcoin traded down $20,000 like you described, we'd still make $10 billion off the arbitrage by selling the volatility. If it trades up like I expect it will, we make 10x that. So we're either making $3 billion on that convertible bond this week in the worst case when it trades down, or we're making $30 billion on that convertible bond if it trades like the Bitcoiners believe it will.
And Michael, how should investors think about buying MicroStrategies versus buying now an ETF that might be levered, for example?
Well, what makes us special is we've got $35 billion of permanent capital. So we can lever that. We can sell a 5-year bond, or we can pledge that as collateral and raise fixed income instruments. If I sell 6% bonds or 6% preferreds, I'm getting that 80% or more spread out of it. BlackRock is a great company, and IBIT's great, but it's overnight deposits. And the ETFs have overnight deposits. So they can't create duration. They can't exploit the difference between borrowing money at 0% and investing at 60%. But that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 4 years.
So right now, I know you've been buying your own stock, but right now, if somebody was interested in Bitcoin, you think that the better bet is MicroStrategy versus buying it directly, for example, forgetting about the leverage piece of it?
You know, I actually think by far the best bet is buy our convertible bonds, because our convertible bonds are outperforming Bitcoin right now with downside protection. That's why we sold 3 billion of them this week. That's why I got a $500 million order to buy one in a 20-minute meeting. So if I was really Bitcoin curious and I wanted downside protection and I wanted the upside of Bitcoin, I'd buy the convert. But ultimately, you got three choices, Andrew. You can buy Bitcoin fixed income instruments like a MicroStrategy convert, which is some of the upside but downside protection. You can buy the straight Bitcoin in a wrapped ETF like IBIT, which is fine. Or you can buy high voltage Bitcoin, 2x Bitcoin, which is what MicroStrategy is. And I think it depends on the investor.
Michael, what's the conversion premium and what's the coupon?
We just sold that bond at 55% premium, 0 coupon, 5 years. It's the biggest crypto convert in history.
It's a 0.
And by the way,
that's interesting.
0. And we're the only company in the world that's ever issued 5 converts in a single year. So we are dominating the convert market as well as the equity, the options market in Bitcoin-related securities.
I know you're obviously super bullish on Bitcoin. We had a guest here in the 6 o'clock hour. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see him. He said he believed that it is plausible that Bitcoin gets to $1 million a coin literally in the next year, given what he thinks may happen in Washington as it relates to this new Trump administration.
Well, my long-term forecast is 21 years, 29% ARR. Right now we're 60% ARR. It'll decelerate toward 20% ARR over the next 21 years, and the volatility will decelerate from 60 vol to 20 or 25 vol. So that's my outlook. I think that the red wave was incredibly bullish. Basically, the red wave converted headwinds into tailwinds. Instead of a 20% headwind, it becomes a 20% tailwind. So I would be more bullish based upon the red wave. But ultimately, I think the right way to think of it is it's always going to be the stronger capital asset versus a conventional S&P index.
So what's that get us to? With what you say, 29% ARR, or what's in 21 years? What is that?
My forecast is 13 million a coin by the year 2045. And what I tell everybody is every Bitcoin you don't buy today is going to cost you $13 million in the future.
Michael Saylor, giving us a lot to think about this morning. We appreciate you joining us on this Friday morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
When we come back, we'll talk about what we've learned from a week of retail earnings as the stores get ready for Black Friday sales. Plus, Evercore founder Roger Altman will join us on the race for Treasury Secretary. Squawk Box will be right back.
Rated PG.
We are finishing up a big week of retail earnings, just 1 week before the all-important Black Friday sales. Courtney Reagan is here. She's got to look at what she's watching. There's a lot to digest this week.
That was exactly what I was just thinking. It's only a week until Black Friday, which is really hard to believe. Retail executives, though, are pretty much saying the consumer is, let's say, hanging in there. But she's willing to buy when the price and the merchandise is right. So most retailers turned in stronger than expected quarters. Target, the biggest outlier so far, struggling in part due to costly inventory planning to circumvent a short-lived port strike. Walmart and BJ's put up strong sales, though refer to consumers as, quote, choiceful and thoughtful, respectively, when it comes to their purchasing patterns. In an exclusive interview, Gap Inc. CEO Richard Dixon said while there hasn't been a significant observed change in consumer behavior, he feels a sentiment shift.
I've seen a calmness at this point. With the election behind us, there's increased clarity for the consumer, for all of us. And now we're really looking at the potential policy changes that can come with the transition to the new administration in 2025. We are, of course, just like everybody else, monitoring all the various topics and ensuring that we have plans in place to address any potential changes.
Dixon said the retailer is, quote, off to a strong start in holiday and that there's more work to do, but progress toward its strategic priorities is in the advanced early innings and the Gap is in the game.
The apparel industry declined 1.5 points, and we grew share in all of our brands. This is the 4th consecutive quarter of sales growth. It's the 7th consecutive quarter of share gains. So you're really seeing the sequential progress in our reinvigoration strategy driving top line.
Investors are impressed with Gap's better than expected quarter and increased guidance going into this holiday quarter. You can see our shares up almost 20%, 21% here this morning.
Well, it's a big deal for all of those brands to have made advancements, especially in a declining market.
Absolutely.
We are looking at a rough time for the retailers just in terms of how the calendar falls. They have fewer days between Thanksgiving and Christmas than they ever do. It's a tight calendar, and the reality is people shop around those borders. You get more sales when you have more days in that period.
You absolutely do. So 5 fewer days does make a difference. We did hear a lot of the retailers say those October early sales that they've been starting to have annually now at this point, sort of kicked off by Amazon, did turn in some pretty good results. Target, I think said that they had a record, Cyber Week or whatever it was, the Target Circle Week that they call it. So consumers kind of waiting for those tentpole moments. So I think that makes next week really important, especially if consumers are still really careful about pricing and what they pay and when they buy. But it's going to be a race to the finish this time and potentially more competitive than ever before.
Good news for those of us looking for bargains.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, coming up, Educator may not have the same. Oh, okay, Educator. Okay, all right. Warn me about these things. Might not have the same ring as Barbenheimer, but a movie studio executive, a portmanteau, I guess, of movies, are still hoping for a double opening this weekend as Wicked and Gladiator 2 spark a box office rush. We're going to talk about that. I think that's all we're going to talk about. I don't want to talk about we'll talk about our parent company spinoff too with Bellany. Matt Bellany from Puck is going to join us. He's only going to say good things though. Maybe not. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. The futures are mixed at this point this morning. Dow futures have picked up pretty steadily. When we started the show 2.5 hours ago, we were down by 100 points below fair value. Now we're up by about 30. S&P futures down by just 2 and the NASDAQ off by 18. Bitcoin has been something we've been watching very closely this morning, too, as it ticks higher to closer to 100,000. This morning it's sitting right at 98,183.
Meantime, it is looking like a blockbuster weekend at the box office, whether you call it Wickadator or maybe Glicked. Either way, what will it mean for the studio? Julia Borston's here to break it down and maybe explain what I was even talking about just now.
Well, it's Universal's Wicked and it's Paramount's Gladiator 2. And together, they're expected to bring in some $200 million at the domestic box office this weekend. Now, that would help a box office that is down 11% from last year and down 27% from 2019, and very much in need of a Barbenheimer-like boost. But with movie audiences only going to theaters 2 to 3 times a year now, Wicked's massive marketing blitz has made the brand ubiquitous in an attempt to create the kind of cultural touchstone event that audiences can't miss, with partnerships from Starbucks to Legos, star appearances from SNL to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Wicked even lit up the Arc de Triomphe in pink and in green. Now, Universal's reported $100 million plus marketing budget represents a bet not just on this film, but also on the second installment of Wicked that is coming next November. Meanwhile, Gladiator 2's reported $100 million marketing budget includes 6 red carpets, the building of a faux Coliseum in Hollywood, and an ad buy that made its final trailer release nearly inescapable, airing that final trailer simultaneously on more than 4,000 networks, digital platforms, and radio stations to reach as many as 300 million customers. Now, this weekend, even rival studios want Paramount and Universal to succeed because audiences returning to theaters will see trailers for next year's slew of big budget sequels that have been delayed due to the strikes, including Paramount's Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, and Disney's Captain America and Avatar sequels. So this is the new playbook. Studios know that audiences will pay up for experiences like Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. So they're working to make going to the movies just as much of a cultural touchstone as that was. Andrew?
It's a wicked situation. By the way, have you seen? We got Bellany here, by the way. Have you seen Wicked?
I have.
And
Good. Definitely, the target audience will love it.
are you
I am not the target audience, but the target audience will love it.
Where, Julia? Are you a Wicked person?
Yes.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen
What
it
kind
yet.
of question is that?
But,
She's
but
not
the reviews
wicked
have been very positive.
No, but
Wicked can be really good, Julia. You are wicked good. How's
Wicked
that?
good.
Yeah, you're wicked good. If you're from Boston,
I'll
really
take that as a compliment, Joe.
Yeah.
But the reviews on Rotten Tomatoes have been very, very strong. And so the key thing here is if you have that devoted fan audience that's going to go out and not just buy the Starbucks green Frappuccino and walk around with it and sort of market that to their friends with the merchandise and then spread good and positive word of mouth about this film. So that's the hope here, that the positive reviews, that really devoted fan audience, that may not be Matt Bellany, but there is one out there that turned the Wicked musical on Broadway into a multi-billion-dollar sensation. Can they be a marketing engine for this as well?
Okay. Julia Borston, Wicked good. Thank you.
Yeah, wicked good. Anyway, Matt is here, joining us now to talk more about the big box office weekend. And then the news from our parent company Comcast this week that'll be spinning off a portfolio of cable channels, including CNBC, Pucks, Matt Bellany. Why do I have the just the impression that it's been kind of a lean year for like AMC or some of the
Because it has. I mean, the strike last year in Hollywood really crippled the release schedule. This year it pushed a bunch of movies from 24 to 25, and we're just now picking up the slack on the movie releases, especially the big budget ones.
And this could be really good this weekend and much needed.
Absolutely. And the box office is down about 30% this year. I think this weekend is going to be gigantic, and it's nice. It's like the Barbenheimer effect. There's something for everyone this weekend. I think Wicked could end up doubling what Gladiator 2 does on the opening weekend, but Gladiator 2 will be a slower burn. The Wicked fans are going to show up this weekend. They've already reserved their seats. Gladiator's an older, more male audience. They'll come out over Thanksgiving and through the holidays.
And the buzz for Wicked's been really positive.
Very good. I mean, they executed exactly what the fans want. This is exactly the movie that fans of the musical like, and I think they're going to drag people, they're going to bring people with them this weekend. It's going to be much bigger than they initially anticipated. The marketing campaign on this has been brilliant. I mean, they've done so much. Julia's talking about it. 400 brand partners. This movie is everywhere. They've succeeded in making it an event.
They even had little dolls where it would take you to a porn site, which so that
was an accident.
There's something for everybody.
That was a Mattel. That was a Mattel accident. I'm actually surprised you guys aren't wearing green makeup. They didn't get to you.
Not part of the spin-off.
We don't care anymore. No, I'm kidding. We still want. For Gladiator 2, it still is going to be a good movie, even though I haven't seen a lot of positive buzz from.
No, the reviews have been pretty good, and the box office overseas.
Denzel, he's not going to be around. He said this might be close to the twilight of.
I don't believe him at all. He's going to be 70, but I think he's going to stay active. The movie's doing great overseas. I think the U.S. box office will be really strong. It'll just take a little longer to get there.
Okay, so we'll get to let's get to the news from Comcast. There are a lot of media companies that have cable assets that probably aren't in a strong enough position to do what Brian Roberts is able to do. He can continue to run Comcast exactly like he wants without the cash flow from cable, which the other companies may not be able to do.
No, although there's an allure of this SpinCo, they're calling it, which is someone like David Zaslav at Warner Discovery could take some of that debt and float it away with some of the cable networks and do that kind of a transaction, which could free up the studio assets, the Max streaming service, to be more of a pure play. I think because of that cash flow issue. They don't have these other businesses around their content business like broadband or theme parks or all the other things that Comcast does, or frankly Disney does as well. And it's really challenging. The math is hard to do that on a company that is so based on cable.
Then what was Comcast's rationale for? I mean, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. Why are they doing it?
These are not growth businesses. The cable networks are not growth. Comcast is probably frustrated that they've been dragging down the stock. The stock has not been matching the market, as you guys know. And they can put this into another company. They can well capitalize it, send it on its way, and potentially let it do what it can do to either grow or stay the same and manage decline. And then it'll free up the growth businesses at Comcast where they believe it'll help the stock.
Disney thought about this and opted not to. You think they come back around to this idea and rethink that strategy now that Comcast has done that?
It's possible, but I actually don't think so, because Disney has other logistical issues. Their streaming services are much more tied to the content on the cable networks, FX. They have this big flagship over-the-top ESPN service that's launching next year. That's tied to the broadcast network at ABC and the cable network at ESPN. So it's a much more logistically difficult decision. Doesn't mean it won't happen. It could, but it would just take a lot more machinations to make it happen.
What do you think of the carriage deals that are in effect currently for these networks, and the power or lack of power you get by combining them with other cable channels down the line? Which is, say, if you're going to bulk up, if that is the whole conceit here, does that either protect, increase, shift, change, you think, this bundle question?
Well, when you're talking about carriage negotiations, scale is always better. So if you have more of these networks, particularly more of the networks that are in demand and with content people like, obviously you're going to have more negotiating power.
Who do you think is in demand?
Well, to be honest, the news networks are pretty good. I mean, they talk about MSNBC and CNBC as potentially being the locomotive of this rail, this train, exactly, that could drive carriage.
But where are you on like an A&E or AMC networks, or
The entertainment,
Stars, or all of the networks that do seem somewhat orphaned?
Yeah.
That I think within the sort of speculative world, if you are going to go do this, or you say to yourself, what's available? Those are the assets that would be available.
Yeah.
Do those improve your lot in life or not?
I think the entertainment networks are hard, mostly because the content for those networks is largely available on streaming. You got to look at stuff that isn't available, like news, like financial news, things that have networks that have sports. I mean, if you look at USA, they have Premier League and they have WWE. Those are two pretty good engines for viewers. Those are going to be more valuable in a carriage negotiation than something like an A&E or something where the content tends to pop up all over the dial.
In 2 or 3 years, when we look back at this, will SpinCo, as we're calling it, have been a buyer or a seller?
A buyer and a seller.
A buyer or a seller.
I think right now, I think the plan is for them to be a buyer.
Is that how it'll turn out? Because if things don't look attractive to add to your cable position, couldn't private equity buy what you said was the choo-choo?
They could.
And then cut costs and sell it to somebody else? Or, I mean, I'd see consolidation happening, and either SpinCo is a consolidator or becomes consolidated with somebody else.
The plan right now is for it to be a consolidator, and that's what Mark Lazarus's job is. If it just stays the same, then these are declining assets. That's not what you want in a growth business that will be publicly traded. So the idea is to go out and pick off other networks that could be additive, things they don't have, like lifestyle, like food, like potentially BET from Paramount, things that add to the package of channels that could be sold to distributors.
Right, and so all vertical or all horizontal, it could be some of each.
Some of each, yeah. I honestly don't think we know, and it's going to be a year until this transaction's done.
They got all these bells and whistles that are making all this money doing different things. Could MSNBC do that? Could CNBC?
Totally. There could be a CNBC standalone streaming service that is launched off of the channel. It could be an MSNBC streaming service. There could be all these niche services that could pop up as a tile on a streaming service branded to the network.
But what you're saying is the talent and the people that are on those stations are the most important components of all this?
I mean, you joke, but the news networks have loyal. The news networks have loyal audiences.
I'm not trying to pull that out of you. Are you absolutely sure that they're the most important part of this whole?
The viewers will follow, particularly the morning talent on news networks wherever they go.
On the business news network.
Absolutely.
It's really
Matt
specific,
Bellamy.
Matt.
The check is in the mail. The check is in the mail, my friend.
As long as you're wearing green makeup.
Yeah, as long as I have green makeup. I get green teeth.
Good to see you.
All right, when we come back, Evercore founder and former Deputy Treasury Secretary Roger Altman will join us on President-elect Trump's cabinet pick so far and how he sees the race for Treasury Secretary shaping up, what the markets might like to see out of this as well. Squawk Box will be right back.
PG.
President-elect Trump spending time this week meeting with potential Treasury Secretary picks. Our next guest says that it's the most important personnel decision that Trump will make. He should know. Joining us right now is former Deputy Treasury Secretary Roger Altman. He is the founder and now senior chairman of Evercore. And Roger, you're the perfect person to talk to this morning about this. This is an important job, obviously. President-elect Trump sees it as a very important job. That's why he's taking more time with it than any of his other nomination picks at this point. What does the market want to see?
Well, let's step back for a second. I think it's the most important job, perhaps other than chief of staff, for two basic reasons.
Okay.
The first is, if you look at the election results we just saw and the exit polls, the economy was the #1 voting issue.
Right.
And Trump benefited a lot from that in terms of the cost of living concerns that voters had. He's going to want to hold the House and the Senate in 26, and again in 28, and the White House. And probably the economy is again going to be the #1 voting issue.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the most senior member of his team when it comes to economic policy is typically the Treasury Secretary. And so, first of all, from Trump's own point of view and his own self-interest, it's a critical pick. Secondly, we've seen more and more frequent financial crises over the last 40 to 50 years. Think about it. Savings and loan, long-term capital management, Mexican peso, Latin American debt crisis, European debt crisis, great financial crisis, and so forth, which is natural because the velocity of capital coursing around the world is accelerating. So, and Trump saw one of these in his first term, the COVID-related financial crisis. So you need a Treasury chief who knows what to do when that happens. And it's very hard for someone who's never been in government, and a lot of people don't quite appreciate this, to just walk in and know what they're doing in the first few months. It's just very hard.
Stephen Mnuchin did okay.
I think the idea floated today in the Wall Street Journal. I have no idea if Trump will really do it.
And by the way, the idea, for those who haven't read it yet, is that you would have Kevin Warsh, who would come in as Treasury Secretary, and then he would move to the Fed Chairman position in 2026.
And I think that's an interesting and sensible idea because Kevin's been in government. He served both in the White House and at the Fed. He could walk in on day one and know what he's doing. And if you put percent at the NEC, by the time Powell's term expires and Warsh would go to the Fed, he'd be ready to serve in the Treasury. I happen to think that's a pretty good idea.
That's a very interesting way of laying this out. We have had the conversation several times about the idea that Donald Trump promised a lot of things on the campaign trail that would be hard to deliver and not have problems either with Treasury buyers who would stand up and say no way, or with the idea that inflation might take off again. Both of those things would threaten his economic prosperity and be an issue potentially in 2026. Trump is very actively looking at this role, and I wonder, are people around him saying the things that you are saying right now?
I'm not sure the answer to that, Becky, but I think the next Treasury chief has a really tough job for 4 reasons. Trump's agenda, tariffs, taxes, deportation, and the impact of that agenda on interest rates is going to make that Treasury person's job tough. I mean, I don't know what decision Trump will finally make on how widely he applies the tariffs. And I know this is an object of tremendous debate, but at least in my opinion, widespread application of tariffs is negative for household disposable income and ultimately negative for growth. And then deportation, and of course it's a huge political issue, and I'm not a political expert, but we have something like 11 million undocumented people in this country. Most people say that the great majority of them, 80%, are working. We have a 4.1% unemployment rate. If you literally toss those people out of the country, all of them, it would be dreadful for the labor supply and ultimately for inflation. And then taxes. Trump wants, of course, to extend fully the 2017 tax cuts and to add some more, maybe a lower corporate rate, taxes on tips and so forth. At the margin, that's obviously deficit increasing and probably inflationary. And you add all that up and you say to yourself, what's the likely course of interest rates if those 3 are applied? And while the Fed may be cutting short-term rates, I think the implication for medium and long-term rates is that they'll be higher. So the next Treasury chief is going to have a tough job, and that's one of the reasons it's such an important choice.
Do you? I mentioned you the other day. You probably heard me. Right? I was talking about Mehmet Oz, and because we called him TV Doctor a couple of times.
We didn't. We didn't.
It was in the teleprompter.
No, we didn't.
Because I read the teleprompter, you would have read it, right?
No, I would not have. I know the history with this. I also know that he was at Columbia.
Right.
I
just mentioned that, well, not just an actual doctor, but you had your choice of who to get to do the surgery on your heart transplant, and you specifically, you thought he was the best.
I did.
I
tried very hard to get
You didn't ask for me. I could not do a heart transplant. So, do you think he's a good pick for CMS?
He is a very talented, creative person, and he could be a good choice. And I'm kind of intrigued by that choice. I mean, he's a tremendous talent and very inventive person. So hopefully, yes.
Good. I just thought, yeah, because we did. Maybe you weren't watching. You need to watch.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm hugely in his debt. Always will be. And at the time I had a heart transplant, he was more than a rock star in terms of heart surgery. I mean, he was like a god.
I don't think everyone knows that.
Well, he was.
Yeah.
And I tried very, very hard to get him to do my operation, which finally he agreed to do. And by the way, the reason that was hard is because typically it's like the military. You have 3 teams of surgeons and assistants on duty in any 24-hour period. And the person who does your surgery typically is who's ever there when you're ready to go. So it was hard to actually change any of that. But he was a brilliant heart surgeon. No two ways about that.
Let's get back to Treasury Secretary very quickly, just because, do you think, look, the nominees we've seen so far have been people who agree with Trump's philosophy on these things or are going to implement what he wants done?
And by the way, the good news is the 3 names that are most centrally discussed, these are very, top flight, super talented people. I mean, I do know Kevin well, or moderately well, I should say. I've met Mark Rowan, I don't really know him, and I do not know Scott. But these are people of great accomplishment.
So you're happy as a market participant with how this search seems to be going at this point?
I would say yes. I would say yes. I think the idea of Kevin to start is the best one for Trump because he'll walk in knowing exactly what to do. And people think they will if they've ever served in government, and it turns out to be harder.
Do you think that these 3 or 4 would act in any way independently of Trump? I mean, I think that's probably the critical question, by the way, for Trump in many ways, and it's also oddly the critical question for the markets, which is to say that if Trump were to say, I want to do tariffs in a certain way, and Kevin Warsh or Mark Rowan wants to push back and say, actually, I wouldn't do it that way, what happens?
Well,
right?
It's very hard to answer that, but the example I used of financial crises, I've seen this firsthand. But a real financial crisis strikes, the president doesn't know what to do. And he relies on his team. Look at the Bernanke, Geithner, Paulson team and how well they did.
Right.
And nothing against President Bush, but anybody in President Bush's shoes is not going to know what to do, and you're going to listen and follow what they tell you to do. So there'll be some independence depending on the circumstances.
Roger, thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Squawk Box will be right back.
that way.
I like
Thanks,
that.
Roger.
But look,
I'm Dominic Chu, starting with your morning movers here. Intuit shares are down pre-market despite reporting a beat across the board for its results last night. Profits and revenue came in. Outlook was a little bit below consensus, so those shares are moving. Coach and Kate Spade parent Tapestry popping after announcing its plan for a $2 billion accelerated share buyback program, so those shares up about 3% right now. And we'll round things out with a check on Ross Stores, off-price retail, soaring after a mixed quarter. Profits beat, revenues narrowly missed estimates. The off-price retailer citing inflationary pressures affecting consumer discretionary spending and effects from Hurricane Milton as drags on those results. But Ross did raise its full-year profit forecast, which are being helped along by lower costs for things like shipping and supply chains. So Andrew, Ross Stores off-price up 7%. I'll send things back over to you, Becky, and Joe.
Tom, thank you. Have a great weekend. Let's take a final check on the markets on this Friday morning. A little bit of a mixed picture, as Don was indicating. Dow up about 17 points, but the NASDAQ off about 39 points. The S&P 500 off about 4 points. And yes, Bitcoin closing in on $100,000. We'll see what happens between now and Monday. Make sure you join us and have a great weekend. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures fairly steady despite some surprisingly weak macro coming out of Europe. The private sector there falling into contraction. Euro's at a 2-year low. Meantime, inflows to U.S. stocks now up 7 straight weeks. Our roadmap begins with the winning week for the street. Some mega cap tech names, Nvidia, Meta, and Alphabet, however, pointing to some lower opens.
Plus, we continue to watch that so-called Trump trade. This as we await further insight into the president-elect's economic team, specifically who's going to run Treasury.
Oh, I told you that.
Meantime, a stark warning from Citadel's Ken Griffin, at least when it comes to tariffs. And retail's holiday expectations. Gap shares are surging this morning. It is seeing some strong demand for the big holiday season.
Let's begin with what has been an eventful week for the markets. Nice note out of Goldman today, Jim, looking at flows. 7 straight weeks of inflows to U.S., 8 straight weeks of outflows out of Europe.
Look, I'm not as negative on Europe as others, but I will say that, look, our markets are in a strange boat. Every single morning between 3 and 4 a.m., there's this potential short. Just endlessly, I just get up.
Today you asked if it was the rain.
Right, well, I mean, because there's obviously nothing to it. It's based on nothing. I mean, it's 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. There's really not a lot happening. There's a boring football game on or whatever. And I come in and I say, well, what are they, let's see, what do they have? What do the shorts have? And I used to joke with David, they say 90 to 95, about the money over the transom. And it used to just come on Mondays. Now it seems to come every day. And it gets right into the market. So you're sitting there thinking, wow, that's a negative story. Oh, Jesus, Ross Stores. Ross Stores, you know, the numbers weren't so great. Williams-Sonoma, that was really great. But you know what? They go up so much because there's a short base again. Where did this short base come from? Who's doing it?
I don't know, Jim. I don't know.
But I imagine you're grateful for it.
I think that it's the cushion. I think it's a trampoline. I think that when I see most of the stories that, I'm not talking about Rocket Labs, I'm not talking about Joby. I'm saying that the average stock has a short base that is shocking to me. It'd be like 2%, 4%, 6%. And they panic immediately because they don't get their way because there's just no real collapse in stock. I'm talking about stocks like Upstart, Affirm. I mean, today there was another patented piece about how Affirm raising from 50 to 90. You see these every day. You see the analysts capitulate. There were so many analysts who were betting that so many stocks were going to collapse, and Carl, they didn't. And now people are scrambling because they thought the companies were jokes. Look, is Rocket Lab, Elton John came up with this a long time ago, Rocket Lab. And now, because, you know what's a good example?
The words, but yes.
AppLovin's a real company.
It's a real company. It's got a more than $100 billion market value.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How's
and it's
that
been
right?
moving up, by the way. I mean, man.
But that's nothing
It's a hedge fund
anymore.
manager named Josh Resnick who's benefited enormously at Jericho. He's done a great job on that name. But the AppLovins of the world, the Reddits,
yes,
MicroStrategies.
Oh yeah, Mr. Recall, I missed you.
All right, but they have been moving. I mean, there's a memification thing going on
Thank
here,
you.
Jim.
And that's where
By
I
the
was
way,
going.
the Amazons, the Metas, Certainly not the alphabet. But not moving apples.
No.
Since the so-called Trump trade seems to be much more focused in these kinds of names.
Well, there's a lot of buying of companies that sound like they're good companies, and that people believe. And the best example of that is anything nuclear. And the people who make nuclear in this country, they're adamant that it's a 2032 issue. But the American people, who's ever doing this buying, they think that those people are wrong, and that it's going to be far more immediate. But those people are very good people who are in the nuclear industry, and they just tell me, Jim, don't get me. One of them told me, Jim, don't get so excited. Don't get so excited. I am an excitable fellow, I admit that. But I said some things that were very positive about nuclear, and the person said, Jim, it's 2032.
Yeah,
Stop it.
Small modular reactors.
Right.
Everything
Yes,
I've read about it indicates you're talking 5 to 7 years before.
But what do you make about the fact
they
that
get up
people
and
don't
running?
they'll buy them? They'll just buy them.
What do I make of it? They're getting excited by the prospect of it. I don't know if they're discounting future cash flows back
something that's
10 years from now, Jim.
I'm telling something more existential. It has to do with what Carl started at the beginning, which is that the wave of money finds itself in mysterious places. It finds itself obviously in Bitcoin, but it finds itself in these stocks that I hear on my lightning round. Where last night at Rocket Lab, I just said, enough, it's going higher. I never used to say that. I don't want to fight the wall of money that flows into this market.
Is it worrisome at all to you? I don't want to say that these names are overly speculative. Many of them are decently, or if not very good businesses. That said, they're getting pushed to levels. I mean, MicroStrategy is its own thing. Saylor was on Squawk Box this morning. Right. Interesting interview. It used to trade basically at the value of its Bitcoin. Now it trades at 3 times that.
Well, I'm just wondering that we don't have, maybe we have this $3 trillion umbrella that is NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft. If you have a $3 trillion company, maybe we have to readjust our thinking. Maybe $100 billion is not a big company.
Kind of is the subject of a nice note out of B of A today. Hartnett looks at NDX relative to SPX. It's holding its secular 2000 high. His argument is if it cracks, then you would see some rotation out of this U.S. exceptionalism trade. There's a look at that name, that relative performance.
I like that, but...
So wait, what is that showing us, Carl?
This is relative NDX to SPX.
Okay.
You see the high back in the dot-com boom.
Yep.
We've held above it.
Right.
Hartnett's point is, if that were to crack, then some of these U.S. raw trades might get a second look.
I see.
What do you think?
That's your area of expertise, along with so many others.
Okay, I'm going to give you my expertise. If you take a look at the stock of NVIDIA, which we all think is an unbelievably good stock.
But we think it's an unbelievably good company.
Right. Okay, so...
I'll allow you to say it's an unbelievably good stock.
A year ago, the stock looked like it was selling it at 50 times forward earnings. Okay? It turned out to be selling at 20 times earnings because NVIDIA far exceeded what anyone thought it could do. So you could have bought that stock at 20 times earnings last year. You could have bought it at 18 times earnings before the big ramp event. And we sit here and we think, what an overvalued stock. It turned out to be undervalued.
Right.
It turned out to be radically undervalued versus the S&P, versus General Mills. Doesn't that show you that...
Okay, but that is a unique, perhaps once in a lifetime kind of move, increase in earnings. I mean, they came into 23, analysts were expecting like 20-something billion in earnings, they did 60.
But I'm saying that if that's able to do that, maybe we are being too negative. That NVIDIA, the greatest story of all time, arguably, turned out to be very cheap. That's not supposed to be. That means that maybe...
And as a result, every other name is cheap?
No.
Reddit is cheap.
Reddit
is cheap.
Can I finish? No, people say, I want the next NVIDIA. And it might be Reddit. Maybe it's AppLovin. That's all that's happening. And who am I to... squelch...
I'll tell you who you are. You're a guy who's been on TV yapping about this stuff for 20-something years. You ran a hedge fund.
26.
Yeah, and on and on. And I can easily see you sitting here in 10 minutes and saying these things are all completely hot air.
Well, no, I'm saying that those are two different things. There's a dichotomy, okay? There are people who say, I want the next NVIDIA at 3.5 trillion, and there are companies that could be the next NVIDIA. But people are not discerning. They are saying, you know what? Maybe Joby is for real.
First of all, there's not going to be another NVIDIA.
How many do you think there are?
There's only one.
There are many people who buy lottery tickets every single day.
Oh, so now we're playing the lottery.
Joby. We're into flying cars. Why not?
Okay.
And we know what the total addressable market
All right. Look, there's a person. I'm going to tell you a wild story. Do you think there's a man who has maybe the largest supercomputer in the world in Tennessee?
I do,
and he
actually.
spent
I know
a fortune on NVIDIA chips.
I know a lot about that,
Maybe
yes.
tens of billions of dollars.
No, not tens of billions. Yeah, not yet.
Hundreds.
No. He's going to spend $10 billion.
And he's
probably on
developing.
chips. Yeah.
I'm going to make David flip. He's developing humanoids. How crazy is that? David, I'm saying that the crazy stuff is paying off in many humanoids. Elon Musk is developing humanoids. There's two trillionaires, billionaires, fighting against each other, right? In tweets.
Bezos and Musk, you're talking about.
And these guys, and I want a piece of that.
I'll tell you one
Everyone
thing.
wants a piece of the action.
Two of the most important magazine covers of the week did not go to the president-elect. Cover of Time and the cover of The Economist. I think we have both feature Elon Musk.
Well, look, I mean, he dreams big, and it turns out that some of them pay off, and some people want the next one. But best performing stock in the S&P. All right, this is a good example. Is what stock that you constantly say is overvalued. Constantly. Palantir. Number one.
Wait, I never say that at all. Why are you...
It's a device. Will you let me have this device? Jeez. You know, were you ever in a play? Oh my God! Did you ever go out in high school?
Yes, and
the Artful Dodger and Oliver in 6th grade.
Okay, I was Lieutenant Rooney in Arsenic and Old Lace. Let me tell you, wow. Listen to me, okay?
You one other play, yeah.
You
All right, go ahead. Sorry, of course.
You have stocks like that. You have these stocks, and you just say, I'm going to be in them. I'm going to be in one. I want to own the next one. And it turns out that there is a next one.
All right, but that also could be a very bad strategy, Jim.
Well, another thing that's happened is that there's a dichotomy of portfolios. They want to be in these S&P portfolios because they're told that you're a knucklehead if you're not, but they also want to make a little money beyond that. And I think that's fine. And I'm not going to say they're wrong. That's my point, David. I'm not going to say they're wrong.
I mean, I do this all the time to you, but you wrote a book. The title is Get Rich Carefully, right. And in the book you always say 20% gains, don't be afraid of ringing the register.
Right, well
we're looking at gains well above that.
You want to take some off, yes.
Do you think that would ever stop him from saying the exact opposite?
Oh, don't do that. I mean, I'm mercurial, but I'm not that arbitrary. Palantir is a great example. What the hell is it doing at 63? And you know what the average person says? You're right, why isn't it at 120? That's what the person says. I am not going to go against our viewers and say, when I say it's absurd that it's a 61, and they say, yeah, why isn't it?
What's going to change this current emotional period, so to speak?
What's going to change it?
Yeah.
If rates go up dramatically, I think it changes, but they have to go up dramatically.
Dramatically from here.
But I think something new has happened. I think that the people like Alex Karp, has figured out a way to get a new shareholder base. It's the base that just says, I am the man. I'm part of the man.
Diamond hands.
Yeah, but how is this not very similar to that period of time as well?
Okay. Let's say you had that skeptical attitude, to quote Will Frost. At 20, at 30, at 40, at 50, at 60, at 70, at 80, at 90. You think it's not? You think it's at 60? So it's a little more expensive at 90. And Alex Clark will come on and he'll tell you my stock's worth 1,000. There's a guy named Ron Barron. He's a serious professional, and he will use any price target he wants.
I know, but
anyone he wants.
David could also counter with AMC at 390, now at 5.
Well, you have to get out when the get was good there.
There you go. You had to get out when the get was good, okay? And that's where all this is going. At some point, this story will change.
Listen to me. Adam Aaron came on in the 50s and said, I'm selling. That's called a wake-up call. Alex Karp's probably buying.
Didn't he buy a gold mine or something?
Yes, he did.
It's probably a bad sign.
Helion or some. I don't know. Let me get Alex Karp on the phone. Not that he'll ever take my call.
No, he'll never take it.
We're going to talk some box office ahead of a busy weekend for the movie business.
Yeah,
when we come back, also the latest on the Trump transition and this search for a Treasury Secretary. Take a look at the pre-market. So many names to get to as well, including retail. We'll get to Gap, Ross Stores, Intuit, Tapestry, and more in a minute. Let's talk some Trump transition this morning. According to the Journal, the president-elect has floated the idea of choosing former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh to serve as Treasury Secretary, with the understanding that he could later be nominated to lead the Fed. A key issue for Trump's Treasury pick is enacting his aggressive tariff policy. But Citadel's Ken Griffin this week offered a stark warning about those policies at the Economic Club of New York.
I am gravely concerned that the rise of tariffs puts us on a slippery slope towards cronyism capital. We know this from the history of economics. Those same companies that enjoy that momentary sugar rush of having their competitors removed from the battlefield soon become complacent, soon take for granted their newfound economic superiority, and frankly, they become less competitive on both the world stage and less competitive at meeting the needs of the American consumer.
By the way, he also said that an activist, FTC and DOJ have taken a bite out of U.S. competitiveness.
Well, they really have. Look, the history is clear. The smooth rolling tariff was it came at the same time. It was precipitant to the Great Depression. We all know that tariffs are historically bad in terms of for world commerce. I do think that I have been a fair trader for many years, not a free trader, because free trade didn't work for us. So I'm not against tariffs, depending on whether you're trying to dump steel in our country to wreck our steel industry. You have to look what's been dumped. And Chinese bringing electric cars, I don't want them coming in. I do want our own electric cars. I'm trying to preserve, we want to preserve some industries.
But I thought it was an interesting point. I mean, the one that is being made more often, of course, is it will be inflationary, the tariffs.
Very much, very much.
But I thought it was interesting that Griffin went to crony capitalism and the idea that conceivably you will make a lot of our companies less competitive because they will simply come to rely on the fact that everything else is being kept out of our market.
Well, that's how you get a banana republic.
Yeah, right. And I thought that was interesting.
No, Ken Griffin's right. I mean, he's definitely right. It
was an interesting take. And by the way, then when it does come to Treasury, Roger Altman, I thought, on Squawk Box earlier, did a good job of outlining the challenges that will face whoever it is who takes over the Treasury job, given tariffs, tax policy that conceivably will grow the deficit, and not to mention a deportation policy, which we still don't really know any details on in terms of how many people conceivably will be sent off our shores. Warsh is, I know he's close to. I think he's close to Druckenmiller. I mean,
he's very close.
Druckenmiller's warned about the deficit for a long time. Am I not incorrect? I mean,
the floating Warsh to me was one of the most responsible things that a somewhat mercurial president-elect has been doing. I thought that was part of the rally this week. Was it, wow, Warsh, totally, I've been familiar with his work from when I worked with Larry Kudlow. He's an outstanding economist, outstanding. I don't happen to be on his page all the time, but he understands better than Ken. I'm sure Ken Griffin would say, listen, Warsh is a hitter. He's very good. The other people are look, you know the fellow.
Yeah, no, I know Mark Rowan.
Mark Rowan's a very serious guy.
Yes, very
serious. I felt appeased and very good about Treasury. I also, because I favor Amazon and Google and what they've done, I like this new Attorney General
Pam Bondi from
Florida. Because she worked at a firm that represented Google and Amazon. Can't beat that. But what's so funny?
No, I didn't know that.
How do you like that? I mean, one of her underlings, if he stays, Jonathan Cantor, the Attorney General Assistant General for Antitrust. Yeah. It'd be interesting. She might come down there and say, listen, this is something that I want to reconsider. However, I would come on and also add that Jonathan Cantor worked at Paul Weiss representing Google. And what good did that do?
No, it's not necessarily a sign of anything. Listen,
it's understandable.
The pick to run FTC and enforcement at DOJ, antitrust enforcement, they're going to be important ones. We've spent a lot of time these last 4 years talking about Nina Khan and Jonathan Cantor.
But she was a lobbyist. She wasn't an attorney. She was a lobbyist.
And that said, there's some euphoria in the market that thinks that there will be a wave of M&A. It's certainly a possibility.
I believe that.
But let's see who's appointed to those jobs, because there is a populist element to the incoming administration.
There definitely is, but
certainly embodied to a certain extent by Vice President-elect Vance, and we'll just have to wait and see.
But Google should stop going down. I got a 2027 time frame before they get in front of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, yesterday was
2027.
Yesterday was a day for Google. Goldman today, by the way, reiterates a buy on Alphabet. We'll talk more about that. We'll talk more about the transition as it applies to Bitcoin, trying once again to knock on the door of 100K. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash and the opening bell in just a minute.
What time is it? All right, I got time. What'd I leave it on? Mister. Damn, what you doing, man? Right on. Burned a lot of energy last night.
Take a look at some pre-market gainers on the S&P. NetApp's at the top, but Ross Stores not far behind. We're going to talk some retail along with that, and Gap, as we're about a week away from Black Friday. Opening bell in a few moments.
What'd Gap do? I said it would go down.
Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street opening bell.
Wrong. I was wrong on Gap. They got a $32 target price. Good morning, retail traders. I should have thought better about that one. I don't know what I said. I have to go back and watch it. To go long. For Wednesday after, but this one here's a double pivot points right in here, but we're going to call it right here, no, right here. Right where? Right here. Where? Nope. Solid buy. Earnings on CMA. That's right. 120.46 will start to move higher. In fact, I come this week on the Gap. So I've got a Head and Shoulders right here. Same thing, got us a nice little flag. It's a really nice flag here. If it holds to 63, this could be a strong buy come this week on the gap.
There's your answer. I didn't go by my words.
Set an alert off that 63.
Damn it. Did I hit it?
That's on the weekly.
I hit the, did I hit the alert?
Erase that.
Yep, I hit the alert.
I forgot to put weekly.
Well, my bad. I think I hit the alert. Yeah, I hit it.
Target, it's another good one. Now, you know, I was very bearish on Target for about 2 years, year and a half.
Listen to this.
I still am. I don't like Target. I think their push in wokeism and the devil and that guy they put in there to sell all that devil stuff right at the main part of the store, selling swimsuits for women, I mean men that are bikinis that have a place where you can hide your penis in the children's section. I think it's just very disgusting, and so I don't shop there, and I can't stand Target. I can't stand
Last mad dash of the week, of course, as we count you down to the final opening.
Well, I could hear that 100 times.
Pepsi.
Yeah, now, David, I don't know how much hummus. I always hummus.
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 I don't know how much you have in your refrigerator.
I don't have any right now, but I do enjoy a little hummus.
And do you like?
Oh, I have hummus.
I have had that, but I've found other brands
shit.
that we are able to avail ourselves on
Pepsi.
a local basis that are.
Okay, well that's
we have
fabulous.
some
Just play
favorites.
along.
Oh, that's Gap.
Well, Pepsi owned half of Sabra.
Yes.
And for $500 million to buy the other half.
Okay.
The reason why I mention this is because PepsiCo has been doing much to make its product.
Well, that looks halfway decent.
healthier. They've taken a lot of salt out. They've taken going more natural colors, and just as RFK Jr.
Coming up, we will have the opening bell.
We're going to go down. I'm going to think right around 591. So I'm going to get ready to look at puts right off the bat. I'm feeling putty today. What is it? Yep. Hey, hey, Paula. To the 25th on the SPY. Get 10. I'll get 10. That's the November 25th, the 590 strike is on watch here for 112. $124. Go, baby. 590. Take profit. I think you can drop a lot more, but winning. That's my first trade of the day. I'm gonna get ready to take it again. You ready? Double top, triple top, 102. $102. We're back to buck. I'm still in them. Oh, these are puts, not calls. Why did I put calls in there? That's stupid. Why did I put calls on there? Drop. I could add another 10 here, but I'm just going to leave it alone. I think it'd be smart to add another 10, but that'd be about $2,000. If this breaks out, I'm going to get out of it, though. Take off these shoes. Drop. Again, CNBC bringing all these specialists, tariffs. It's like they're trying to bring the market down with I don't know. Just makes no sense. Got AMD breaking out. AMD's a good stock. China's cracking down on Russia, saying if they shoot off a nuke, that their friendship's over. But I don't know about that. They're still commies. There we go. Now let's keep. Drop. What's taking so long? Give me a break. This thing ain't adding up. I don't know if I should get out of this even. I figured I'd be up 10 cents by now, but I'll just wait. Oh, just wait. Are you taken? Don't hesitate.
There, so not just from the government, but they mentioned some churn when it comes to their small business segment, which is within that kind of group of mid-market to small business. So they're managing to retain some of the mid-market, but there's been some churn with the small business consumers. I mean, they use their QuickBooks and other items, other verticals there. Was there anything else that stood out to you in terms of the weakness that might be causing some pressure on the stock?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the smaller businesses, because I do think that's a really interesting component of this report, and I mean just we see from them on a quarterly basis, because I think they could give a great read into some of these smaller businesses that are perhaps maybe dealing with more of these economic headwinds than a large corporation. And I feel as though those are the small businesses that are still a great read on the economy, because we're seeing more and more churn, less loyalty in the tax space, which I think is a product of like innovation, more and more.
I was hearing pissed off union workers this morning about the Keystone pipeline. Them people said they've been hurting real bad during the Biden regime, but they plan on opening up that pipeline again, putting people back to work to help their families. Next week, oh, that ain't next week. The 6th, the 29th. Okay, next week on the video, the 147 strike, or 148, 147 or 148. We got 3 black crows. In the video, 3 black crows. $120, $227. The 147 strike. Scalping day trade. November 29th. Next week. Could be a swing, but we'll see. I might keep one. I got 5 of them. Three black crows. 228. Just so rare. What's going on here? NVIDIA earnings were a blowout. Just ignore the stock move for now. SMCI fears delisting because it's corrupt. Come on, you better bounce back up. I'm going to get another 5, I think, on these. They were pumping Mister this morning. I'm not so fast on that one. Come on now. I might have to get out of this thing. It's Tesla. Darn. What the fuck? I'm gonna stay in it. Bake it. If this don't work, I'm gonna get out. Got more here. $2. Damn. They were talking a little bit this morning about frothiness. We got a wedge. Just have to sit on it for a second. I think we're going to break out, but I ain't adding no more to it, that's for sure. We'll know here in another minute. If we get a breakout, if it breaks above this here trend line, we'll be starting to be bullish. Probably one more candle and stay at this here level. I wanted to look at a Lily. Oh, Tesla knife. I have a support at 338.50. Not darn, man. Market's not, I'm probably worried about Russia. Did you see that missile they shot off? That was a scary son of a gun right there. The missile goes into the atmosphere and then it shoots these little other missiles down onto the city. Supersonic. And you could load them up with nukes. Have 15 warheads on them. 15 nukes. I would be talking about that over tariffs if I was an economist.
Their company and their CEO is starting to give their best customers a taste, starting to give them access to that Blackwell chip. I think in a way it's kind of like our favorite drink or
Market
our
not happy here.
favorite sweet. They're going to want more of that Blackwell chip.
Tesla hit my 337.61
as we go into the new year, throughout 2025 and beyond.
So higher demand as we go into the new year. Do you see any road to AMD closing this gap in a shorter time frame than the next few years?
It's a descending flag.
No, I really don't. I think when you're looking at that huge difference in cash and the lead that NVIDIA already has in terms of innovation and the fact that they have some great customers that are already utilizing their chip, you have the Amazons of the world, the Googles of the world, that's significant. And already, NVIDIA is already starting to think about, well, what next is important for AI? How are we going to use this at a higher degree and a more productive manner for our customers? I think that is going to continue to keep them ahead of the AMDs of the world.
Oh?
Okay, and we're seeing a little bit of a pullback of NVIDIA today, but you know, it seems to me, I don't think it's entirely out the window, but you talk about being normally about fundamentals, but there is some momentum action that has been occurring here. Are you still in the camp of, say, you know, ditching fundamentals and riding the momentum when it comes to NVIDIA?
Yes.
I kind of say that tongue in cheek, Diane, because fundamentals still are always important. But when you look at the fact that I'm not going to put everything plotting in a spreadsheet as I...
Finally, we got a fundamentalist admitting that it's not all fundamentals that make stock move. I'm shocked.
give a company the ability to stay away
I trade better.
from their competition, or at the least give them...
Just all I got to know about the fundamentals is if they're green, if they have cash. That's all I need to know. Being in the now of a company is a lot more important than the fundamentals. And then charting is a lot more important than both of them put together. So, my opinion. I haven't had too many fundamental traders argue with me about that point. Just one in the 20 years that I've traded. You don't need to be in the now. By God, you do. Nvidia's at $2 now. So we're gonna... If we break the 21, I got out of my SPY put. I'm at a loss. $140. $0.92. I did get my phone replaced because I had insurance on it, just because of a cracked screen. But it cost me $100. And then another 30 for them to program it, because I don't know how to do that. I'm watching the video here to get out of the trade. SMCI, oh, that ain't it. Oh, it was Mr. the one at SMCI going, huh? I guess what? Uh-oh. We're come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Blake it. We got, out of these three moving averages, I would probably be more diligent about the 63 EMA and the 200, not the 50. I don't use this 50 much, only on a yearly. Looking for a golden cross. Okay, we're double topping. We got a Head and Shoulders on the SPY and SPX. Double top, Head and Shoulders. I wonder why the spread's so wide on these puts. And the calls. $37 to 144. I'm not very bullish today. Not at all. Hell, I didn't even have the strike on here. And 37. I'm in 137, the 594 strike. I don't want that. Unlock. God. Don't do it. I want a big number here. June, are you now? Can't you see me in the movies? We're at 162. We got the VWAP right here. So that's your target, double bottom VWAP. Now you got a flag. You want to keep that in mind when you're looking for support. Take and draw a trend line from right there to there, and you know you broke that support. So now you're at the VWAP. So you want to get out of here at 177. We can drop down here to the 200. You either scale out, because I'm not very bullish right today, not with all the crap going on over the weekend. You don't know what the heck's going to happen. You just don't. So I ain't taking no chance. I ain't swinging crap. $183. Oh, I almost pushed the sell on this at 180. I'm gonna see if I can get. If we break below this VWAP, that'll be one hell of a ticket. I easily made back my $140 loss. VWAP chart. VWAP chart. I mean, it's an exit idea if you're in this trade. SPY puts. Take some off the table at 180. Where in the hell are you? Tesla, new highs, off that pullback.
I don't think he did.
NVIDIA needs to do something. Tesla, new highs, off that pullback. Dadgum. Called it too. Ugh. Oh well. I sure did, didn't I? That'd have been a good trade. Can't trade them all, but that would have been a good one right there. So I gotta figure out what to do with NVIDIA. I mean, they brought up that 3 trillion. Now they brought up 3.5 trillion market cap. So they're saying on their, the fat cats were saying, Well, we just might have to reevaluate these caps because they've always been in fear of a huge market cap on a stock like Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft. Now they might be looking at a 10 million, 10 trillion, 5 trillion to where they start worrying again. But they've had this fear of 3 trillion for years. A company that's too, God, what happened here? Fuck. I'm going to add on to NVIDIA. Whoa. SPY at the 200. Dadgummit. Now I'm mad. 600 bucks right there. I left it on the table. Well, I didn't leave that. I left a little bit. $197. Right to the 200. I got to add on to Tesla. I'm adding on right here. Not to Tesla, but to NVIDIA. I've got to really think smart here. $145. Okay, I guess I'm going to keep my fingers crossed here because I got a lot of contracts. If not, I'll just get out, take the loss. No. We got a double bottom on AMD. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. Come on. You got a lot of believers in Mr., but I'm not that convinced. Not that they borrow money to buy Bitcoin. I trust coin more. There we go. Come on now, break. There's Mara. MSFT. Microsoft flagging. Visa. BAC. So I'm down 300 on this, in case you're curious. Them spy puts would have paid real good. 594. I should have added a lot more. I could have really brought this thing down. I'm going to go in there and make me a cup of coffee. I'm going to swing this, I think, NVIDIA. Watch AMD. Hike. Is anybody, I want to ask everybody a question and give me your honest answer. Are you going to keep quiet about politics when you go home, or are you going to talk about it for Thanksgiving? Do you reject to go see your family because you disagree with? Most of my family's on welfare, so you know who they support. I'm the first one to get a college education in my family. Then my sister. It could be a good, interesting conversation, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut. You wearing your mega hat? Target 3-day rule successful again. Way to go, Ricky. Damn, that's right, man. That's a nice one. I gotta see if I put that on social media. I don't think I'd put it on social media. YouTube your memories such as I can regret. The perverted store. I personally will not shop here. Throwing away my prejudice. We are at an inverse Head and Shoulders. Thanks for pointing that out to me, Ricky.
in 30 to 40%, right? So they have very juicy returns on equity because they don't have to deploy a lot of capital for most of their software. So they are deploying a lot of capital this time because they have to build out all these data centers. So I would expect to see still something like 25 or 30% return on invested capital, and that's a high bar. And right now, I would again argue that the market is giving them the benefit of the doubt, but that's the big question.
It is to be questioned.
Big investment. What are your returns going to be? And once we start to get an inkling of what that is, the market will very quickly.
Okay, Guy, I'm going to tell you something. We have a 1, 2, 3 on NVIDIA. I wouldn't worry about Microsoft right now. Jim, that's an ascending triangle. What are you talking about? Yeah, this is George Salad. I was curious if you're going to trade NVIDIA. I'm in NVIDIA. I was looking good there for a second. And we got this bull flag, and all of a sudden it did turn to bullish. It's an ascending triangle with a 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. Same thing happened with this last time, but we had a bigger knife on the video because they argued about the market cap of 3 trillion. Now we're at 3.5 trillion. With a PE ratio of 57. One guy told me, sent me something here on, because I posted that. Where did I put that at? The $6 earnings per share at 26. 25 times multiple gets you at least 150 a share on NVIDIA. PC concerns with a laughing face. PE concerns. Dadgum, Jim. I nailed the puts today. Magnificent. Right out of the gate, what did I say? Did who lose? Didn't I read something up here you put in here? A C plus. Ooh. I expected it. Well, okay. I'll go with that. It's a mediocre score. You'd think a B would be granted. When I see a C plus, I'm just looking like, okay, a little bit of effort, but not enough. It saddens me to the core. I don't think I want to trade anymore. I've lost almost all of my hair, but I just don't want it to stop to care. So can I have a second wind, my friend? Fair. Hike. We're waiting for NVIDIA. We want it to bounce. We're waiting for NVIDIA. We want it to bounce. Boeing. Boeing secures $2.3 billion U.S. Air Force deal for advanced KC-49A tankers. Market chatter: FAA to review Boeing 737 MAX engines after a bird strike incident. Damn birds. That's another reason why I can't stand Boeing. It kills the birds. I'm going to flip him the bird. Save the birds. All lives matter. All bird lives matter. How dare you? I think they should be fined $1 million every time they hit a bird. Anybody disagree? That's one thing I've never done is kiss a bird. But I think I'd do it if I found one that would kiss me. Is that how I got bird flu? I don't know. Well, we are waiting. We are waiting for the bounce on the video. Where's all them NVIDIA bowls at? We're down 600. Can I handle her today? Let's give it a shot.
Initiatives. So, two optimists into next week's earnings, Tuesday, November 26th.
CrowdStrike next week.
And there are 43 buys in this name, 7 holds, 200 performs. The average price target, amazingly so, 334, does imply some downside, about 7.5%. But, I mean, high is 540. So there is still a lot of love for CrowdStrike despite its own missteps this year.
Yeah, I know. It's been quite the recovery, right, despite that major misstep earlier this year. Rick, what are you seeing when it comes to the chart for CrowdStrike?
What a comeback. You know, just a reminder of how quickly things can change. You know, 50% drop, 80% rally, like Jenny said here. And we find ourselves at a pretty interesting point on the chart right now here. So just to kind of backtrack a little bit, this was an interesting point. We had kind of an uncommon island-type price pattern here where we have a gap up, sideways consolidation, and then another gap down where we return to the previous range, and then
that's
really
probably on the daily
here. So notice as well these two blue lines here, 375, 395. Those represent our two analyst price targets. Matches up pretty well with the area I had my eye
That's bad.
well.
I should have thought about that a little harder.
Further to the downside though, just to capture the range I mentioned earlier. So that would be more like 368 to 395, and that's roughly where we topped out so far today at our pink line. We did not quite fill the gap yet, but we're getting quite close there. So really interesting developments here. Also, look down here at the RSI. You can see that
I'm gonna prove you wrong.
Persistent ceiling at that red dashed line. RSI repeatedly topping around that point, despite entering the overbought area. So if we do start to break above 72, that would be something noteworthy. Momentum has slowed a little bit. You can see the trajectory has lessened. We have a more modestly sloping line here, but more recently, actually looking pretty decent here as we continue to make new highs.
Figuratively, we did hit the gap. We just didn't break it. We're not above it. So we did hit the gap, artist.
Above our red line here, that was the bottom of our gap levels there, our top of our gap levels there, excuse me. It's also the +1 standard deviation channel. So once we start getting between, 368, that would be the bottom, and then 395 would be the top once again for resistance. Green line to the bottom, support area representing a low point before a gap down, 336. And then 316 matches up with our linear regression line and another significant high and low area.
All right, so those are the technicals when it comes to CrowdStrike. Let's pivot over to Autodesk. Jenny, I want to send it back to you. We're watching this one. Morgan Stanley boosting its price target, but it doesn't look like it's doing much with regard to the stock. We'll go through the technicals in a minute, but take us through the analyst note.
Yeah, I will say that now we turn to our names that are nowhere close to their all-time highs. I mean, from a technical front, I know this name has actually performed pretty decently on the year. We're up about 30%, but all-time high was around 344 back in 2021. So I do think this is one of those you have to zoom out and look at the broader recovery trend that we've really seen as of late. Although to give them some credit, 62% off of lows. So it's been a pretty nice uptrend as of late. Morgan Stanley raising its price target to 375 from 320 with an overweight rating, highlighting that stable checks support their expectations for a third quarter revenue growth of around 12% and in line with really the fourth quarter guide. And so while the firm did note that investors will need to be patient for comments on growth and margin opportunities until a new CFO is in place, they still see an attractive entry point for favorable risk and reward at these current levels. To speak to that, I mean, it is relatively lower value. They traded around 37 times their forward earnings, which is by no means cheap, but well beneath the software sector's 42 times and slightly higher than the tech sector, which is around 33.4 times its forward earnings. And there's no bears in this name. There are 18 buys, 11 holds, and not a single underperform or sell equivalent. So there is still some pretty solid conviction from at least the analyst community on forward expectations here.
Some solid conviction from the analyst community, but Rick, let's take a look at these technicals for Autodesk and tell us what this chart shows you.
Well, it's looking pretty good in the short term here, at least. You can see we had a notable breakout above this ceiling that we had a double top type pattern at near 293, then a big push to the upside here, and then kind of a give back a little bit, kind of a bull flag type pattern there. Common occurrence when you get a big gap up, you'll get a period of sideways to downward consolidation. In this case, notice as well that we kind of held along the previous low point after the gap up, as well as our yellow 21-day EMA and our blue trend line there. So we held at a source of support that was a confluence of several different indicators. Then we got a bounce up. However, not really too much progress beyond our previous highs around 315.40 or so. We did make intraday highs beyond that level here. Now we're finding ourselves in kind of a doji type candle where we're at the level we opened pretty much, so not really any net movement. So this is a good example too of how drawing trend lines is kind of subjective. It depends on the person doing it. Multiple people can have different takes. For one thing, you could draw from the yearly low, this white trend line mostly matching up with these lows here, with the notable exception being August 5th. We all know that was a very odd day for the stock market. Japanese stock market had problems, blah, 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 whatever. And we can also see that if you draw from that low, we have our blue trend line. Slightly different here, but kind of matches up pretty well regardless. So that's why I would say there's like a supportive zone between these two trend lines and kind of based around that green line that's those old highs. So between like 293 to 301, based on all that stuff, that seems like a very interesting support area to keep an eye on if things start to go south. Looking at RSI, momentum pretty good, still trending upward here. Green trend line staying consistent, not quite at the overbought area yet. Once again, though, kind of a persistent ceiling, 74.30 here, so that's something to consider. If we do keep pushing upward and making new highs, +1 or +2 standard deviation channel comes in at 323.58. And now, looking at our support area once again, we can also see the +1 channel is at around 298. So that lends even more weight to that area.
It's so funny you mentioned that August 5th level, especially when you think about like when someone looks at a chart in the future and goes back and says, I wonder, like in very, very far in the future, let's say a decade or 10, 20 years, and like, what happened here? All right, let's pivot. I want to go over to Best Buy. Shares are gaining some ground today. They've got earnings coming up. JP Morgan Chase boosting its target. What do we have here in terms of this analyst note, Jenny?
You know, this name continues to surprise me. I know that we've pulled back from highs, about 14%, with the 52-week highs, but we've also been able to recover about 32% from lows, and the street just continues to build its conviction from a bullish standpoint, really on this name. Again, they have earnings Tuesday before the market opens. JP Morgan giving a price target of 117 from 111, also keeping its overweight rating, and they're maintaining their above street third quarter estimates with a comp miss generally expected. They did continue to mention that they believe that Best Buy is at the very start of the replacement cycle for most of its products. And I know that a lot of the bulls in this name have really favored the super cycle, and that we'll see a lot of upgrades with the advancements of AI, because a lot of times you'll have to just purchase new devices, and they see that as a pretty solid demand story for Best Buy, frankly. And so I think that's been interesting. Again, I think a lot rides on a pretty serious upgrade cycle for AI in the iPhone 16, which we don't actually really know has happened yet. But there is still conviction. I mean, 11 buys, 17.
I heard yesterday the liberals were pissed off because they were calling Elon Musk vice president, and they were making fun of advances. I'm okay with it. I really like that. He's going to be our next president, I think, Vance will. That or Elon, if he wants it. But I thought it was kind of funny. I'm wondering how social media is going to react for the next 4 years. Are they going to carry on with false impeachments, false dossiers, still blaming Russia? Is that And still the race baiting thing. Are they going to keep that all up for another 4 years? Or do they really want to make themselves look... They've lost the working class. I mean, they've lost the working class. Anybody that can't, that makes a salary and has to go out and buy groceries. My grocery bill's up $300 every frickin' month. So I'm not happy. And I'm only one person. You can imagine what a household of 4 or 5 would be like. Rosie O'Donnell says she's going to stop watching CNN. She's having a nervous breakdown. I used to like her. I liked it. I remember, who did I see? Dan Query. No, it was, what was that guy's name? Let's go look at my CDs. But I remember him talking politics up on stage, and I just booed as loud as I could. Probably 10,000, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 people turned around and looked at me. I said, "Sing, we don't want to hear your opinion on politics. I didn't pay $30 to listen to you preach to me about politics."
Or so. So that's kind of the picture for this one here. A move to the upside, but still not really breaking out in terms of RSI. We still have downward trend lines. We're still below the 50 midline, but a breakout beyond that level, 93.70, that would be something to watch out for sure.
Best Buy Christmas special. Did you say break the 200?
Line up though in terms of the not breaking out to what Jenny talked about with regard to where analysts are and where conviction lies. And it sounds like there is a little bit of wait and see when it comes to Best Buy, although shares advancing today off the back of this latest note from JP Morgan Chase. Great insight from both of you, Rick Ducat and Jenny Horn. Thank you. Up next, we've got Market Meetup time. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
Do.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
Bobby!
Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go.
Now I want everybody to be nice to Bobby. It's good to have a refreshing mind in here to kind of set us all, keep us, in line. We love Bobby.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for
Diane, I got your name, baby.
Finally. to break down where we are today and what we're expecting for the week ahead.
AMD called the bottom.
Track for gains for this week.
AMD called the bottom.
Let's start with you and what you're paying attention to, especially when it comes to levels on both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100.
Magnificent. Grade.
Well, I think if you look at the S&P, I think we're probably on the way to breach those 6,020 level. I think that we've got another push to the upside as we move into the end of this month, which typically is really.
I called the AMD bottom. I said, I even got a door knock. Hey, Jim, what do you think about AMD at the snake there at the double bottom? I think we're going to have us a breakout. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Now I heard that, was it QCOM? Is it QCOM? Is that the name of it? Yeah. No. What's that? Comcast. What's the ticker for Comcast? Does anybody know? Oh, shit. Make a major mistake. Come on, NVIDIA. Comcast. COMCAST, ticker symbol. What is it? Where's it at? Oh, there it is. CMCSA. 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 They got Gladiator 2 movie coming out. And then I heard something about some other, I can't remember what they were talking about. Started with a W. Wicked. What in the hell is Wicked? WICKED. WICKED. I just don't get into Hollywood at all. I can't stand this, any of them. Is that a movie, I guess? WICKED. Wicked trailer.
Born wicked? Or do they have wickedness thrust upon them? You're green.
I am. Welcome, new students, to Shiz University, Miss Alphabet. You can room with Miss Galinda.
Oh, popular. I know about popular. Oh, I saved you some space, by the way.
Do you really think this is fair?
I do not. I was promised a private suite.
That,
Thanks for
I don't think I'd watch it. There's no way in hell I'd watch this.
Please, everyone take your seats. In today's odds, a real sorcerer who possesses true magic has become all too rare.
That was you who made all that happen. How did you do it? I don't know. I've never known.
Nope, not for me. Too much flash. Not enough good acting. Okay, I'm starting to get a move on my NVIDIA. Just got a little bit more to go. Come on, baby. Well, you were doing good. Wasn't watching. I should have been watching it. Who would watch Wicked in the room? Is it Broadway? YouTubers, would you watch Wicked? Be honest. A+ with a shooting star tick. I got an A+. Magnificent. I got somebody that grades me a little bit better. I know you're not a liberal, because a liberal would say, I'd give you an A+ for effort.
Okay.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Empower
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah,
portfolio
yeah.
with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only.
See how pretty that is? If you can count to 4, SPX, you can make a little bit more.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab.
If you can count to 3, it could be an exit idea for thee. 1, 2-bus, 3-bus. 1, 2, 3. Hot damn jam. Now, how would you draw that up, Jimmy? There's 2 ways I'd do this. I'd take and go to the body, like that. And then I would run a resistance right there. Boom! I'd be out of the trade right now. Right now. If I'd have took it. I called it, but I didn't take it. I said, room, we're hitting support off my trend line down here on the SPX. And right now I'd be out of the trade looking for a put. So let's look at puts. 160 on the video. SPX in the Putville. Today's the 22nd. And I'm looking at the 5950s. SPX puts scalping the 350, the 5950 puts for November the 22nd with a strike. Oh, what happened here? 350 to 420. Ha ha ha! Woo! Magnificent. I think you can give me a better grade now. What happened with that? Jimmy cut that knife? Wow. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That was clearly an A-plate bus. God, 470. If I only had a brain. Sold one at 470 and we'll keep one. Okay, I got one left. I see a yin yang somewhere right around in here. One, 2 bits, and a freebie. I don't have nothing to wrap my damn burrito in today. I just am gonna eat hamburger. Oh, I got I'll have hamburger, pie, and sweet potato. Made up my mind. And I'll tear cheese into the hamburger. $4.90. Would you please drop? I don't want to lose this, so. It can't break the 9. If it breaks the 9, I always take what I got here. We're at $4.
bit, right? We saw that change, and the minute that happened, all of a sudden we see the bull run here. Look, on your last show, I said, look, I still think there's a rug pull coming. I still think there's an issue here that we're not seeing the full
I'll be right back.
picture just
We got a
yet.
one. Yep.
Home prices in
Drop.
Florida are falling fairly quickly. The
Where's
consumer
my
doesn't
phone?
feel completely
I'm gonna be able to trade this.
yet, although they feel a lot better now after the election. But I'll say one thing that this is for sure is that
As I cook my
think we'll have
lunch.
a very happy holidays here, because quite frankly, people are going to be spending, and we're hearing a lot about doom spending right now, and people are spending to make them feel a little bit better. So we're seeing Amazon doing quite well. Their numbers, their Black Friday this week has already gone gangbusters. They're expecting to have biggest numbers ever. And they've had a longer time
Amazon
here,
Black Friday.
21st, 24th. So I think that's where you got to look for is Costco's, Amazon's, those places, big box stores.
Yeah, understood. Let's get to the sentiment numbers. When we saw the sentiment here, as I'm reading through here, the number comes in at 71.8. The prior, it's my understanding, was revised to 70.5. So it was up month over month.
Yeah.
There was a division between Republicans and Democrats. Republicans were feeling more elated about the outlook for the economy than the Democrats. But the point was that, in fact, it did improve. And
Honey, the economy hasn't improved. When inflation gets down to 20%, when my hamburger is not 100% above what I paid for it 4 years ago, then we'll have a great economy.
We are seeing some bigger layoffs coming around the corner. That's not always a good thing. We know that. But stocks, that's always a good thing. But I will say this much. I will say people do feel that the
Yay.
economy in the future has a chance to really expand a bit. Expanding meaning not just that there'll be better
Who, me?
jobs or a more quality picture of what they're buying, like say cars or homes, but I also think they're also buying smaller products too. Maybe like refrigerators. I'd say Whirlpool.
Are you
companies
talking to me or are you talking to someone else?
as they fix up their home.
all right, well, you know, sort of a mixed bag on how you're feeling, but you do have picks for us today.
Alex.
I see Disney and Netflix, and let's go through some of the...
Alex, you made no sense, buddy. You flirting with your woman? Jimmy did not catch the knife? Uh-oh. On what? Okay, get ready. We hit the 63. What did I tell you? It didn't drop much in price. I might as well sell this sucker. I sell it and watch it drop to the 200. Okay. I'm going to play an old trick here. Meeny, miny, mo. Do I sell or do I let it go? As we climb, we're at 510 now. 550. Patience. Magnificent. I think that deserves a AAA. Okay, get ready to sell it. Take a profit. Robert De Niro. Woo! Damn, I'm having a good day. That's a hammer, so you exit the trade. You see it? That's a bullish candle right there. I'm not saying it can break out because we're still, but I'm saying it's a good exit spot if you want to get out at the heat. Oh God, what? Where's NVIDIA? Okay. Oh well, NVIDIA's being hard on me today. I have a feeling we're still going to come up here. Okay, I'm going to go make my lunch. IDW off the VWAP needs to break 237. Oh, nice. $580, $590. Well. Look at that. 610, 630, 650, 680. Scale it. Perfect. That is just a beautiful trade. I don't know how you do it, Jim, but I told my mother about you. She wants to meet you. She has a 36C cup. So I gotta see this Robert De Niro thing, majigger. I heard he might leave.
And who else are you talking to? Are you talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here. So you must be talking to me. And you are lying! Now catch Moose and Squirrel, and next time use the CGI on them.
Robert, you know you're not well liked around here in Missouri. We don't care for you.
Today. All right, it's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Charles Moon, Prosper Trading Academy, joining us now. Charles, how are you feeling about the market? I mean, we're back in the green here. We had volatility, but a winning week. 2 of the 3 weeks for the S&P and NASDAQ have up arrows.
Yeah, and it's been a bit weird because it certainly hasn't been the leaders that's been taking us up. Amazon has struggled, Apple has struggled, Microsoft has struggled, Google has been testing the 200-day moving average. So it's not the Magnificent Seven that's bringing us up. In fact, they're the ones that's kind of suppressing the NASDAQ from absolutely exploding to the upside. But we're seeing a lot of stocks playing catch-up. Names like Snowflake, for example, just exploded this week. DDoS making new highs. And so all these other names, it could be a nice rotation. Ultimately, for me, cybersecurity, cloud, 2024 was a year of AI and AI component makers. I believe that 2025 is going to be the year for cloud and cybersecurity. So it seems like we're starting to see that position up and building up into 2025, and that just kind of seems what's been happening, that we're seeing rotation out of the bigger market cap weighted tech names and rotating into these more growth stocks over the last month.
So cloud and security. So let's get to CrowdStrike, which has really come up off the lows since the debacle of the global IT outage. Everybody was wondering what happens next for CrowdStrike. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts, where you think this could be headed.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to be facing these lawsuits for quite some time, but ultimately the breakout is really important here because they did 2 things that's giving me a really bullish stance that they're going to progress higher. Number one, they came up to fill that gap where they had kind of melted down from, which is right around 343. And once they got through that level, they pulled back a bit and it was immediately bought up. Today I was looking for a breakout above 359. That really signals to me that this stock wants to push up towards 380 and right back to the 52-week highs at 398. And again, the stance hasn't changed, and it's always been kind of one and the same. If cloud is going to be moving up higher, cybersecurity usually follows in suit. So, we've seen Palo Alto break out here.
Baidu have a blip. Baidu's cheap.
But CrowdStrike is definitely the name that's really of interest here because there is some really good projected upside. I'm expecting 380 here over the next couple of weeks, and perhaps even that test of 398 here shortly, now that they've blasted through that 359 level.
All right, it's a 365, and you see 380, 398, and calling this one back in a nice leadership potential and position again, and much more room to the upside. You say, let's see what Rick Ducat has to say about the charts. Rick.
Was it all just a bad dream? Was this 50% decline, real? It feels like it's all just been erased now. We're pretty much back where we started here. If you were holding shares, it probably felt very real to you, though. And just kind of an interesting reminder of how fast things can change, how things that you think may be in big trouble can rally and get back to where they started. So now we are up about like 82% from this low point here, near about 201. We are finding ourselves, for the most part, within the boundaries of these 2 white dashed lines that are making an upward channel. We are at an important area. 359 to 368 is kind of this gap area right here. So we had a kind of an odd, uncommon island type reversal where we had a gap up, a period of sideways consolidation, and then another gap down, and then that eventually led to our rather precipitous decline there. These 2 blue dashed lines here, those are some analyst price targets that came in today. So around 375 to 395 are where some of those agencies were looking at. Matches up pretty closely with the range I highlighted. I would have broadened it out more to like 368 to 395. Nevertheless, we're above our moving averages. We're trending upward here. RSI breaking above an old ceiling that we have seen numerous times here around 72. It's also in the overbought area, so momentum is looking pretty decent for the bulls as we kind of head into our shortened holiday trading week next week. Big volume node near 380, another important piece of evidence that this is a key price level here. So now if we were to zoom in a little bit, 359 to about 380, that was kind of just for perspective, some of the levels that I know Charles had his eye on here. But you can see as well, in addition to being in our gap area, we are above our +1 standard deviation channel, 1 standard deviation above our linear regression line right here, our blue line. Another important support point to the downside here. So 359 support. Right around here, green line, another gap level, 336, then 316. To the upside, +1 or +2 standard deviation channel. Our orange line comes in at 403. One area to watch to the upside, potentially.
Yeah, understood. Okay, so he sees some
Yes, still in the video.
You do as well, Charles. Final quick thought on that one?
Yeah, and again, if these growth stocks, most notably, it's really Snowflake,
Might have to.
Datadog, and MongoDB. These stocks continue to ascend. It's really just going to help carry this entire sector along with it. There's great upside momentum. They've been really deviating from kind of the market weakness. You can see CrowdStrike's up 2% while the NASDAQ is down right now. So that tells me that the demand is still sustaining. And if that demand is in the picture, this is a great momentum stock that could really get up to 380 in a blink of an eye. And that's why the projections are so short term. Now, whether they break through that 380 level and up into that 398 level and continue to push beyond, that's something that we're going to have to really tie into the overall markets, especially the NASDAQ breaking out at all-time highs.
Damn.
That's going to be a big propellant. But in the meantime, while the big tech names like Microsoft and Amazon, who are the true leaders in cloud along with Google, continue to remain shaky, just seems like a lot of the money is shifting into these individual stocks, and they're really benefiting greatly.
All right. How about we talk about Carvana, because this was a name. There was a time, remember how out of favor it became, and there was so much concern about Carvana. And now look, 1 year, 737%. You got to rub your eyes and seeing this at new highs. Now what, Charles?
Yeah, honestly, from a valuation standpoint, it's pretty ridiculous. This is a company that was basically on the verge of bankruptcy. But this is a retail darling. And, the one thing that I realized with the markets a long time ago, they love momentum and trend. And this is what Carvana has showcased. We look at these price points right now, the stock's trading at right around $260. But if we look back just 3 years ago, they were a $300 stock. We look back 5 years ago, they were somewhere around $350, almost $400. So when we relate historical references, these are all price levels that institutions and retail traders are going to kind of pinpoint. And what I've seen is that Carvana's been able to really push beyond these resistance levels, and it really opens up the skies. And when a stock has a strong trend plus momentum and it's a retail name, retail traders keep buying. They're not going to try and fight the tape. They're going to go along with the tape. Right now, near term, Carvana, it's been consolidating for the last basically 2-3 weeks. They've been in this really nice wedge pattern. They busted through it today. And, what I really wanted to see was them test this 260 level. They blasted through this level. 273 is the next stop in the near term. And with this momentum, if they get beyond 273, they'll be at 308 in a blink of an eye.
Come on, it's
Very
not
similar
looking
to
good.
The profile of CrowdStrike, when it garners that upside momentum, they just start extending and they really start running. So this is why, when we see in the year 2024 these growth stocks breaking
Right
out,
here's it.
This is one of those names that's really just
It has to hold now. It can't go any farther down. I don't want to take a loss, but
recovery in these growth names.
this is it right here. No lower. Well, shit. This has to be it. Has to hold 120. I got Right now I'm down bigly. Final resort. Support. Overcome global tariff risk. See, they've got tariffs. Tariff. What's it? Bulls and bears at an inflection point. Experts say, will AI growth overcome global tariff risk? We have no tariffs in place. He's not even president yet. You don't know. Sometimes these idiots. I'm not for free trade. Almost everything I read's about tariffs. He was president for 4 years. He applied tariffs and we had a great economy. I keep thinking a lot of these people on Wall Street are old school. I had some man on here this morning that had a heart transplant. He's so old he couldn't hardly walk. Talking stocks. Whining about tariffs. I still think they want to bring us down because they're putting that fear in there to buy the dip in January. But we got Santa coming up. And we got Black Friday coming up. This Friday. Next Friday. Ain't it? After Thanksgiving. I'm debating if I could add on to this or just, I don't want to throw a lot of money. I've got a lot in here already. I don't want to throw a lot more. We'll just leave it. I've done real good today, so I can take a little loss. As long as we stay above 120. Oak.
I'm looking for a breakout straight to around 75, perhaps even testing back towards that 79.49 level. And, when we look at the broader picture, the ascension is still in the picture. So if they still work back towards that 79.49, it may not stop there. And again, with the way that this stock swings, 30, 40-point swings, it could easily break through that 79.49 level and race right towards 100. So we'll have to wait and see once we get to that point. But all I'm looking for right now is for this stock to break $60, get up to $75 very quickly. It's not too often that you could see a stock at that price point making that type of move in that short period of time. So the ability of leverage and opportunity is really being presented here.
All right, okay. So some upside potential here. You think it could get up quickly. Let's see what Rick says on the technicals, please, Rick.
So just a fun side note, Tempest is actually our downstairs neighbors in our office building here in Chicago. So just kind of an interesting connection for me here, just as I look at this one here. And Tempest means time in Latin, and time is one of the things that we don't have a lot of on this chart because we only go back to like June or so here. So I didn't use our exponential moving averages like we typically use. 20-day simple moving average and 50-day simple moving averages are yellow and blue dotted lines there respectively here. And you can see we are crossing above above an area that I had my eye on here. 56.50 is this red line, kind of just doing the midpoint of where prices seem to have some fluctuation and trouble getting above. So I would say maybe between like 56 to 57 would be the resistance zone that we'd be interested in clearing in this name. Once again, you can see our purple trend line here was support. It was our upward trend line here. Then it kind of became resistance after it was breached. Then once again resistance. We had a huge breakout to the upside after we did struggle to clear it. Then support once again, the eventual breakdown, now resistance once again. So notice as well, that's really where volume starts to sharply drop off as well. So these kind of thinly traded areas, you can see fast moving prices. It can be a situation you don't want to get caught in when you're not prepared for it. So keep that in mind here. RSI, kind of a mixed picture right now. Not really a great trend line we can draw in either direction. Kind of been broken by both metrics here. So we are above the 50 midline though, just barely right now as we consider the move potentially above this resistance.
I got a question.
So when we zoom in a little.
I heard this morning, let me see where I am here. 120. I might have to get stopped out. I heard this morning that 80% of the illegal immigrants are working. Do you believe that? Wall Street analyst said that. He says, I'm worried about the deportation because 80% of the illegal immigrants are working. 80%. And he said it would cause inflation to rise and unemployment to rise. I don't see 80% of these illegal immigrants working. But I'm not smothered with them. I live in Springfield, Missouri. Does anybody know that number? Is it 80%? You're not a fan of musicals? Oh, so it's a musical. Well, if it was a musical, I could probably, but I ain't going to watch something like that. It'd have to be something like Elvis. Well, it looks to me like I'm fucked on this one. No, it's not. It don't look bullish at all. Kind of. I was hoping we'd have us an expansion pattern, but it didn't hold. See the expansion? Let me get this here. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that would have bounced right there, but it started to, but it didn't. I'm going to still hold on to it. Because that's snake into an expansion pattern. We could be up here by the end of the day. And this is a fallen wedge. Well, snake. That looks bullish there. Does that look a little bit more bullish to you now, Magnificent? You see the expansion pattern? You see the 1, 2, 3, 4? Do you see us coming back up to the 200 by the end of the day?
Versus the same time.
Here's guys talking about NVIDIA.
Last year. Data center business was up 17% sequentially. Now it's over $30
$143.50
business. It's up 112% in data center versus the same period last year. And it's driven by sales of NVIDIA's Hopper and Blackwell GPU architectures. That's where the fuel is. Data center build out with hyperscalers like Microsoft Azure, AWS, Oracle, Google Cloud. That's going to continue for the next 18 to 24 months.
143.42.
Demand for AI
I'll be right back.
In the data center
Make my lunch.
outstripping capacity.
Stretch my balls.
I don't see any signs of this NVIDIA train slowing anytime soon.
Very interesting. And I had a guest yesterday who said $800 by the year 2030. Very positive because of all the different things that NVIDIA brings that all the other chip makers don't have the ecosystem that NVIDIA has. And that's something you focused on, right?
Yeah, actually, kind of the unsung hero in a lot of these high-tech companies like NVIDIA is their software engineering prowess. And that's really an enablement story to optimize and help developers, get up to speed quickly with their platforms. The company is releasing hundreds of what it calls NIMs, or NVIDIA Inference Microservices for AI. These are little AI boxes, if you will, that are optimized on NVIDIA hardware and allow developers to take advantage of industry platform AI models, but optimized for NVIDIA hardware, and getting them up to speed quickly on that hardware so that they can, go work their magic with it. And so really that is one of NVIDIA's core strengths, in addition to its obvious silicon prowess as well.
Yeah, he was actually talking about its own language and how it has that as well, and the digital twins and all the things that NVIDIA can do. So at $142, it hit $152 over the last 24 hours, hit new highs. Where do you think this stock really could head?
Yeah, I think I'm
think
a technology analyst, not a financial analyst, but I can tell you that I see a lot of upside still for this stock. If you talk about, several $100s, sure, I think that's a reasonable target. There's other growth indicators.
You got a prediction?
As well, though, and when you look at NVIDIA's, for example, their automotive business, which is fledgling now at only about $450 million a quarter, I think. But they have an $11 billion design win pipeline with major automakers.
20 years from now, Bitcoin will be worth $34 million each.
Lots of upside potential here in addition to the AI data center. Another thing that they're beginning to do now, we're seeing some signs of market share gains in the CPU segment. So not just the GPU accelerators that are great for AI, but CPU. They have their Grace processor, which they bundle with, and in many cases integrate and design with their GPUs. It's going to begin to eat into Intel and AMD x86 market share on the CPU side in these AI data center build-outs as well, because they have such a tight coupling with their GPU silicon. So again, lots of strengths, lots of areas for growth, continued growth, in addition to obviously a burgeoning AI market that shows no signs of stopping.
And look, NVIDIA also, you had Jensen Huang talking about getting Blackwell out to more and more, even more so than he thought in the fourth quarter. And that demand has been incredible overall. So it certainly doesn't seem like there's a stop happening here in any way, shape, or form. And with that being said, when you look at the group, is NVIDIA the leader, the star, the name you like, or what about the other names?
You know, that's an interesting question. There are some very interesting players that are enjoying this AI boom beyond NVIDIA. I think you have Qualcomm up on the screen right there, QCOM. That is an interesting stock for sure. They are what I would refer to as an edge AI player. So endpoints at consumers. You know, whether it be a cell phone, whether it be also the automotive industry, in cars as well. They have low power, highly connected AI processors as well. Snapdragon is a big brand that's coming up in smartphones these days, and also on the PC and Snapdragon PCs. But other interesting players that are sort of riding NVIDIA's coattails, if you will. Micron, for example, is a memory player that we all know him well, a longtime U.S. chip manufacturer, is providing HBM3E memory for NVIDIA as well. And so for their Hopper and for their Blackwell GPU platform as well. And then you look at smaller players like SiTime, SITM. I like them as well. Interesting niche play here. You're talking about clock timing chips for these high-performance compute platforms, and they're actually on NVIDIA's Blackwell design in their boards. So you can look to these other fringe players to enjoy this ride with NVIDIA as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe some people were worried about the growth in sales slowing some, but overall, you're not worried about that.
I mean, the data center build out, if you talk to AWS, if you talk to the folks at Google Cloud, if you talk to Azure, those people are, you know, they're all telling me, I'm hearing that, you know, demand is outstripping capacity. You know, it's not just fear of missing out and being competitive with the latest AI technology. It's literally capacity. And before this AI boom, things were moving to the cloud. And so demand for compute in the cloud and then the data center is outstripping supply. And I do not see an end for that anytime soon. I think eventually, once we get, you know, the AI platforms fully deployed and fully realized in, you know, everyday life, and it becomes more commonplace everywhere we go, sure, I think you could see a leveling off, but 18 to 24 months maybe. I think there's a longer term horizon for that.
Okay, so still going for the AI boom. Thank you so much, Dave. Nice to chat with you. Dave Altavilla, Hot Tech Vision and Analysis. Thank you. Coming up, the disruptors. We're watching NetApp. We're seeing shares climb this morning after the company reported some positive numbers for the quarter. George Sillis standing by. I'll have a breakdown, and an example trade for us. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to to Trading 360 live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Nicole Petalides. Glad you're with us. It's time for the Disruptors. George Sillis is with us, senior markets correspondent here. Taking a look at NetApp after reporting its numbers. I see a new high of 135, but down 2.5% as we speak. Some of your thoughts on the report?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at NetApp, you know, you're right. It did trade to the upside, and there's a little bit of a sell-off earlier this morning, and I'll explain why in a sec. But for those who don't know, we don't talk about this one too often, but it's actually a legacy, you know, software-defined networking company as well as a hardware.
You were talking about it the other day.
With other players we talked about, like Hewlett-Packard Enterprises and Oracle. Even Dell, which is going to be reporting next week, by the way. But if you look at NetApp's performance today, it doesn't speak to the performance in terms of reporting their earnings and sales, but there's a rationale behind why it's moving lower. If you consider the numbers they printed for earnings, $1.87 was the number versus the estimate of $1.79. So that was about 18% higher than the same quarter last year, Nicole. And sales were just fractionally higher at $1.658 billion versus the $1.654 billion, but nonetheless they were 6% to the upside compared to the same quarter last year. Now, if you look at the EPS guidance for fiscal year 25, NetApp actually raised that guidance slightly, but they did lower their guidance just slightly or fractionally for revenue guidance, and it's now at $6.4 billion at the midpoint versus the estimated consensus midpoint at $6.6 billion. So if you look at the beat this quarter, it's really a function of actually reducing capital expenditures, which were actually quite high previous quarter. And so I think what they're doing is they're just guiding lower based on some softening estimates. They're smoothing out the estimates going forward. The company really hasn't been growing its sales very much in the past year, but its net profit margins have actually expanded by about 300 basis points, which speaks to why the stock is higher by about 65% over the last year. But nonetheless, what we have today is the result of the company guiding higher on earnings, but actually slightly less than on top line sales. And so they're selling it off today, but it's a sell-off that may not necessarily be warranted considering they're still growing their sales and earnings. Sales about 3%, rather modest, but earnings are expected to grow by about 7% on a forward basis. And if you look at the analyst calls, they are all increasing their price targets marginally, but do maintain broadly a sector weighting on the stock. UBS increased their target to $138 from $134, and Wells Fargo increased their price target on the stand to $140.
I see. Okay, so how would you go about an example trade here today, George?
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at just in the context of the price action today, you would say it's a little bit concerning, but I think it actually just matches the report. And overall, I think if you consider what's going on for the daily chart last year, the stock has actually been range bound in the past 3 quarters. The low side is around $115, and the high side is around $135. So I think today's sell-off may be an opportunity to sell some premium below the current price right around that $115 support area, which again goes back 3 quarters. So I'm going to go out to December with 28 days to expiration. I'm going to sell the 120, 115 put spread. And so it's a put vertical, and that's another name of how to describe it. I'm going to sell the 120, and then I'm going to simultaneously buy the 115 put below that. So I'm going to harvest in this two-leg structure about $1.25 in credit per share, $125 a contract. So the whole objective is for the stock to stay above the short strike, which is the 120. 118.75 is your break even, but your max loss occurs if the stock hits 115 or lower by expiration. But those levels also correspond to a rising 200 period moving average. So for what it's worth, I think the stock will stay relatively range bound in the next little while, considering the earnings report has passed and the price action today, I think, is resettling, if you will, right around that 120 area.
All right, George Sillis, great to see you. Thank you. Looking at NetApp for us right now, which is a bit to the downside, but I saw an article in Barron's quoting somebody saying it was firing on all cylinders. So a lot of positive comments, and again, as it hit a new high. Thank you, George. Good to see you. Have a nice weekend. Thanks. Coming up, our 360 round, we're going to cover Intuit after the report of its earnings last night. Our panel is standing by. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Russia Putin says we will continue hypersonic ballistic missile test. Putin says Thursday firing off the missiles was successful. We will continue, including in combat conditions. Hazel Tree missile system is not modernization of old Soviet system. Develop such system is vital as we face new threats. No one else has weapon like this. New weapon can't be intercepted. Decision has been taken to start serial production of new missiles. Russia's security will be ensured. The liberals look at this as a joke. Big bounce on SPX. Uh-oh. What happened here? We made a major mistake. Not we, but Biden did. I'm so pissed off at my liberal friends, I don't even want to look at them. They're so stupid. I mean, that's a weird looking bomb. They shoot it off in the atmosphere and then these little bitty warheads come off of it. There's up to 15 nukes on them. Well, I'm going to go get my coffee made and watch this thing try to bounce back up. And put another grand in it. I don't know. They should have just waited until Trump got in there and put the blame on Trump, not Biden, for getting this war started. A lot of people think that he's just talking down his butt like he has before, but I don't know. We're at 120 now. Another 50 cents to go. God. Well, at least got some life out of the SPX. %, gainer on the 5970. I'm not in it. I should have been. I called this bottom right here. 3 black crows. Then you got a 1, 2, 3 megaphone, which I thought we were going to get off the video. So it's at resistance right now. Could pull back here, the SPX. Same kind of pattern, but the other one didn't work out. La 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 la. Am I right, Magnificent? Are you still holding? Let me know if you cut. Agent's working on it. What agent? Indonesians as well?
Fucking video, bro. Get up. Get up. Get up there.
What's that?
Jim?
Yeah. Is it moving?
No, it's pissing me out.
Oh.
It's not.
Yeah. As long as we hold here.
As long as what?
As long as we hold here. But it's not.
That screen is way too fucking loud.
Stream?
Yeah, like I think like the YouTube thing, yeah.
You can hear it?
I just stopped watching the stream. Yeah.
You can hear that?
I was looking at it, yeah.
I can't hear it.
Really?
Can everybody else hear this stream? What stream? What one are you talking about? Me?
Your stream.
It's too loud?
Yeah. No, it was like I wouldn't say it was too loud, but it was like, making a lot of noise.
Is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them
I need to know stuff like that because I know I'll turn the microphone down.
I think that we're going into I think on the STX or on the SPY where it looks like we're kind of consolidating here to a point here. You see it?
Yep. Yeah, it bounced off that expansion. That's what I thought the video was going to do, but I was real excited right here.
It's above the 200. NVIDIA, dude, God forbid this touches the 200, you know? Yeah, I don't think this is... What do you think, Jim?
Well, I was a little skeptical of the market because in the past, last time we got up here, they whined and they cried about a $3 trillion market cap on NVIDIA.
Yeah.
I mean, they whined and cried about it. And they just couldn't shut up about it. And they said that it was overbought. And then it dips on down. And then we're back up here with a $3.5 trillion market cap. So why are you accepting the fact that the market caps are going to get bigger on these companies, or are you still going to go with the old standard of 3 trillion is too much, it's too big? And then they were talking like, well, we might have to raise the market cap up to our guidelines of 10 trillion. That means next time we see a stock that goes to 10 trillion, then we'll start getting worried about it. I'm going, none of that makes any sense.
What are your thoughts on shorting?
I'm not very bullish right now because of Putin.
Well, I was going to say, what are your thoughts on shorting Mr. right now? MicroFed?
Mr. to me is a piece of crap because they're buying because they're buying Bitcoin on borrowed time, borrowed money.
Oh, shit. Right when I was looking at it, it looks like it's oh no, it might bounce off there again.
Yeah, it's that support.
Little stair step right there.
They were talking about it yesterday, saying that they're borrowing money to buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And I don't, what?
I can't. Yeah, I've never been a Bitcoin. I've never been a crypto anything.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't understand it, and I think that in the events of like an EMP, I would much rather have a block of gold versus a cryptocurrency. You know what I mean?
Yep. Because it's just it's nothing.
Yeah, it's just a string of numbers. So my
Yeah.
thing is that
There's nothing solid about it.
if because the whole point of having like because the thing is that they want it to be a like a security. You know what I mean? Like something kind of like a reserve currency. And if an EMP goes out, all that shit goes out the window. You know what I mean? Like what's the point
Yeah.
of having
Video drop. I just got. I don't want to. I hate getting people in bad trades.
which one? The NVIDIA one?
Yeah. It's a lot of stress.
Jim, it's okay. This, I don't know. Maybe it bounces back up here. I don't know. We'll see. I need to make my money back. So I'm looking for the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, Meta's coming. Meta's moving up again. That's nice. I had Meta calls this morning, but it's just been dwindling down, and I've been like, are you kidding me? Well, not this morning. I got him say 11 o'clock or.
Yeah.
No, 10:30. That's when I bought them.
Yeah, I just read a thing here that Putin threatened the UK with the nukes, with these ballistic missiles.
He's on
He's had it. Yeah. He's having a nationwide meeting right now.
Yeah, he's on a power trip big time.
I know damn good and well Trump would have had this thing stopped. Or it would have never happened under Trump. Because he'd still be having breakfast with Putin. I don't care.
Victor's creeping down and Spy is coming up. What do you think, that after it consolidates it'll go back up? Maybe go back to 600? Really?
And the Spy?
No way. There's no shot. I'm looking at it on the 4 hour right now. 1 hour?
I got out
on the
with
4
profit.
hour, on the 4 hour, it's to climb. And on the 1 hour, it looks like it'll climb too.
The 4 hour looks pretty, don't it?
The 4 hour looks really nice, yeah.
Randy likes the 4 hour chart.
I use it to test my feet. Like if I see something, I'm like, oh, okay, let's see what's up on the 4 hour. You know.
It's at resistance.
4 hour does look like that this is.
You see that? You see that pattern
Let me see your screen.
on the 4 hour?
On the 4 hour?
Yeah, Spy.
Yeah.
It's that flag. Inverse head and shoulders at the 200. That'd have been a good trade right there.
Yeah.
Then now you're at resistance. It breaks that, then it goes automatically on up to double top.
Yeah.
Yep. And we broke kind of a pivot point today, or this week. Today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it looks like a flag there.
Mm-hmm.
On the last few days, right?
Yep. Right there at 594.66 is a pivot point. And that's a pivot point in today's flag. And we got a symmetrical pennant flag today.
so-called.
Yep. Oh, I know a so-called. In California?
No, I'm saying calls.
Oh. No, I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. That we're up, yeah, because we're up here at Resistance area.
I have a line charter out right now that if it touches it, I'll jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, so Putin's on a power trip. And if it was,
I think,
DJ, and if
yeah.
DJ was the president, you know what I mean? I don't think we'd be in this situation right now.
No, and it wouldn't have to be it would kindness. I mean, just Democrats have been picking on Russia ever since what Trump got elected. And then Hillary fucked him up by handing him that button, said she wanted to be good buddies with him, and when she said the word, it didn't sound like they wanted to be buddies. I forgot what.
I promise, Jim, I despise that woman.
Hillary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That woman has funneled so much money outside. Like, the only reason I would even go as far to say that Haiti, the nation of Haiti.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hillary has single-handedly, and her Clinton Foundation has single-handedly.
Yep.
What is it called? Like decivilized the nation.
Yep, that was their genocide. 500,000 died under his watch, Clinton's watch. I remember that. And they stole all that money from him.
And then on top of that, they're stealing all that money from them. It's insane.
Yep.
And nobody gives a shit. That's the crazy part.
Yep.
Nobody wants to look into it. Nobody cares. I think it's. I'm under the impression that she must pay off a lot of Democrats, like campaign money wise,
Probably.
using that foundation, and thus, nobody wants to really look into it.
Yep.
Oh, look at that! Look at Spy! Look at Spy!
I'm watching.
Oh my God!
Broke resistance.
You see that?
Yep. Flagged her right up.
It's right there. It's right on the edge of my charted line. It's like on the, what do you say, a symmetrical flag? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Pennant flag. So you call it a pennant?
Yeah.
Symmetrical flag.
And on the 5-minute, it lines up even better.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So what the thinking here is that it'll touch the bottom of the flag there again and squeeze and bang?
Yeah, I can come back and touch that right shoulder. I'm just going to have to take a loss on the video, but I don't want to. I've got to give it till at least lunch. Another 45 minutes if we hold here. Now we might have a body candle starting on that 5-minute. I'm going to go make me a cup of coffee. I've had a nice lunch.
STX this morning. I was like, well, I'm not short it.
I did. Twice.
I know. You made money.
Yep.
Shit. I saw it when you were like, oh, SPX 5950, and I looked at it. I was looking at it before. It was at like $3.90 or whatever, and it dipped down to 350, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy it.
Yep.
Right, and then that's when you said, oh, 5950. I was like, oh, let me see what Jim says. And you bought it.
Yep.
And you bought up all the $33.50. I was like, this guy, and it ripped.
It was sweet. I mean, I got it. It wasn't even 20 seconds. Boom.
Yeah, it ripped.
And I was 300. I mean, dang, you know, NVIDIA. I'm gonna keep my. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm gonna make coffee, but I've not been as bullish on NVIDIA as a lot of these other people have been, because I'm trying to be in the now, and I'm listening to these analysts, and they just kept on with that 3 trillion market cap. Just wouldn't shut up about it and brought it all the way down.
No, I think NVIDIA's.
They wanted it. Yeah, they wanted it to go to $75. I argued with Trish Regan. You know who she is?
No, actually, I don't know.
You don't know who Trish Regan is?
No.
God. She's the most beautifulest woman in the world.
Am I supposed to know who she is?
You should know her. I bet you do know her.
I probably do. I just don't know. I'm just really bad at faces.
There she is.
Are you showing her on your stream?
Yeah, I am. She's a hot tamale.
Oh yeah, she's super hot.
She used to be on Fox. And she's got a financial thingamajigger, and about a month ago she was on YouTube and I was talking about NVIDIA, and I got on there and I said, hey girl, where are we going? She said, oh, it's overbought. I said, what do you mean? We got $94, $75 price target on it. I said, that's half the price of what it was. Are you sure? That's a 50% drop. And then a couple of other people got in there and started arguing with me about it. And I said, I'll see you at 150.
And who ended up being right?
Me.
You'll see them at 150?
We hit 150.
True. Jim, I was gonna, Jim, you got any snow this weekend? Or this week? I mean, this week?
Do I got any what?
Snow. You got snow?
Snow? No. No, we'll get it though.
I had snow yesterday.
The last 2 years it's got real cold. We had the first 40 below degree weather 2 years ago. And I just, God, yes. Wind chill, 40 below.
You know, one time I was skiing in Canada, God, what is this? Quebec? I don't know. And it was the wind chill made it feel like net below 50 or some shit. I have never been so cold in my entire life. It's so cold that like the icicles, they form on your eyes.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Do you have a car, and do you have a clean driving record?
Now, Pete Hegseth is a great guy. I can tell you. Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegseth named as Department of Defense Secretary by Donald Trump. He is a terrific
I like listening to this girl on my earplugs without watching her.
He was and is a player on Fox News.
So shout out to Trish Regan. Yeah, she is. She says I'm huge. It says it right here. Washboardjim is huge.
So today I'm gonna cook my eggs in beef tallow.
In a what?
In beef beef tallow.
Hmm.
You know what that is?
No.
Yeah, tallow. It's like the fat of the beef.
Oh yeah. You're gonna cook your eggs in grease.
In grease, yeah.
Beef grease, yeah. I cook about everything in bacon grease.
All right, let's try this out. I got this stuff yesterday, and I was like, I have to make eggs again. I'm curious.
She's moving up. Spy.
I said it.
Yep, you sure did.
What is that right now?
NVIDIA's. Oh, come on, NVIDIA. We're moving.
You know, I think if we fail 596, and we don't break that high of today, I think. Well, I'm under the impression that we might go lower, depending on where the price action is. Because I don't know.
$120. Seems like it's trying here.
What is that line that you have there on 596? Where's NVIDIA?
590. NVIDIA's getting ready to break to 63.
That's good.
142.24. Now in SPY. Oops. That's overhead resistance. Some symmetrical flag. So now that becomes support.
Which one?
The overhead resist. Yeah, the triple top.
Yeah.
595.50. I just stuck. SpaceX to rescue Elon Musk to save standard ISS astronauts.
You know, that is absolutely insane.
Yep.
NASA and Boeing can't get astronauts out, but then they talk so much shit about Elon Musk, and then they're like, hey, do you mind getting us our
Exactly. I know it.
Please.
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 We're so embarrassed. I mean, this next 4 years, Elon's going to be put up on a pedestal instead of, in a grave like they've done to him.
Please, we really messed up here, but we love you.
We love you now.
Please don't slash our budget.
You're not a car company. You're a tech company. We believe in you.
We promise not to spend money on those cocaine swirls. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, and we're also happy that you bought Twitter and saved socialism and democracy.
Oh man.
I think we're going to go do a double top on your spy if it keeps up.
Yeah, double top and the VIX is at I think 16. If it's moving, I don't know if it's moving up or down, but I'm making food right now. I probably shouldn't right now, but
You're making food, and I need to make me a cup of coffee.
I make coffee the Cuban way. I put it on a stovetop.
How do Cubans make it? They add cannabis butter? Do they add cannabis butter?
You know what? We do add salt to it.
Salt, yep.
I don't know if that's like a Cuban thing, but I don't know. You know, that's something that we do.
I'm going to try that. I'll try that. Just a touch?
Like a little, yeah, like a little pinch. Well, if you drink an espresso, you put a little pinch of salt.
Huh. Yeah, I can do that over sugar any day.
That's what my old man does.
He's Cuban?
Yeah, big time Cuban.
What's he thinking? Is he a migrant?
Yeah, whole family's migrants.
What's he think about the illegal immigrants?
You know, my dad, he's more libertarian.
Yeah.
He thinks that they should, you know, go through the legal way, but you know, he's more like, you know, not my clowns, not my circus type of mentality. He does think that there should be like reform and stuff, but.
Let him in, huh?
Huh?
Let him in?
No.
No venom?
He hates the fact. He hates all that shit. He thinks that there should be like big time reform and stuff. And, you know, people should be able to come in legally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what he thinks.
Well, we've already got it on the. I mean, you can. It's set up that way.
Yeah, it is set up that way.
Not much you can do. Except just say, hey, the doors are open. We're giving everybody amnesty, but I personally, I don't know. I put ads in the paper say, any of you chicks out there that cross the border that need a home and can cook, come over to my place. I'll take care of you.
Jim, you're not married, right?
No, I'm not married. I'm single. Come on.
Single?
Yeah. As long as you don't have 5 kids and you're not obese, come on over.
Sorry. My smoke alarm is very sensitive.
I didn't hear it.
Really?
Yep. Starbucks. Ooh, Starbucks finally broke out.
You know, that's the one stock I don't have on my watch list.
Dad.
I always forget to put Starbucks on my watch list.
Well, you hear me talk about it. I mean, I'm not a bull on this thing at all, but they
No, dude, I like Starbucks. I've made money on Starbucks.
Starbucks might sell stake in China operations. They talked about that yesterday. They mentioned that yesterday. Some guy mentioned that if they sold a little bit of the Starbucks in China, that the stock would pop. And look here, headline. Oh, that was yesterday. So, oh hell, he read it from yesterday's headline. Dadgummit. I thought he was just talking smack. If I thought that was for real, I would have bought it.
Alright, coffee's done.
Oh, I got to get my coffee.
How do you drink coffee? Is it like American, or you drink it with like milk and stuff? You have like
No, I drink mine black. I got different ways of making it. I do it the camper way, with a French press, or I just pour it into a cone with a filter, and just run hot water through it. But I like camper style, and it's fresh, ground beans. And then I'm going to make some instant, just to warm my throat up. I'm feeling so much better, people, about my lungs. Could have had COVID.
smoke a lot, Jim?
I've smoked a lot of pot, but I haven't smoked. It's been 11 months now that I've stopped, and I got some a little bit ago and stayed high for a couple weeks, and then my lungs started hurting, so I figured it's time to stop. Start running again. So I'm edibles if I want to get high on a cannabis from here on out.
Is it to buy double pop or what's going on with it?
I never smoked cigarettes.
Neither did I. I wasn't part of the cool kids gang.
Yep.
Were you a cool kid?
I was a cool kid, but I was
a bully?
Not a bully, but I was a partier. We had kegs and girls, and I moved out when I was a senior in high school, and we bought a big old brick house, and we had kegs every Friday night, all school year. Back in 1979, 1980. I was a good kid. I didn't fight. I boxed. So I've never gotten one fist fight. Nobody wanted to fight me.
I used to fight a lot back in the day. I used to box.
Yep.
I'm 5'10", but my reach is like, I think it's like 6'4".
God.
Like my wingspan height.
Yeah.
6'4", 6'5", so I have really long arms. And
I'd have to work on. I'd have to move in on you. I'd have to fight you close then.
No, yeah, no. I have a pretty good jab. I used to box a lot, but I guess I got into college and stuff.
This nature, and I think that there are three.
And I was like, no, thank you. This isn't enough for me.
No, same. I always had guys that could protect me. Meta. I gotta look at my stock here.
In 2025, and that 12% of those.
Yeah, I think Nvidia's lost cause today.
Spend by 20% or more. So I think that this
might just have to take the loss
heading into the coming year. And then whenever we look at specifically where consumers or how much money they're spending whenever they're making purchases, we see Instagram commands a really nice chunk of change whenever you talk about these big purchases or even a large amount of small purchases. So people who are actually shopping on these platforms. And so I think Instagram has a bit of an edge here versus other social media platforms that we could look at. So that's something positive that Meta has going for it. But then the last little bit of data that we have is when we look at visits to at its ad platform site specifically. So this could be indicative of attracting new advertisers to Excite. We see a bit of a slowdown for Meta specifically in Facebook and Instagram versus some other new players. I don't think that this is surprising because we would expect to see some momentum out of Reddit, out of Snapchat that are just getting those ad engines running. But it is something to keep in mind that while we don't expect a negative number when it comes to, you know, that advertising growth, we might expect a bit of a slowdown just comparatively because Meta had such a first mover advantage.
Megan, I think the evolution of the targeted advertising that Meta platforms, Instagram, and frankly other social media sites can do has revolutionized advertising. I mean, everyone out there watching this show, if you think about the level of targeted advertising that is now relative to your life, that you look at and say, oh, you know, because I hit on something else, because I have interest, that the ability to target that advertising is just what's gonna. That's why people are moving towards advertising on these spaces and away from linear TV.
Yep.
There's no more or virtually no misses anymore, is there, Megan? And that ability for advertisers to feel confident that
I haven't turned my TV on in over 4 years. 4 years. I threw it out. I don't have a TV in here anymore. There's reasons why I got rid of it. But the major reason is called politically correctness. They took off the only show I like to watch on TV. I mean, I'd sit here. It kept me out of the bars. It satisfied me, and it was called a show called Cops. I sat here every Friday night with my popcorn, my dog, and we'd watch the whole episode and just have a good time. And I never thought it was racist. I never looked at it as a racist show. But the liberals thought it was because black people were getting arrested. And whites were getting arrested too, just as much. So they took it off the show, took it off the air, and I stopped from that day on. I never turned the TV back on.
Jim, we missed.
We missed what?
FPX, 5960 puts.
Oh,
It went
yeah.
From $4,
Jimmy said we were at resistance.
and it just hit 7.
Just hit the 200 almost. Jimmy said we were at resistance.
Jimmy, we gotta make back the Nvidia loss.
Yeah.
Are you eating today?
I'm even, but this last NVIDIA hurt me a little bit. I'm still in it,
I'm still in it too.
but I got a lot. You probably don't have as
How many
much.
do you have left?
20.
20?
Yep.
Oh my God, those 5960s! Look at them. 5960s puts. They just went from 4 to 7. Now they're at 750.
Right now you're at the 200. So we'll see if we hold this here.
No, I think it's falling through. Look, 770.
You got a double bottom right there at 59, 59, 67. We'll see if that holds. I mean, that's a perfect yin yang right there. It ain't going to go any lower than that. Yeah, it is. Okay, let's see here. Move this over here. End up taking a loss on it. Fuck.
Jim, you're gonna die laughing at me. You want to hear what just happened to me?
You made a mistake and it was a good one.
Yeah.
I've done it all the time.
I just bought a 5960 put at 7 whatever.
Yep.
And I just sold it for 820.
Yep.
Total
Just within seconds.
Total mistake.
You were getting ready to buy a call.
It said order filled, and I was like, what? And when I open it up, I see 820. I was like, I'm selling this.
I mean, I've done that. I get ready. I'm up. Man, I'm getting ready to sell this thing. And I didn't change my platform. And all of a sudden, I bought 10 more contracts. I bought 10 more instead of selling 10. And I'm going, oh, shit. And I immediately sell the 20. And it popped up. It popped up on me within seconds. It was a mistake. I make them all the time. Yesterday, I made a mistake. Looking, charting Tesla, and I was trading the SPX. I thought I was looking at the SPX chart, and I was looking at Tesla.
Yeah. Well, that was yesterday.
Yep.
Oh my God, that was hilarious. I was looking at it and it said order filled, and I was like, you're kidding.
I'm gonna go make my coffee. I'll be right back.
Big name teams in college football, the Notre Dames, the Michigans, the Ohio States, the Alabamas.
What do I just do?
I want to say Nebraska, but who knows if they'll be in that camp. But Kev, I know you got yeah, go for it.
What the?
No, Nebraska's doing better. Come on, I like their coach.
Yeah,
So,
we'll see. We'll see. Let's talk some meta though. Trading this name. So while we agree that it's done a lot for the advertising space, the question is how much of it's already priced in. The stock's pulled back. Megan's data showed a little bit of slowing, but some of that's coming from really, really high numbers, so it might make sense. How'd you look at trading this one?
So keeping a similar theme in dates with December 13th, November 29th. But this is the other part of the calendar spread family. This is the true calendar spread, where you buy, both have the same strike price. So the practice money trade we did here was buy the December 13th, $5.75 call in Meta platforms, which is right now where it sits. It's about $18, $17, $18 where it is right now. Buy that and sell next week's, the November 29th, $5.75 call. This is a true calendar spread. Remember, the diagonal is the embedded vertical spread in there. This is the true calendar where both strikes are the same. Now, both spreads target that short strike for where they peak out. But this one, we had the debit around $6.90. It's closer to about $6.50 now, as the stock has drifted a little bit lower. But this is, like I said, another one where you're buying the long-dated option, selling the short-dated option, you're collecting theta, and it's where the diagonal was about a 30 delta. This is about a 16 delta, Alex, so it's just less. The trade-off is, in most cases, you pay
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So we're.
This is not an inexpensive calendar spread because
I haven't got up yet.
It's a $500 stock.
NVIDIA, this is the squeeze. If it really wants to be bullish, it's got to break out pretty soon right in here, because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3. We're at the hot spot.
Range. Only thing I would add, Kev, I think you broke it down really well. Obviously, the debit spends, the risk on the trade. But with the calendar versus the diagonal, I always kind of say for a little bit more risk, the diagonal increases your margin of error because it kind of theoretically removes a lot of that upside risk. You do have the overshoot risk here with the calendar spread. But with that, I mean, that's sort of a high-class problem in a way. It's like you were bullish a stock and it moved too far. It doesn't often happen that way, but I don't want to say it's impossible, as obviously the risk profile reflects that. Final thoughts on this one before we take the final break?
Yeah, you're right, Alex. If you get the direction correct, the diagonal will pay you better and insulate you from that return to the downside that you get on the catastrophic move. That line will flatten out at a higher level. But like I said, there's trade-offs. And most things about options, there's trade-off. Normally, if this was a debit or a calendar spread versus diagonal in the same stock, this would be less expensive. Amazon's a $200 stock. This is a $500 stock.
Yeah, no, that's a critical point too, Kev, which is, we're not apples to apples here when you're looking at the size of the underlying, and that's going to influence the debit spent. But again, $690 is the debit, $690 in risk. We're going to take our final break of the program. Kevin's going to close the show out with a look at Super Micro. Stick around, he'll be right back.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com on all your streaming devices. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention...
Anybody ever heard of Johnny Mullins? He used to write songs for country stars. I went to high school with his daughter, and her name is Melinda Mullins. And that's that pretty girl right there. I played a lot of music with her. George.
There, but has lessened considerably to one of its best weeks on record ever since 2007, George. Your thoughts on Super Micro? It's up pretty significantly already today.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you look at the last, 5 trading days, it traded below $17 on an intraday basis. So it's more than doubled effectively over the past 5 days. And this has obviously been a highlighted stock because of the magnificent move it actually had over the past year than just a complete collapse. And this is a really interesting situation. I'll call it a special situation because Super Micro obviously has some relationship with NVIDIA. if you just look at NVIDIA's comments earlier this week prior to the releasing of earnings, they're having some issues associated with thermal displacement or heat exchange for their Blackwell chips, which use a tremendous amount of electricity and create a tremendous amount of heat. And so, you know, with the liquid cooled servers and rack mounted servers that Supermicro supply the marketplace, there's obviously demand for their products. But the challenge lies in, you know, can you really rely on their financials? And
No.
can you rely on, you know, the merits of their executives? And
So
the
someone will
board
bail 'em
directors,
out.
Which, again, seem to have some conflict of interest with their executives.
Jim, we're
Not
at
to
triple
mention Ernst & Young, being conservative, did essentially relieve themselves of duties to
What?
Supermicro as a client.
Which one?
And it looks like Supermicro may, in fact, avoid delisting. And then they did say, based on what they told us,
Double
to
top.
procure another auditor to clean up their books. So we'll see if they report their earnings, if there's any.
0.4 times today, more or less like the same area. No, he touched it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wumbus, Tubus, Threebus, Forbus, Phoebus. That's dog talk.
You know what I mean? The same area.
If anybody would like to have a class of dog talk, I will be willing to go ahead and have lessons. They'll be $50 an hour. And I'll teach you how to talk to a dog.
How to talk to a dog.
You know what beers means?
Beers?
Yeah. It means bastard. I say, you beers? That's a dog talk.
Jim, what do you think about 5980 calls on SPI? Let it ride.
I think you're drunk.
I want to see what he would say. If it goes to the moon, just know that.
What's your price? Give me your... You jokingly?
He's both drunk and high. Thank you, Magnificent. I really appreciate it. I'm looking to make 100%. So
I'm going to say we're going to come back down and hit the 59.6170, the 200 SMA.
200 SMA
On the 1 minute.
on the 1 minute.
Well,
I have the 100 SMA and I have the 200 SMA charted out, and they're both at the same level right now. So Donald, that's it, which is 59.594.
that was a good call. I'll give that your call on the reversal.
Yeah, I think we squeeze up. Well, actually, JK, there's a lot of. I think people are loading up on puts because VIX is climbing up now. And it's climbing up relatively steeply.
I need NVIDIA.
Steeper. NVIDIA's at 142.
Yeah.
I can't believe my meta calls are gonna whip right now. I'm like I'm in the money right now. It's crazy.
Great advertisement.
NVIDIA should turn around. It's been cruising here for a minute.
Mara had a bounce today. I'm going to look at this SMCI website, figure out what these cooler things they're talking about.
Right now we're at 59.70.
NVIDIA's trying again. I feel like I really want to add a ton of these and just give it all I can. But is it too much?
Isn't this an ascending triangle, Jim?
On what?
I'm confused.
Mention when you talk about something, say the ticker, and then I won't.
On the SPY. Well, wouldn't this be an ascending triangle? No, well, it's symmetrical, right? But now you have to take
You could,
the last.
well, you look at it like, I'm going to clean this up. It is an ascending triangle, but let me show you something here.
Okay, let me see.
You got clear flag, right? So you just run your price line all the way across from there. And there's your ascending triangle. You got, after the breakout here, 1, 2, 3. So it's bullish.
And on the 1 hour, it was bullish too, right? You said that?
The 4 hour, wasn't it?
And on the 4 hour.
If you look at the 1 hour, you're at a pivot point. But that's an ascending triangle on the 1 minute.
The 59.60 puts on the SPX are at 390 right now.
Didn't you say 70 earlier?
Yeah, they were at $7 earlier,
Yeah.
$8 actually. They're at 370. 350 actually. It looks like it's gonna break going up.
Well, that guy's supposed to call me
We're
today.
about across the 1 hour mark right now.
Never got.
About to be 12.
Oh, what am I doing here? Break the flag on Tesla. Any YouTubers got a question? I want to see if I can find. I don't believe 80% of the illegal immigrants are working. I just don't believe that. It's not undocumented. They're illegal. Okay, here it says only 4.5% authorized immigrants. The number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. workforce grew from 7.4 million 2019. We got 70 before the borders were open. We had 7.4 illegals. Something ain't right there. So only about 900,000 out of the 11 million are at work in this last escapade. There ain't no 80%. That's what they were talking about this morning. Well, if they gather up all the illegal immigrants, that's going to put us in recession again. I don't believe it.
Move, for example, yesterday, which was up like 31%. So I
would have been
Nearly 400,000 undocumented immigrants.
Like $1 trillion in market cap. That would have been crazy.
That would have been really, really a wild day. So yeah, maybe thank goodness we didn't see that kind of volatility. It's not so bad to see things more settling.
So 400,000 undocumented immigrants work in 6 key swing states, or 6 key statewide industrial states. 400,000.
DOJ versus Alphabet battle does heat up. We'll also be talking arguably one of the biggest stories of this week, and that is Bitcoin now in these 6-digit figures, or slightly below there in real time here, but touching over 100,000, so reaching that key level. And names like Mara, MicroStrategy have been on an absolute tear as a result of Bitcoin's momentum. So really interesting conversation. We'll close
19% here.
We'll be looking at HPQ, which does report its earnings next week, Tuesday after the close. So just a reminder, as I always say, it's always earnings season if you're
That's
a believer.
a big difference in numbers.
A lot of earnings ahead, not the major names, but definitely things to preview ahead of next week.
I'll tell you what, speaking of believer,
19%. Sounds more like it. 80% does not sound right. I could believe 19 probably.
like he's truly like the next gen investor. Like I think of like the stuff he's looking at, the flows. I don't know that he's a super big digital asset cryptocurrency guy, but I know he's got his ears to those news wires, and he's got some stuff for us. So looking forward to that. Let's do upvote, downvote, though, not endorsements, not recommendations. Let's talk some Reddit here. Speaking of, I mean, wow, this is like this is like the epicenter. This is patient zero of the next gen investor Reddit. This is where it all began in terms of the
spy broke
and the FOMOs and everything. But now it's its own company. It's publicly traded, and it's been one of the.
You want me to repeat everything I said?
No. I heard about the illegals and stuff. But you know what I was saying? I was saying those 5980 calls I was saying.
Yeah.
I noted them at like 260, and now they're at 310.
Uh-oh.
What is that? $50 right there?
Yep.
No, but now they're coming back down. They're at 275.
Now, we were talking about Reddick today. Mimi stocks.
Magnificent said I was drunk and high.
He did. Drunken sailor.
VIX is dropping. VIX is now at it's coming down. It's at an all-time low today. I just don't see how this will go.
Oh my God.
Well, what's Reddit at?
Oh, I missed this entirely. 300% gain. And I was calling this Mimi stock at 47.80 all the way to 158.
Wait, when was it 47?
3 months ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's one of my Mimi stocks.
NVIDIA is getting some life right now.
No, price is not.
There was a little jump right there on the candle.
It's so pretty. It's going to find out any second here. The squeeze is getting ready to happen.
For where?
2 minutes, NVIDIA. Within 5, I say.
Yeah, it's been. I've never seen NVIDIA so chill in my life.
Yeah.
This is the most chill NVIDIA I've ever seen in my life. I'm honestly in shock that Meta turned around. It did a complete V. Dude, I'm telling you.
I gotta see if we got any bills.
What do you think, Jim?
I think I need to pay one of my bills.
I thought you were gonna double down.
No.
Get 20 more contracts.
No. Oh, did I not pay my Conoco gas? I almost forgot to pay my gas card.
No, I wish Randy was here.
You do?
Yeah, because he gives good advice.
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Who's in the call today?
Huh?
There you go. Oh, we do have Randy. Randy isn't listening. Randy, magnificent, shitty. arm poking video with a stick. And tell it to do something. Is there even volume today? Yeah, it's like millions and millions of transactions happening every 5 minutes. Crazy.
SPX just broke new high.
You're kidding.
Nope.
What did I say, Jim? What did I say?
Yep. 810 now.
You're kidding.
The 5970s.
What are they at right now?
$8.10.
And what are the 5980s at?
345, 350, 360, 370.
Oh my gosh. I called it.
Yep. I'm gonna get out of these 5970s right here.
Oh wow, you bought one?
Yeah. $100 just a few minutes ago.
You didn't say anything?
Well, no, I guess I didn't.
Dang, Jen, I thought we were a team, man.
It was a slip.
Which one did you buy? The 5970?
Yep. Those are the ones I was watching.
Well, what was your entry?
$7.
Nice.
And $7.20, and then it kept. And then now it's at $8.50.
$8.50, yeah, it's insane. Oh my gosh, the 5980s. I was gonna get like 10 of them. I was gonna get them at $260. That's when I saw them. Because I was like, have to go. They're $4 right now.
We're at a double top.
I want an 8+ Magnificent.
Spies at a double top.
Spies at a double top?
Yep.
Yeah, it is. No, but I think we break through. I don't see any reason why this would slow down.
We got 12 minutes. I just need NVIDIA. NVIDIA just ain't got it.
Did you sell?
No, I still got it. I was thinking about adding, but just not there.
You're talking about the 5970s, right?
Oh, I sold the 5970s, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you sold those, right? I was
Yep.
gonna say it just came back down. The squeeze happened. Man, right now would have been a really good time to jump in on some puts. Since it failed. I think NVIDIA's gonna. Man, what the hell's wrong with NVIDIA today? You think it's gonna rip at the end of the day?
I don't know now.
It's just sitting there.
Yep. We finally broke out of the. We're breaking out of the flag.
Yeah, this is. It officially crossed like my 9. What is it? My 12 EMA crossed my 26 EMA? Is that what it is? So now we're bullish. The 200 on the 1 minute is at 142.5.
I'm seeing 123 at 142.31.
142.31.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, 123 right there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, 1,2,3,4 if you go back even more.
Yeah.
It's already touched.
Yeah. Yep. 5 if you want to keep 6 if you want to keep count sticks, wicks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't. If we break it, ain't gonna be much. If I can get it, huh? I don't want to add to it.
I'm gonna look at what is it called? NVDX. I'm gonna look at the daily target. It's climbing. It's moving up too. This is like a 2 times ETF for NVIDIA. And it looks like it wants to come up too. That's a good sign. Man, I'm like, should have bought those SPX calls.
Stormy Daniels.
Oh shit, did you see that thing I sent you? The picture of the random person that followed me?
No.
That was like impersonating you. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. She looks exactly like one of my ex-girlfriends. That's the bad thing about it.
Hey Jim, don't judge me, but
God.
Sure, I went to a Panthers game. I just sent a picture of the.
Oh.
I went to a Panthers game in Chicago. Are you into hockey at all or no?
Yeah. Yeah. What? Always clean this Jim.
Hey Jim, this is Joan at the IRS.
Oh, hi.
Hey, somebody got your number on the bathroom wall.
You did.
I did.
Yeah.
There's an engineer here that wants to get in and
Yes.
get sprinklers and stuff.
There's not the sprinkler, but the electricity maybe. The lights.
Just a minute, just look at the light.
Oh my gosh, that mister is insane. I can't believe it's that.
The what?
Fire riser.
Okay, well we'll figure that out. I'll head on up there and see what he's talking about. I'll open up the doors for you, huh?
Well, I can open the door, I guess.
I don't know what a fire riser is.
I know people put their life savings on Mister.
We were expecting a sprinkler, a light guy to come in and fix the lights out on the outside and on the hallway. And we had the sprinkler guy come in the other day. So they might be looking at the firebox or something. Oh, you want me to head down there?
No, I'll get the keys. If the keys don't work, I'll call you back. I just wanted to see if you were expecting them.
No, I was expecting a guy call today for a guy that's going to work on the parking lot lights and the back hall light.
Oh, Shalimar will be happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're waiting for. And the sprinkler guy came in the other day and fixed that sprinkler in the back.
Okay, sounds good. I'll bring you back if I need something.
Please, yeah, call me back because we'll see what it is. I got to know anyway. Okay. Well, thank you. And erase my number off the bathroom wall. I'm getting so many calls. Stormy Daniels just called me. And I'll see you later.
I don't want to. Jim, I need to
Bye.
tell you something. Mister has officially gone on a. Let me see. How many points? It has gone up 13% today.
I'm back.
Jim, I was going to say, Mister has gone up 13.5% today.
Yep. Had one heck of a sell-off the other day. Did you see how much it sold off?
Yeah, are you kidding me? Yeah, didn't it sell off like
$150 yesterday.
Yeah, it was insane.
So people's got to make up their loss. They're probably just scalping it to break even.
Would you jump in on this?
No.
Call scalp and hop out?
I would have this morning, but not now.
I don't see why it would slow down. I feel like
In my opinion, I think they're just coming in there and picking up on, because people got stuck in it. And they're probably averaging in and getting out.
yeah.
But copycats are buying Bitcoin. Price there's 100,000.
Falling down. Yeah, Bitcoin's at 97. Do you see that right now? Or is it
No.
going back down? Yeah, Bitcoin. Didn't BlackRock make a new ETF? Oh shit, now
Yep.
it's at 99. Look, it's coming up again.
Yeah, what's it? BITBTTI or something.
Yeah. Look at that. Bitcoin is. Wait, what time is this on? UTC. In the last 3 hours, it's gone up $2,500, $2,700 Bitcoin in 3 hours. Uh-oh, Nvidia.
Yep.
All right. I'm getting an FTX call. I'm just gonna call it a day. See what happens. Which ones did you buy? 5970?
Did you go to work yesterday?
I did go to work yesterday.
You did? Yeah.
What's this?
Says no, we gotta have you in here, son.
Oh, to talk?
No, yesterday. I mean, your boss.
You know, I was debating whether or not to go to work yesterday because it was snowing so bad.
Yep. So we had a hard.
Your entry was $7, right? Man, it just hit 6.
It was 7. I'm out now.
Man, it hit 6.9 and now it's at 7.9. I just missed it. Now
Yep.
it's at 8. Great.
Yep.
It's teetering here. It should break through, right? At least that's what the idea is. I'm gonna wait for it to hit the 200. If it hits the 200, or what is it, the 63? Is it the 63 EMA or is it an SMA?
Where? What?
The one that you have charted on your
I have the 61 EMA.
61 EMA.
It used to be the 51.
Why did you change it?
I was listening to a guy on Schwab that used it, so I practiced with it, and then right now we pulled back to the 200. So I was watching it, like right now. I mean, see Tesla. On Tesla, we hit the 60, we hit the 63 all the way across for all that time. And then we finally broke it and hit the 200. The 51 wouldn't have done that, but the 63 did. I mean, 61 EMA. Or 63, excuse me.
Mister is tanking. Are you gonna? Oh my God! Should we short Mister? Oh my God! I think that's resistance right there. 450.
For now. It's a 33% retracement from the drop of 150. $50. $50, that's a third from what it took, what the gained back.
The contracts, 0 days till expiration, are extremely expensive.
Mm-hmm. I've traded 2 puts on that SPX today. And tempted to do another one.
You want to do another one right now?
I'm thinking about it.
What's why? What are you looking at? Like what do you
back to the 200 into close,
back to the 200 into close,
which is right around 59.62.89.
Okay. Why, you think we fail breaking this candle? I mean,
I
this
just
flag right here.
I just would not want to hold too much stocks over the weekend because of all the drama that's going on. Come in Monday and get nuked.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Mr. is falling like a leaf right now. Not like a leaf, like a rock. Just hit 450, now it's at 439.
And your SPX dropped pretty good here.
All right, 59.70.
630. Yeah, the 59.70s. Or the 75s. They were at 630.
I'm tempted to get a 59.60.
Let me see.
And sell it after the momentum. I mean, right before. Hold on, let me see.
There's 620 now. I'm gonna wait. I'm not in no hurry. I think we're gonna pull back. We'll find out here in a second. You're at the 60. No, we're at the 63 right now. That's what we were talking about just a bit ago.
Yeah.
At 570.
Calls, right?
Yep.
Oh,
the 59.70 calls at 570. I'm not in them.
No, I'm looking.
'Cause I still think we're going to fall back. Today's Friday. Putin's on fire. Something bad can happen this weekend. And it would cause the market to just sell off. I was here during 9/11. I was watching the market. And I told everybody. Back then, I said, we're going to crash. Get your money out of your accounts as soon as possible.
You said that you're looking at the 59.70 calls, right? Oh, $5, 490.
Once we get down here to the 200, I might move them up. $59.70s. Just get one.
Just hit $5.
We got 3 black crows. Now see, now's the time to think about maybe taking a trade. We got a double bottom. You got 2 indicators. You got a double bottom. You got 3 black crows. 570 to 590. I ain't in it. I'm gonna wait.
No, I didn't get in either. I almost got them at $5. They hit $5 for.
Yep.
They hit $4.90
Now they're.
for a quick second.
Yep. Now they're at 580. So that would have been a nice scalp. And another thing, you got 3 indicators. Let me explain them here. For people that are on YouTube, I always say 3 verifications to take a trade. So you got a double bottom.
You missed it. Fuck.
You got a double bottom. You got 3 black crows. You got a tweezer bottom. So you got, there's $7, there's 200 right there.
Yep.
There's your 2 white soldiers. Now you exit the trade.
Yep.
Now that you come back to the top soldier up here, top crow, you get out. Automatically get out. Don't even think about it. And you got $200 in 2 minutes.
Yep.
On one contract. Now, your 3 crows, you want to put a line right between each one of them crows. And those will become resistance and support levels. So there's 1, 2. And then you got this support right here. And you want to run that all the way across.
I'm picking up puts. Looking at them.
And I'm create alert right off that bottom of that first candle. Damn, I should have took that trade.
Yep.
That was a good call.
Great call.
But by the time I saw it, the third confirmation, I said, oh, shit. There's your 1, 2, 3 resistance right there. So we should reverse here. Boom.
You want to
Now look at,
puts?
yeah. The 5960s.
I was going to say 5970s, but 5960s. 5970s, I was looking at them at 550, but now it's at 590. Yeah, no, 5960s are good too. They're cheaper.
Yeah.
You get more of them.
What times? Fat cats are back. Yep.
I think that line that we were charting earlier now is going to be resistance, right? Well, hold on. We're still kind of in that flag, no? Jim?
Yeah. What? I was talking to somebody.
I said, aren't we still in that flag? That bull flag? Ascending triangle?
On SPX?
SPY.
I don't know what stock you're talking about until you say it.
SPY. On the SPY, are we still in that flag?
Yep. We're actually out of it now. We're hovering on resistance. We're still below support because of the double top.
Yeah.
If you break the double top, then that becomes a triple. And double top's a bearish flag.
Mr. took a shit right now. It's at 4:30.
Fed announces details for coming framework review. I think Pow's done a horrible job. Warren Buffett claims to not time the market, but his cash hoard tells a different story. Exactly.
Yeah, he says don't time the market. Yeah, he has.
And he's out of all, yeah, and then he's bailing out of stocks.
Yeah, he's bailing out of everything. Yeah.
We talked to a guy at the IRS building this morning about Buffett.
And what do you say?
Oh, he says he's got it made. I mean, he's kind of reminds me of Zach Morris, or that have all these followers, and then the followers, you know, it's like a pyramid. Nothing wrong with it, because I mean, Buffett does it too. I mean, Buffett says he sells something, everybody else hears they sell something, he sells something, so they want to sell it too. And me and the IRS guy were talking today, and I said, I know he'll put out a sell notice, and then he'll buy puts and short the damn things. And Buffett shorts stocks. A lot of people don't think he does, but he does.
What?
Buffett shorts stocks. He's got a portfolio that shorts them too. So we pulled right back to that 200, right? Just like clockwork. I could almost count on that 200 SMA almost in every trade if I want to be patient and wait for it.
Yeah. How did it trace to?
So we had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we do on number 5? We take a nosedive. I've talked about many times. I said, you know, it just kind of stretches out, and then by the time you get to 5 or 6 touches, it gets weak. That's sweet spots right on the number 3, number 4. If it don't break out then, so there's number 4 right there. Didn't break out and it pulled back. And here's number 5. And then you take the nosedive.
Have it on a 1 minute?
Yeah, 1 minute. 1, 2, 3.
Right now?
If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. 1, 2, 3. If you count to 4, you make a little bit more. If you count to 5, you might take a nosedive. So now we got a whole new snake. So we're going to draw the snake out. So we got the snake, 3 white soldiers, which is bullish indicator. We broke out of the snake right here with this hammer. And then we had the pullback. So you have snake, breakout, pullback, and then you got one other essential indicator here, which is the higher low. Now we're getting ready to squeeze. So let's look at the call. The $4. Oh, that's put. 59.70. Should have got it right there. $4.20. November the 22nd. And I was looking at some of the poor living. What the heck's going on here? Am I looking at the right chart? Oh, I'm looking at Mister, you dumbass. Shit. Never mind. Yes. Thought I was looking at the SPY. SPX. Well, I screwed that up.
Did he buy though or no?
I didn't buy them. I just feel so stupid.
I can't trade 0 days till expiration right now.
Damn it. I would have traded that one too. Well, let me look at the SPX. I'm glad I didn't trade it. I've been fucked. Okay, SPX looks good here. Hold on now.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm in the same situation here. The 5970s at 370. 5970s at 370. Off the 200 EMA. 5970s at 370. I just got one. You had a 380, you could have got it right there. Off the 200 EMA. At 410. There's 370 again.
Tailored to today's investors.
Broadcasting 24/7 from our studios in Chicago.
And from the heart.
He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
You made that plane so cheap for me, I couldn't help buy it. Jimmy Plane. I love these little videos of me. I'm a movie star for once. Jimmy Plane. The plane! What's going on? 4:30, brother. 4:30. We're up $50. $50. Does that make you happy, Alex?
Jim, can you hear me? I'm struggling right now. I can't trade anything.
Spank. 4:30. Stop struggling. $4.30.
I can't believe I can't do this shit right now.
How come?
It keeps saying that I have like a market. Apparently, it says post expiration margin deficit of 110,000 USD, but I'm not going to hold it till expiration.
Don't be getting stuck in something. 450 right now. I'm gonna get out of this trade.
Yeah, it's great. What a great fucking trade. And I couldn't take it because my broker wants to act up.
Call them up. 480. 490. Okay, out.
That's a great trade. Can't believe I missed it. It's ridiculous. I haven't had this issue before.
Hoping it. Are you cash or are you margin or cash account?
No, I do cash because I don't, you know, I only like, I feel like on margin I wouldn't be able to, you know, I guess like think about my trades, you know what I mean? I'd just be like constantly going in and out, so I use cash.
Yeah, as long as you don't have, as long as you have 25 grand in it, you can still day trade.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm out of the SPX at 450.
Nice.
Or what was it, 450?
I'll be back. I'm gonna figure this out.
I got out at 480. What the? Okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Out at 480, not 50. Oh yeah. Ah, yeah. I got out magnificent. Yabba dabba doo. George.
Yeah, we talked about Hewlett Packard Enterprises, which is a different company than Hewlett Packard, company, and this is essentially the traditional, core PC company, printing and imaging company. So, one thing about this particular business is it's actually very steady in terms of cash flows and how they generate money. It's a low capex maintenance requirement business. And essentially, if you look at the performance over the last year, it's actually beat the S&P 500 up 34% on top of a pretty generous dividend that's yielding about 3%. But they're going to be reporting earnings next week. And if you look at the earnings per share, they're not going to be tremendously powerful relative to companies like NVIDIA. We know that. But their earnings are estimated to be about 94 cents, higher by about 4%. Compared to the same quarter last year. If you look at sales, about $13.96 billion, up 1% compared to $13.82 billion for the same quarter last year. But I think, if you look at the overall business, they actually have quite a substantial legacy market share, which includes both the enterprise customers from a corporate standpoint, which also include users, consumer users like myself and yourself, the traditional PCs and laptops, but at the same time in printers. They have an extensive public sector contract.
I took bachelor's living. I know how to sew.
So, I look at this company as really a value and income-based name. They're not necessarily growth names, but the market share that Hewlett Packard has is quite substantive. And like I said, this is a business that doesn't have the growth rates anywhere close to the S&P benchmarks or even companies like NVIDIA, but the performance this last year has been quite remarkable, to say the least.
It has, frankly, and like it's the consistent performance, I think, has also been amazing. But as far as like PC demand, we oftentimes talk about some of these various components that have just yet to see a recovery. I mean, are we seeing that uptick overall in finally like these personal devices, hardware? Or are we still expecting more of the same, which has been disappointment, frankly?
Yeah, actually, it's a good question. I've actually been disappointed myself because I thought the PC upgrade cycle would have been more so this year, but it looks like with artificial intelligence becoming embedded in PCs at the factory, I think it's coming down the road. And Hewlett Packard will generate a lot of revenues in that regard. Much like Dell will, Dell Enterprises, Dell Computers, there are again the two larger players in this particular
Spies
space.
over in support.
Okay,
Spies at a major support level.
Which we know is one of the reasons why that stock is
right now.
Exceptionally well this year.
Damn it, Jim.
Packard Enterprise.
George, shut up. driving small. Oil. What's oil? U.S. Bakers use oil rig count +1. Warren Buffett claims to not time the market. Biden administration approves New York plan to launch 9 congested fee. What? $9 congestion fees? Is this that New York deal? What in the heck is the Biden administration approves New York plan to launch $9 congestion fee? I thought I heard that stupid mayor say she wasn't going to do it, or governor. C-O-N-G-E. I don't even know what a confession fee is. Concession? These idiots, man, I'll tell you what. Yep, that's exactly what I thought it was. London implement a similar fee in 2023, now £15. The New York plans to charge $9 tolls during daytime hours for passenger vehicles driving to Manhattan south off 60th Street after scrapping an earlier plan to charge $15 that would have started. That's the one she was talking about, the 15. That would piss me off, man. They have no clue. They spent billions on illegal immigrants. Billions. New York is racing to implement to charge before President-elect Trump takes office, because he ain't going to allow it. I'll never understand liberals. Trump said last week he strongly disagrees with the decision to implement this fee. He'll definitely scrap it once he gets in there. And that gets me. Biden says, hey, go ahead and fire bombs into Russia. And he's sitting in the Amazon getting lost in a forest, blowing up the country, and then he sits there and spouts green energy. You know, fuck him. Truck and buses paid a $21.60. There will be a 75% discount on traveling at night. The fee is charged once a day, regardless of how many trips are made by car owners. While taxis will pay 75 cents per trip in the Manhattan zone, and Uber and Lyft will pay a $150 for a trip. New York has said there's more than 700,000 vehicles that enter Manhattan Central Business District daily. So 700,000 times $9. Ain't that a money grab? It's not like you already pay taxes on your car anyway for the state to pay for all that stuff. Time to get back and look at stocks. I'm glad I don't live in New York. Okay, we're setting up again. How do you do it, Jim? Your timing is so exquisite. Look at that. What time is it? I still think we can drop. I ain't gonna buy no calls. And there is a nice little flag. Too late. Oh, NVIDIA. Yeah, I might have to take a loss on NVIDIA. Fudge. Might have to take a loss on NVIDIA. Where is that guy at? He won't be able to scrap it? You don't think? Democrats don't get why they're getting voted out. I'm a Nazi. I'll tell you why. That's what I was called. I'm a Marxist. I'm a homophobic. I'm a misogynist. I'm racist. What else am I? Transphobic. Trying to think of some other colors. I'm about sums it up. I'm a human trafficker. I forgot that one. Okay, get ready, SPX. I'm glad I waited. Did I miss anything magnificent? I was writing down all the stuff that Brandon called me, from being a racist, a homophobic, a misogynist, a Hitler, a Marxist, transphobic. Human trafficker. Not a human trafficker, because that's what they are. I have not been accused of human trafficking. Okay, we got another Head and Shoulders right here. Hello? Yes, this is Putin. I can't wait for Trump to become president. I don't like to be bullied. Brandon, I haven't spoke to him in years. He doesn't understand that he had invaded my sovereignty with these missiles. So I must destroy you. We had it all planned out. We were going to stop the war and save lives. But now Brandon has made it worse. I will destroy you. One, two, three. The SPX right here. I think we're ready now. It's at 270. Same strike. 2.70. Now what do I call this trade? Off the trend line. Off the 1, 2, 3. So let's take a risk. We're at 265. Misogynist, yes, misogynist. Damn it. Okay. I'm going to have to get out of this. Here's the double bottom here. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. They can easily drop. Oh, let me see here. I got double confirmations that this is going to hold. Two or three of them. So it's a major support, is what I'm trying to say here. Am I looking at the right ticker? Yes. Da, 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 da. Mm-mm. Do. Shit. Jimmy stuck. Always clean, this Jim.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, my name is Sandra. The reason for my call is that the updated plan for Medicare has just been released. Do you have a minute to check what additional benefits you can qualify for?
Yeah, but I don't think I qualify yet.
All right.
I'm 63.
I would recommend that you must check your entitlement with us again. What we do here is help you get additional Medicare benefits that you might see, like dental, hearing, vision, prescription coverage, and food card from leading 27 insurance companies at absolutely no cost. All I need is to confirm your eligibility. May I ask how old you are?
I'm 63.
Okay. Unfortunately, you do not qualify for these benefits.
I'm also a virgin. I'm also a virgin. A 63-year-old virgin. Why'd you hang up on me? Can't you see I'm in a trade right now? And we could dip more if it goes down more. Did I scare the poor lady? I had a 141.32 support for a double bottom here. Here comes the sell-off. I'm going to add right there. God damn. Shit. Got it. That was a good deal. 120. Add it on to 120. SPX. I mean, I'm looking good because I got them at 120 and I only got a few at 270. So this is looking real good right now. $145 average.
More trades? Jim or no?
Man, NVIDIA is just screwed. I mean, like I said, I'm freaking out on this Putin ordeal. So if I was a swing in stocks right now, I wouldn't be in too good of a mood to do it. I mean, seriously, especially when we're at these such high levels. I'm almost green here on this one. I'm going to take a loss on my NVIDIA. I don't even want to swing it over the weekend. He's going to build more of them. He's going to keep experimenting with them supersonic missiles in the war. Oh, here we go. 160. This made up for my NVIDIA already almost. Because I got a lot of 175. I'm going to get out of them.
What did you get, Jim?
Damn it. They can get out.
Jim, what did you get? Hello?
You got Germany. Germany's getting fixed up and ready to fight.
Hey, what's up, Randy? I don't think you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Well, wait, what were you in? Were you in calls?
Yeah.
I think I figured this shit out, dude. I don't know what happened.
59.
I had some NVIDIA calls that I had bought for like really cheap, like 50 cents or something like that. I had like 2 of them.
Yep.
But they expired worthless. So the thing is that, what was I gonna say? That's what was.
That's what they're telling you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the issue. So
Yeah.
I think I fixed it.
So you didn't, yeah, you just lost your money.
Yeah, essentially. Thank you, Jim.
Yep. Yeah, I never, I hardly ever trade on the expiration date. I'm either out. The only one I trade on the same day is SPX. We're at 175.
My gosh, dude, but I missed the call jump and I missed the puts. Like literally, I would have made like, I don't know, a few $100 right now.
I'm gonna get out of it.
I'm having to deal with this shit.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about?
I got out of the SP. I was in the
SPX.
Yeah, I'm out.
You're not on calls anymore, right? I think this might go lower.
I just sold my calls.
Yeah.
I had an average.
I'm gonna see what it would look like if. Let me see.
Damn, there's $2 again.
Those 59.60 don't look too bad. The puts.
That'd been $600.
On what?
I just left $250 on the table.
What's the VIX? VIX is going down, so I don't know why this is going down.
I'm telling you, through experience. No, I'm just really want to spit this out, and you don't have to believe me, anybody or not. But I don't want anybody taking any chances this weekend. Don't get all bullish. I'm scared to death. I mean, I've been trading for 20 years. I'm not comfortable holding swinging stocks when we're being threatened with nukes.
Yeah. I hear you.
I might be overdoing it. That's fine. But that's just the way I am, and I'm just not going to be able to. We'll come in Monday. One of them, something happens, it's going to be bad for the market. And I got the bear market vibe. And we're at these high levels. We got real heavy duty tension going on. I mean, I might be a fearmonger, but I'm just telling you the way my gut feels. I think we could easily come back and hit the 21 and drop 300 points on the SPX next week, is my guess. right there.
What do you think, Jim? We go up from here?
On what?
On the SPY side.
Oh God, look at the SPX. You know, I just left $1,500 on the $600 on the table.
Did you?
Yeah.
I just left 100.
We hit the 200 right here, so I mean that's it. That's it. Resistance.
Oh,
Nope.
You think it's gonna shot down?
And I'm gonna end up taking. Man, I'm sorry about the loss on Nvidia. Where is he?
Hey Jim, what do you think about 5960 puts SPX into close?
What time is it?
They were just at $3.
Were they?
320, and now they're at 4. I'm so fucking annoyed right now.
ENPH. I haven't looked at that in a while. I gotta take better notes. If it comes back down, it'll come back down to the right shoulder. If it doesn't hold this support right now, Alex.
Which would be, you're looking at
59.61, 59 area. If that doesn't hold, where it's an automatic drop to 59, 58, 84. That'll be the right shoulder of it. Inverse head and shoulders.
Yeah. Would you jump in on these or no?
I'm about done.
Are you positive today finally?
Oh yeah, I'm real green. Oh, but that it, you know, losing that money on the video, that $1,000. If I sell them here, I'm gonna sell them.
No, I think we actually go higher.
made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
See, Alex, that 200 SMA acts as a pivot point. And a pivot point, you know what a pivot point is?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. It's either going to tell us if it wants to break resistance or not. And the 63 crossed down below the 200, which I'm trying to learn if that's a negative indicator. It's positive right here when the 63 crosses above the 200. And it could be negative, and we could have a pullback, the 63 crossing down over the 200. So this thing could easily drop down to that right shoulder. This is called a, here, let me clean this up. So right here, you got a head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders right there. It could easily just come down, and it did right there. So it could easily break it now. We'll know here in a minute if we're going to break this here moving average of the 200, and we'll start, then we'll buy calls.
You're looking at SPX, right?
Yeah. If we
Which
break
ones are you looking at calls wise?
the 5970s, but we got to break the 200. It's not a trade until we do that. Right now I'm bearish because I got that 63 crossing down over the 200. So I got to have some reserve here. There he goes. I've had plenty of trading today. I don't want to overdo it. I'm tired. And there it goes. Boom. 142.45. 59.70.
You got it?
Yeah.
How many did you buy?
Oh, I just got two at 245. I might have to get out of them here. I'm just getting tired. I don't want to trade too much. 22nd. It's risky. I'm telling you. I'm not really excited about this weekend. And it might just go ahead and continue. Market might just go ahead and continue selling off into close. Blanket. There's 280. There's $80. Should have got 5 of them. There's 85, 285. $290. Okay, time. We got, see right here, your resistance.
Yeah.
Sure. $290. I'll take it. Okay, I'm out. I'm getting out. 285. $80. There's 290. I'll go get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Did you see now how I did that trade? I waited. I had to break resistance. And once we broke above that resistance, I jumped right into the trade. Past that 200. Came back and touched the 200 again. Then I got out right there. 285. And I'll be back. There goes more. No, 265. Huh. It's depreciating in value.
Very interesting, to say the least. How do you interpret it all?
Sure. First of all, Nicole, thanks for having me back on your show. It's definitely a big risk on day, but what I'm looking at, 3 things are really driving it today in particular. Number one, you have the fact that the Republican House is likely not going to be as significant as we had thought. It's a little bit more narrow based on some of the voting we've seen a little bit lately. That means most of the big policy changes are probably not going to make it through. Second of all, yesterday, Ken Griffin from Citadel, great speech where he talked about the ramifications of immigration policies, of higher tariffs on inflation, and as a major Republican.
Oh, God.
Hey, Jim, you think we still have to close or no?
All of a sudden, they think they act like they're... Democrats have been the worst when it comes to small business. The worst. Every time Obama, I lost 3 contracts. Biden, I got almost a 30-40% inflation for 2 to 3 years that I had to pay that cut my salary down almost 40%. Bush, I made money. Trump, I made money. in my business. I don't know where these guys come from. I just don't want to listen to it. I'm sick and tired of them talking about what they think when he's not even president yet. They're assuming they're pissed because we're going to take away their war machine.
The Fed has a lot of uncertainty right now. They're facing a resilient economy. I guess that's good news, but also inflation picking up. Think about this.
Inflation's picking up.
Airfares and home health care.
We need a new Fed chairman, for one. Second, we need Deutsche to cut all that government spending out. 3, let the private sector do the bidding, not the government.
Didn't hear me?
Yeah, and I didn't hear you. I did now.
I think this ties into our 2025 themes. One of our major 2025 investment themes is basically be diversified. Diversification is bad. So exposure to different parts
Diversification
of
is
the market,
bad?
assets and
I've had enough of him. Who in the heck is this guy? Gene Goldman. Let's see where he comes from, because he's full of shit.
A lot of cash on the sidelines.
$24 trillion of money market assets and cash. A lot in the sideline. And as we saw back in July, as we saw during our last correction in October.
Retail traders are making money.
When stocks pull back, there's been a huge money moving back in, taking advantage of better valuations.
Yeah, so you would put some of that cash to work.
Yes.
For earnings, do you feel that based on some of the guidance we've gotten, do you
Spy,
feel
no look.
earnings are looking good for 2025?
I think earnings are looking great for 2025. If you look at whether it's small, mid, or large.
I'm just arguing with this guy.
Which guy, Bobby?
Not Bobby. Gene Goldman.
Oh.
I love Bobby. Nah. Watching shares of CNN reporting President-elect Trump is expected to offer Kelly Loeffler, former BAKKT CEO, the job of Secretary of Department of Agriculture. Opportunities for investors as AI frenzy shifts from semiconductors to software. So, mention of the cloud today into 2025. They keep talking like their AI is at its peak. It's the second time I've heard the cloud today. What's driving small cap success? Russell 2000 ETF. No, I think we're going. I'm not. I just don't want it. The closer we get into close, the less skitzier I think we're going to go up until Monday. Until we figure out what's going on with Putin. I'm not in anything right now except NVIDIA, and I'm going to take a loss on it. We're at 112, so I'm up 100 more and down. But we are at 112. That helps. So we got a head and shoulders
On what?
on your SPY, inverse head and shoulders. There's your 1, 2, 3. So we'll know here in a second. Yeah, I really screwed up today on NVIDIA. Could have had a $2,500 day. RITM. RBC Capital reiterates outperform on RITM, maintains a $13 price target. That came out yesterday. Giant Ajax announces it will complete its previous announced name change and rebrand to RITM Property Trust, which is good. Great Ajax establishes previous announced rebrand. So they're rebranding themselves. They got secured the note. Oh, that's good news on the 14th. Secured the note offering. So everything's good there. Let's clean this up. Let's just get too ratty. Where am I here? I got a 110 on my SPX on NVIDIA. Well, I think we're going to go higher. I think we need to break 1102. We're so close to resistance to break, Randy. We got a cup forming. Got a J hook. Let's look at the daily. So I got 1102. That's right at the 200 on the daily. So if we break the 200 on the daily, we'll start to bounce back up. It looks to me like it's always missing its numbers here. Earnings were 25 cents. Conference 47, 25.54. So they're going up. You're bearish now, but if we break the 200, all of a sudden you become bullish. And then all you got to do is fight a gap. You got an inverse head and shoulders on the daily. You got a wedge. And a snake wedge, inverse head and shoulders of the two-headed snake. Your hard resistance to, if we can bounce above the 02, your hard resistance would be the gap fill. And then you're off to the races. And that's above the 200 SMA. So right around 1120. That looks bullish to me right now. As long as we break the 200, then you become real bullish. Right now, we just kind of have to call that 1102 a resistance to break. Fair enough? Yep, 1112, yep. You're up $2,000, huh? Well, you definitely called it right on the right shoulder. I'm at 112 on my NVIDIA. Man, I'm sorry about NVIDIA today. Makes me just want to stop, not call out trades. Because I got to sleep at night. You had snake with a fallen with a wedge. Damn, there goes the SPX and the SPY. Where's he at?
Are you talking to me?
No, yeah, well, yeah, we just broke out. 3 minutes to power hour. Hey, people, should I hold or sell these at a loss? The video. Trump bans 2024. I might be sitting in traffic, but the view ain't bad.
Lock her up. I love that.
Binge watch the market with Schwab
This
Network.
lawlessness must stop.
Tune in 24
right
hours
here,
a day, 7 days
right
a
now.
week on schwabnetwork.com.
Donald Trump will stop it. Lock her up. I love that.
This chick's gonna be fun to watch. I'm gonna dig this chick, I think.
Must stop right here, right now. Donald Trump will stop it. Lock her up. I love that. This lawlessness must stop right here, right now. Donald Trump will stop it. Lock her up. I love that.
She's a 10. She's perfect for the job. A woman. Can you imagine? A woman at the helm. The misogynist Donald Trump. Alex, we're going to the VWAP. Button up your pants. That's interesting. Are you okay, Alex?
I'm good.
Do you think I'm rude sometimes?
Why?
I'm just asking.
Do I think you're rude?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Why?
You think I'm a misogynist?
Do I think that you're a misogynist? That's a great question.
You should have to think about it.
I'm messing around with you. No, I don't think you're a misogynist.
That's a great one.
Does it sound believable?
Unbelievable.
Damn, this completely.
Should put it on pace for it's Beth.
3 black crows on the on the spy.
There you got her. Now I know what to look at.
This is. I don't want to catch a knife, but
You know where you want to catch it at? 594. You see this here trend line right there? Run it to that.
594, right?
Yep. Or she stops here and makes a
U-turn.
Yeah. Right there. That's an up. There it is. See, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. But like I said,
I think it's still gonna go down.
Yeah. If it was one day out of the year that I didn't want to swing a stock, it would be this weekend.
Wow.
Right to supports. Let's scalp this baby.
What are you jumping into?
I'm going to grab the 59.60.
Calls
Call.
at 3.4.
Not yet. Okay. What did I? 360. We got a hammer here. 3 black crows.
You jumped in at 360 already?
Not yet. I should have, but damn, $4, 410, 420. There's $100.
It should come back down.
We're at the VWAP on the SPY, so it'll probably stop here. I missed that trade. Not $110, $120. $360 to $470.
You don't think we're gonna sell off again?
I'm going to stick with my story. I'm just not going to be very pushy until come Monday. There's 5. That'd have been a good trade.
That would have been a wonderful trade.
Yeah. 360 to 5. well.
You know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that this would be dropping and the VIX would be dropping. Let's see. Like, the VIX is low. The VIX is at its lowest point, you know,
Yeah.
in a while. They're at 330 again. What do you think, Jim?
Paying a utility bill. We got a 1, 2, 3 down here. So if it holds here, you could run it back up. The SPX.
Yeah.
With the higher low for a scalp. And I'll be right back. $295 for them. That'd been a good trade. 104.
What do you think? Jumping in them right now? 2.9?
Volume slow. Let's see if it jumps down to a double bottom. It doesn't hold this support here. If it doesn't hold this support, see, it didn't hold it, so just wait. Now you get ready. We could drop down more too. Like I said, this is a big weekend, and I'm not really in no hurry to.
You trading this?
Could be a disastrous weekend.
Wow, those 59.65 puts that I was mentioning earlier.
Yep.
From $2.50 to $10.
Yep.
What the heck?
Let's get some printing ink this weekend. There's my camera.
There it goes, one more step.
I didn't have my camera on. Yep, going down. The next support channel is right down in here, right around 59, 51 area.
Yeah, right now we're at
59,
55.
yeah, 59, 52. Print. Reduce. Yep, gonna have to get some ink. You okay?
Yeah.
You sure?
Cool.
Huh?
Yawning. Yawning.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. Sound like you were choking.
But I yawned and I do like a sigh. I think we might pop. There it is. We fucking pop. No way.
Good job. Card. Diddy's having another bail hearing?
Is he now?
I can't see him letting that guy out. But he's rich. Now, when you stick a bottle up an 11-year-old girl's cunt.
Why you gotta say it like that?
Because I want to punch him out. I want a piece of him. I really do. Okay. Always clean this gym. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. What's up?
Hey, Jasmine here. How's your day going?
Oh man, I'm making a lot of money. You want to go out on a hot date?
I'm calling regarding Medicare annual enrollment for 25. I want to ensure you're getting the maximum benefits for the rest of the year. Can you please confirm if you have both Medicare Part A and Part B?
Oh no, ma'am.
I'm sorry, it looks like you don't meet the eligibility criteria for our benefit plan.
How come? Because I'm a virgin? You know what I think about NVIDIA? I think they want to put money into. They want to kind of walk away from this AI stuff into 2025. I mean, not walk away entirely, but so it might take a couple weeks for it to start looking good again. I'm sorry about what I said about the 11-year-old girl. I just get very upset about that.
No, your usage of the word cunt was funny.
It was fine?
No, I said it was funny.
Oh, okay.
Made me laugh.
He won't last long in jail. But they let that one guy free up there in Chicago. The guy that caused that, you know who I'm talking, Smollett or whatever his name is? He got off.
I hate that guy.
It's been a wild 4 years.
It's been the wildest 4 years.
In my lifetime.
I think the only 4 years that would top this one would be either the Civil War or
Kennedy assassination. That transition there. The Nixon deal was pretty fun.
Oh, you were alive for that?
Yeah, I was around. I was around during Watergate. I was a teenager.
And you remember that?
Yep. Yeah, we studied it in school.
I think the funniest or the most hilarious thing that I saw about the whole Watergate scandal, was that I think somebody was mentioning, I forgot who said this, but they said that after Watergate, they know that Jesus existed. and it was somebody involved with Watergate. I forgot who it was.
Hillary?
But, well, you know, this was somebody who's part of Watergate, and, you know, like in the conversation, he goes, because of Watergate, I know Jesus existed, and then one of the interviewer goes, why do you say that?
Oh.
And he's like, because if you compare both situations, 12 guys all, you know, had to keep, if they needed to keep a lie, such as Watergate, you know, everybody confessed. However, in Jesus' time, like those people, they died, you know, supposedly saying a lie, right?
Yeah.
And they went, you know, and they were murdered in horrendous ways. So, you know, he's just, it was just a joke, like saying how, you know, because Watergate, everybody lied, and their lives basically rested on them keeping the lie, and nobody kept it, you know, that because of that, you know, you can conclude that Jesus must have been real. I think it's kind of stupid, but I thought it was funny. Wow.
You ready?
You think it's gonna drop here?
As we move closer to power, to the end of the day, we got 35 minutes left, so I'm about done personally. I can't wait to get on YouTube and start doing my homework. I want to learn more about this ballistic missile. It's an amazing missile. First one ever shot. It stood 100 foot high. I remember back during when I had my art gallery, or when I worked for this guy, we had the Kuwait War going on, and they televised it live, no delays. So I brought my TV to work, and I watched, as I put picture frames together, I watched that war.
Wow.
In Kuwait, and one of the girls come back there, "You're not supposed to be watching TV." I said, "Who gives a shit? I'm watching it. I'm going to watch this. First televised war."
Honestly, yeah, it was. What's even crazier is that if you wanted to see like an even more like different perspective of war, you look at Afghanistan videos.
I will. I'm not a war guy. Not at all. I think all lives matter. Okay, here we go. Yep.
What are you looking at?
I'm going to look at Elon here and see what he's talking about.
Private public partnership.
No, it's too late now.
Government cost lower for exactly the same value. So we don't need to be debating necessarily with the first layer of all these Doge activities. If the program
they're talking about it.
Finding the right way for those programs to be done better, and you provide lots of value to Americans. When you simply do the math, and there's hundreds of billions of dollars to be found, but for every $100 billion, we're saving taxpayers $4,000, and that can be a big savings to the American public.
I'm glad you mentioned the CBO, especially when we think about, the numbers that we've heard with regard to projections for the deficit. We've had a deficit for some time now. It's expected to continue, especially in light of both the continuation of tax cuts, which sure, Americans like and are great for corporations as well, but that poses a challenge when it comes to the deficit. And then, you also have the challenge with, the potential of tariffs, and if that could act as a, kind of inflationary pressure on consumers. But in terms of the, kind of tax cuts that we're expected to see extensions of, and the effect with regard to the deficit, what do you think the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, can do to address that? I mean, we haven't seen a surplus in decades, going back to the Clinton administration. For an annual surplus.
Yeah, no, Diane, I think you're right on it. And the broadest point is, until we're get our fiscal house in order in the United States, you're going to see upward pressure on interest rates, and lower rates is ultimately an environment that's better for our economy. It stimulates growth, but we do need to get our act together from a spending perspective. There is, as we sort of outlined, this almost $700 billion of unauthorized, they call it zombie spending, that's out there. Now, that could possibly take 10% out of our spending budget, which of course, is a big step in the direction of balancing the budget.
There are alerts.
Congress needs to.
I got an alert window right here, Message Center, and it tells me what's breaking out or what's not moving. I got a ready, set, go strategy.
A government efficiency, bureaucracy,
Here, hold on.
CEO.
I got a ready, set, go strategy that tells me when they're ready to break out. Then I got another chart in here that tells me something. I got to find it. So I've only got them hooked up to the SPY and whatever stock I want to watch. Like if I wanted to watch Tesla, Tesla's at it. Got a flag here. It says it's finished, but it comes up on my message board. And then I look at the stock and say, oh, am I ready to take it or not? Like right now, it's saying that Tesla is down, going down. A 1 day, 1 minute chart, Tesla shares from Chandler, February 27th. We got yes, down. Then the SPY says it's going up. And this was at 231. Starting to go up. 231. $231 is right here. As it broke above the 9. So that alert in that window. Then see it going up. Then my guide would be to take it to the head and shoulders up here at the 200 SMA and get out of it. But that got that off that alert right there. Another one at 31 got an alert. On the SPX and the SPY, saying both were going to go up. Look at them go up. So that's what them dings are.
Yeah, I understand.
Are they annoying? Yeah. It annoys some people.
I was more curious.
One just come up on the SPY, says it's keep it still going up. But now, if you look at the SPY, I don't want to use that. I don't want to use that chart. You got we broke the VWAP. And we just hit my other resistance, which is this head and shoulders. So I'd want to get out of that scalp right there. Jump in it at 31. So 3 minutes later, I'm out of this trade and done with it. Because I hit I hit two resistance levels, the 200 SMA and then the shoulder line of this head and shoulders. And I know that's a hard resistance, and that's how I called the trades out 2 years ago. Let me show you something here. You weren't around back then, but when we had the reversal back in September, I called these three black crows to the 200 SMA. I said, it's time to go long in the market. I mean, long. So I bought Boeing, I bought Tesla, I bought 2 or 3 of my favorites, Apple. I bought 3 of my favorite stocks and held them for a good 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
And then when we broke out, you could see the little wedge right here. It's all about chart patterns, how I view things. A lot of it's about chart patterns. It's not about nothing else. So you got a snake, you got a wedge, and then a breakout, and then it pulls back to the previous high. And I called this trade out because it pulled back to that previous high. Now it was a head and shoulders. So that was right shoulder line. Right there, and it pulled right back to it. There's your head. There's your ascending triangle. And then it bounced on up. But that was a lot of fun back then, calling that trade and calling the pullbacks perfect. Tired. I'm gonna take a nap. We got 236, 336. I'm not sure. I don't think they let him out.
Hey Randy, what are you doing?
Me?
He says you want
Oh,
to jump in on something.
I'm watching Diddy and typing or writing it. I said, we're talking about Diddy. I said, we partied, we did acid and mushrooms, but we never got perverted like Diddy did. I mean, it was fun back in the 70s. We did a lot of good stuff, but I mean, we had the big parties like he did, but we didn't. I mean, it was no orgies or it was all just get drunk and have a good time with girls there too, you know. Disco days, I mean, we had disco parties. I've had kissing parties, but nothing like what he's gone through. We didn't drug women to have, gangbangs. We didn't fly chicks across state line.
You guys didn't do any weird shit?
No, we didn't do any. I was one time where I had 2 lesbians, but that was it. Two of the best looking lesbians in the town. I got lucky that night.
Randy says he didn't get no action.
Randy didn't get no action when he was young?
He says he didn't get no action.
No. Hey, Randy, I meant to send that to Vegas.
Randy was married at 18. Yeah, it's crazy. Randy, any advice for the unmarried folks?
Don't get married. No, Randy's probably the happiest guy in here. Bobby.
Man, why would you never get married? Jimmy?
Hmm?
No, Shitty says that he will probably never get married. Because my parents' marriage was hard. You know what? I too struggle with that.
When you get my age, you wish you was. You wish you did have a family and a woman. I mean, I'm taking it from a bachelor that's dated probably many. Oh. His wife probably saved his life. You're just saying that, Randy, because she's looking over your shoulder. And you want supper tonight. Oh, I'm waiting to see if Diddy brings his old grandma. Yep, there she is. Mommy.
What do you mean? He brought his mom?
Yeah, his mom showed up.
To what? To the court with him?
Yeah, for the bail.
No kidding.
Hmm.
That guy is gonna disappear.
They're bringing them out one at a time.
Wow. Mr. Completely crashed. It's at 4:30. It went all the way up to 4:45 and went down to 4:30 in like 10 minutes.
Which one?
Mr.
Oh, yeah. I think you said that.
They were.
Okay, take this in consideration. How much Bitcoin's had one heck of a run in 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. One heck of a run. So it's going to have to come down a little bit, consolidate, and that could be next week. I heard a guy this morning talking about Bitcoin saying 34 million in 25 years. 20 years. Year of 2045, it'll be 34 million a coin. He was serious.
That's it. That's if we don't go to World War III.
Russia says we are in World War III.
There's no way. Randy was a troublemaker, huh?
Randy is?
No, Randy was. He says he used to bark at the police's canines.
Oh. Okay, we've got 12 minutes left, and we did get a nice little bounce off that snake that Jimmy called. And we are at resistance again at the 200. Do you have the 200 on your chart, Alex?
I do, yeah.
Very
We're
good.
at 200 right now. I don't see it. You are? Oh yeah, because I'm on the. I got you. Yeah, we are. I agree. I concur.
Tesla just hit the 200.
That states our position. I'm not going to say anything in addition to it, but I didn't want to leave all you guys hanging, you know, and I wanted to say at least that I wasn't going to say anything. So that's all I'm going to say and not say. Thank you all. I hope that gives you what you need, but I'm not going to say anything that I haven't said in court and that I haven't said in my court papers. So you all have a nice day, and thank you very much.
Wow. Oh, wow.
What's that?
I had some calls, and they ended up ripping at the end right now. Wow. 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 Look at these. Look at this shit. My gosh, it's still going. Are you looking at the SPX?
I was just watching the video here. We got 8 minutes. I don't trade anything. Hey, there goes that all red bitch. She's coming out of the courthouse. Miss Allred. She got one of them lawsuits against him.
Wow, I can't believe that these are actually in the money now.
She popped up.
It is sprinting.
Where's the video?
Wow, 7.8.
There
I
she.
can't believe
Nice, 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 nice.
I can't believe it. Look at that.
Yep.
Look at her go. I can't believe it. I had. Oh my
They went to
God.
1250. The 5960s, is that the one you were talking about?
I had 3 calls for 59.60, and I bought them at 310.
Oh, damn, they're 12.
And I sold them at 340, and they're at 1250 right now. It's crazy.
They make you want to cry.
Yes. I could have bought back into it.
And they dipped all the way down to 150 today.
What the hell?
That was a double bottom at open. Pretty. Good job. I like trading with you, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a different opinion. No, but I ended up selling them. I bought them at 310. I sold them at 340 because it didn't go. And I was gonna buy back into them at like 290.
Yep.
But I didn't trust this. I was like, it was too iffy for me. And so, honestly, I should have just called it a day. No, it's $3. It's $1,000 right there. Well, $1,000 turned into 3. So.
Mannequin paid $8 to go through a toll to go to Brooklyn, New York. Mannequin from New York, I guess. $8. That's one reason probably why I wouldn't move to that district. Where did I pay toll at? I can't remember. I've done it a couple times. As I went to California, I think. Well, we're about done. I'm going to swing some of these NVIDIAs into next week. It's probably a big mistake.
Well, it could be the best decision you ever made in your life.
Yeah.
Could be.
I got rid of some of them, but I'm just... That one trade out of 20 that I didn't do good, or 30.
I'm perplexed that this shit went up to $12, and I got them at 3.
I think I could just be happy just trading the SPY and SPX. It's so much less heartache. They're not affected by news like stocks are. I'd be up nice on a stock and then come in Monday morning and be down 30%. My success rating scalping is 90% compared to maybe 70 swinging.
30 seconds.
It depends on where we are in the market. We're at all-time highs right now. I don't want to be swinging stocks up here. Bing, bing, bing. That's it. That's all, folks. I'm going to do a lot of video watching this week. And my weekends, I do a couple jobs. I go out to the grocery store and I buy my weekly groceries. Then I cook. Like this week, I cooked burritos all week. I had burritos for lunch and sweet potato. And I got some beef sausages with sauerkraut. So that's what I ate all week. Wake up in the morning, cook breakfast. And then I sit here and I clean house, get everything in order, and go see my mom, and then try to get a good night's sleep for Monday.
Yeah, I guess.
But that's my weekends. So, again, Alex, thanks for getting on here.
Thanks, Jim.
Yep. I really meant that. I wanted to kind of explain about what I feel about, this weekend with Putin and just the way I am. Now, the market, I don't think the market really cares. We got, we got all that stuff going on. We got wars going on. And they don't care. I guess it only cares unless we get hit.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if it's children in Ukraine as long as it's not American, right?
Yep. That's what it seemed like. But that we sold off during the Kuwait War. But times have changed. So I'm going to get out of here and watch my videos. Might watch a Jodi Arias video tonight. See how much of a nut she was.
Hey, Florence. I'm glad to see someone from Chicago. I'm not originally from Chicago, so I don't think I can, put the Chicago in my bio, but I'm definitely enjoying it. Later, Jim.
Yep. Well, Randy, have a great weekend. Florence, have a great weekend. Magnificent. M, are you new to the room? Rob, the Roaring Shitty. Let's have a good weekend this morning. Let's hope that nothing bad happens and we come in with a green market. I'm going to do a video this weekend like I did last weekend. Last weekend was earnings. So I'm going to pick out some stocks that I think might reverse this week, or where some good support levels are on some of these good tickers we've been watching. You're welcome. So everybody be safe. Don't drink and drive. Tell your wife you love her. Tell your family you love them. Never know. So, adios, amigos.